Oh, wait. Let me not curse. Oh, damn. God. Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning. How you doing? Welcome. Just kind of getting myself situated a bit. One of those mornings. You ever had one of those mornings where like everything you touch like falls, or like I don't know. I went to the bathroom, knocked the towel over. This morning, Maddie's socks was too short, and they kept rolling down. I had to get change her socks. Uh, I don't know. Everything I walk by, I knock something over. Jesus, Lord Almighty. Good morning, rise and shine. Give me a second, man. Long crime channel is much better. All right, so kiss my ass and get out. Oh, wait, sorry. I shouldn't have said that. You mean their feed? I don't know what you're saying. All right, I'm really on one this morning. In your name. I'm really tripping tonight, right? Today. Long crime. I love long crime. I want to watch long crime. I love long crime. I think I need some chamomile tea. Let me like slow down, like some chamomile. Chamomile tea. This is like only the third day streaming. All right, all right. It's time to show face. Yo, I don't know. Yeah, today's like I don't know. I'm just like, oof, trying not to curse, trying to like chill. Don't curse. Don't want to start the stream with a bunch of curses. Love me today, love me tomorrow. The day is. All right, let's go. All right, I'm on camera. Okay. Good morning, rise and shine. Oh, damn. I should have shaved that. I will later. Good morning. Greetings. I'm guessing blue. Oh, you got it right. I think this is blue. Yeah, it's blue. We're guessing the background color or my shirt. Either way, you're right. Good morning. Good morning. I'm just comfortable today. I just want to be comfortable. We're gonna ride out. I worked out, but like too close to the time of streaming, so like I'm zooming off the pre-workout. Yeah, I think it's hoax. I think it's like, is it 30 seconds? They changed the policy. They came up with something like, I think they extended it to like 40 or 45 seconds, and they also included other words as curse words or something like that. And they straight out demonetize your video. I've had whole live streams demonetized just because I started out with cursing. Yeah, no, I'm gonna crash. Give it an hour or so. It's gonna be bad. I'm gonna be miserable and tired and sleepy. Do you like doing live trials? It depends. Live trials. Like I really enjoyed the Johnny Depp one, even though the Johnny Depp had like ups and downs. But I feel like the Johnny Depp, I don't think we'll ever have a trial like that again. Johnny Depp. These trials are a bit tough sometimes, I have to tell you. It's 8 hour long. 8 hours long, and they have slow days. Like Friday, the second half was like really, to me, was really slow. First half wasn't bad. So it depends. But we're gonna see how this week goes. And we'll make a decision call Monday. What's up? Good morning. Rise and shine. Battery's charged. I'm probably gonna order something soon. I know. Rottenborn. Oh, Rottenborn. Rottenborn. I mean, I'm told that this should get better over time. I mean, I don't know how long overtime is. A lot of the witnesses from the witness list that I saw is SLED people. The entire, like half of the witness list seems like SLED. Yeah, law enforcement people. So thanks, Beauty. Yeah, YouTube's gotten like even stricter, man. Apparently. You can cuss for me. So the defense, so that's the thing. Let me see if I have the witness list. Dig sent this to me a little while back. The thing with the witness list, let me show you this. And by the way, I watched the the person that I said you can kiss my, I was kind of mean. I'm sorry about that. If you're still watching, if you haven't left yet. So the witness list, okay, it's 9 pages long, and look, it says here states witnesses or witnesses on both lists. And so like literally all this is like both. We got EMS, you got SLED. Well, there's a lot of non-SLED too, I guess, but a lot of it's SLED and CCSO. All the way down. All the way down. All the way down. All the way down. We got this hospital staff. All the way down. And then you got the defense list. Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh, it's actually bigger than I thought. I thought it was just this, but it actually extends to here. So for majority of the trial, we're going to see the prosecution, but they share some of the same witnesses. So for a long portion of it, we're going to see it how it's going right now. The prosecution calls a person, and then we wait for the defense until like the very end. If they even, I mean, they have to have, they might not even be able to get through all this actually, because they don't always call all the witnesses. So I don't even know that they're going to get through this entire list really, because let me see, it's 3 weeks. Oh, crap. Murdaugh trial. The trial is expected to last 3 weeks. Okay. Yo, if it's 3 weeks, we can do this shit. The trial is expected to last 3 weeks, according to the state.com. It says January 23rd to February 10th. I don't know that this thing will be done by February 10th. I can't. You guys think it'll be done by February 10th? According to this article, if it's February 10th, we can make it. We go make it. We go make it. We go make it. We go make it. If it's February 10th, bro, that's next week. There's no way. Well, not the next week. There's no way they're getting to 200 something witnesses, but that's what I don't think they're gonna call all the witnesses. There's no way this just done in February 10th. ¿Qué tú crees? No way, right? All right, we're starting now. Yo, good morning. Thank you guys for coming by, man. Hit the like button. Let's get it today. See, the thing is, this if it's done by then, it's not that bad.
Anything before we proceed?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Let's get
Okay,
it.
if we can have our witness back.
Let me lower my volume a little bit. Is it better when my volume's a little bit lower if I'm talking? I'm not going to over talk much, but when it's like nothing really going on, I think it's
And you may bring the jury.
a little bit lower is better, right? They haven't brought her back on. The one with the machine on her face? They got the regular stenographer there. Oh, not her. Ah. 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 Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, it's gonna get better, I promise. Like, bitch, you never seen this trial. How would you know? Shell, that's so true. The people act like this isn't a brand new trial. They never seen this trial before. It's gonna get better, I promise. Like, bitch, have you ever seen the trial? This trial? How would you know? Yeah, who knows? It could get worse. So let me tell you, I watched the first episode of that HBO documentary last night. Southern Country South or some shit like that. And it was really good on HBO Max. It was really good. It's amazing.
Good morning. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Day number 6. Has anyone attempted to contact you or talk with you
Yes.
in any way? Okay. Very good. Cross-examination begins. Mr. Harpootlian.
Please, court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Diggs, good morning, Hoax, Neighborhood, good morning, Jasmine. Or mine, Jasmine, Carly, Susan, Besitos, Natalie Elfig, Mama Tuman.
Indulge in one moment. I want to make sure I have the right stack of stuff.
We already have the sex spots coming in, okay. Coming in hot. Rise and shine. Alana, Tiffany. Yo, give me an hour, watch how the energy drops. Be like this, like.
Good morning. Get organized here.
Well, I appreciate you watching me, even if you're watching them. I appreciate that. Thank you. There's a lot of places you guys can watch.
Morley, do you have a rank,
I'm a senior criminalist.
but not lieutenant or captain or
No.
senior?
Criminalist.
And what is a criminalist? Criminalist.
I'm in the lab, basically.
I'm sorry,
I'm based in the lab, the forensic lab.
but you went out to this crime scene.
I did, yes.
Do you normally go out to crime scenes?
At that time, yes, I was a special agent.
You were what?
I was a special agent at the time that I worked this, yes.
Okay. And a special agent is, what's so special about a
Oh!
special agent?
That's what SLED agents are referred to as.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence one moment.
SLED. Everybody's SLED. SLED agent. What's that, flask? Oh, that glass.
talk a little bit about what you did on this case, and I'm going to try not to repeat a lot of the testimony from our scintillating Friday afternoon together. When did you first go to the scene?
I responded as soon as I got the phone call at 10:33 p.m. I got on the road from my house within 30 minutes and arrived on scene at 12:07 a.m.
12:07 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you got there, the Carlton County Sheriff's Department, were they supposed to process the scene?
No,
What they were supposed to do?
secure it.
Secure it so nobody could walk over things and nobody could in any way disturb trace evidence, forensic evidence. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you got there, did you determine they had done more than just secure the scene?
They had marked some evidence that they had found before we got there.
And you also found, for instance, that we've shown you videos that they actually, some of them, or at least one of them, if not two of them, walked into the feed room where Paul was killed, correct?
Someone did to place a marker 1 in this.
I'm sorry?
Someone had walked in there to place marker 1.
And matter of fact, when you did your footwear impression examination, you found that there was a bloody footprint caused by one of the officers, isn't that right?
Ooh.
After we had started processing the scene, yes.
Yes, but I mean, one of the bloody footprints in that
Ooh.
feed was not Paul, not the perpetrator. It was a police officer,
Yes.
probably a Carlton County police officer.
I don't know that for sure.
Who else could it be?
It could have been one of us from
One of
SLED.
yours?
I don't think
Or-
it was mine, but
Was it
could have
yours?
been
Yeah.
from SLED. I don't know.
It could have been SLED, could have been Carlton County, could have been the coroner.
Yeah, sure.
But, I mean, and in your business, there are rules about who should be walking through crime scenes, right?
Yeah. Preferably as few people as possible. If you don't need to be in there, then you shouldn't be in there.
And when they, went around and pulled the sheet up, they were walking in an area where most likely the perpetrator had walked, correct?
Possibly, yes.
I mean, that's right outside the feed room.
Right.
And those shell casings that were near, or some of them were near, some of them were further away from Maggie's body, walking in the dark, increases the probability that some trace evidence has been disturbed or destroyed.
That's probably why they went ahead and marked evidence before we got there, because they found it and went ahead and marked it so that it wouldn't be disturbed.
But couldn't they just stood back and said, there's shell casings in there, so when you got there, you would have been, maybe you would have even waited till the next morning when you had some light, right?
No, we would have started like we did as soon as we got on scene.
Okay. Well, you did some measurements,
Yes.
and those measurements are recorded on a sketch you did,
Yes.
not to scale,
Right.
and make sure. Okay, that's my stuff.
Good morning. Welcome, everybody.
That's my stuff.
You help me out with the likes, please. Thank you. Good morning, Twitch, Facebook.
Oh, okay. These are all the exhibits, state and defense? Where are the state exhibits? Okay. Okay, so let's look at I'm not looking for pictures, I'm just looking for documents. Wait. No. Maybe they didn't put them in. Let me ask.
You guys have breakfast yet? What you eating for breakfast? What are you drinking? What are you eating? Nothing. I'm looking for breakfast right now. So that documentary was really good, man. I was impressed. I'll probably watch the rest tonight. One episode, not the whole thing, because I gotta get sleep. And they go into the whole boating accident, which honestly is really, really interesting. The whole boating accident with Alex's child, Paul. The drama behind it. They had footage, video footage. It was really interesting because they were like really drunk. Paul was kind of like a wild child, and he was driving that boat. And the other guy, I forgot his name.
Mr. Harpootlian,
Anthony?
do you need more time before proceeding?
Oh, look.
Or do you need more time?
Oh,
No, sir, I'm
oh,
ready.
oh.
Let me see if she can identify this.
That judge ain't playing. He's trying to move this shit. We got 3 weeks.
Tell me what that is, please.
This is my final crime scene diagram.
Okay, and you did it.
I did.
You can identify it.
Yes.
Your Honor, we would offer this document into evidence, please.
Café Bustelo.
It's her crime scene.
What number would that be for the defense?
4.
Any objection? Submitted without objection.
Okay, so can you put Worley number 1 up, please? Okay, and you can see that on your screen?
Yes, sir.
And that is what I just showed you, right?
Yes, sir.
And what's important to note at the outset is this is not to scale, correct?
We never do our diagrams to scale, no.
Okay, but it does tell us some things.
Yes.
You found a projectile that went through the doghouse,
That's right.
and you found a projectile that went through the small animal cage.
We didn't locate that projectile, but one did go
But
through.
you had an entrance and exit wound.
Yes. Yes, that's right.
And now these yellow items over here near Maggie's body, those represent blackout ejected shells.
Yes, those are the evidence markers marking 300 blackout.
Okay, and did you take measurements of where those were compared to anything else? And for instance, we see a 23.9 between this post and that post. Did you do anything like that for the projectiles?
I don't believe I did the doghouse because it was inside the bedding of the doghouse.
I'm sorry, what now?
We didn't measure the projectile that was in the dog bed.
No, I'm talking about these yellow.
Yes.
Okay, did you measure where they were?
Yes, we did.
And there are measurements somewhere?
I believe on the second page of
Pardon me?
the second page of my diagram should be the measurements.
Let me go to page 2. Do you have your report with you?
I do.
Do you have that page 2? I want to make sure I'm referring to the right one. Page 2 of 8, right?
Yes.
Okay, and when it says you've measured them RP1, RP2, what does that mean?
That's reference point. So this corner of the feed room was reference point 1, this column was reference point 2, and this column was reference point 3.
Okay, can you find page 2 for me, please? Okay, well, I'll come back and show this on the Elmo in a little while. Do we have a copy of it? Not yet. What I'd like to do is, let me give you yours back. And ask you, what I do? Here it is. Is that what we were just looking at?
Yes,
And are these your calculations?
they are.
And this is what you recorded?
Yes.
Any objection?
No.
I'm sorry?
No objection.
No objection, okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer this into evidence. I think it's defense 5.
Submit it.
We'll go back and look at that again in a minute. And so, can I have Roy number 1 up again, please?
Order.
Okay, so you located these shell casings, right?
Right.
You did measurements of how far the small animal cage was from a reference point?
Yes.
And how far did you, what was the reference point for the doghouse?
I'm not sure that I measured the doghouse to a reference point.
You did not measure the doghouse?
I don't think so.
Okay, so let's get a little more. Could you put KNW 1644 up, please? Let me show this to her.
I know they're kind of lost this morning, huh? Or a little bit unorganized.
Can you tell me what this is a photo of?
It's the doghouse.
Well, and but did you make this, or was this done under your supervision?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, we'd offer this into evidence.
No objection.
Number 6.
Submit it.
Now, hold on one second. So to give the jury some sense of, and your sketch, I'm not saying your sketch is bad, it's not to scale though, and to give them some idea of the layout, this is the doghouse,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, that's right.
This is what you call the small animal cage right here,
Right.
and that's off the ground,
It has legs, yes.
legs, right? The doghouse has got like a couple of 2x4s under it, so it's not laying directly on the ground, correct?
Yeah, I think that's right.
And then, if we look over to the right, that would be the door to the feed room where Paul was shot and killed,
That's right.
right?
Yes.
So we're all singing from the same sheet of music here. There's the small animal, I'm calling it quail, but it's not. Is it quail? Quail. They apparently
Quail
got
right there.
quail in there.
Anybody ever ate quail before? You can eat quail,
and then
right?
there's the doghouse, and then there's the door to the feed room. Did you do any measurements, or can you give us any, if you're standing at the quail pen right over here, and you're looking at a 90-degree angle, that is out in front of you, am I right on that 90 degrees?
Okay.
Are you looking at the door to the feed room, or is it to the right or to the left? Well, let me ask you this. Did you take any measurements?
Not directly from the cage to the door, no.
Can you tell me what is it, a 10 degree this way, 10 degree that way? I mean,
I'd have to look at the photographs. If any of the photographs show from the door to that animal cage or the animal cage to the door, I could see if it was at an angle or not, but
you didn't take any measurements when you were on, when were you on the scene doing these measurements?
my initial measurements were the night of the incident, and then that picture was taken July 16th when we went back to take additional measurements.
And it was after July 16th you generated the sketch we saw a moment ago.
No, I think I did this before we went back to the scene on the 16th.
So nothing changed in your sketch?
No,
And to your knowledge, you never took any sort of directional examination of the reference points, for instance, the dog pen and the door to the feed room, or from the quail cage to the door of the feed room, correct?
that's right.
Okay, now, do you know what, hold on one second. Do we have Pharaoh? Do we have Pharaoh? No? Yes, okay. What's Pharaoh? Tell the jury what Pharaoh is.
The Faro is a 3D laser scanner that we use to document scenes.
Okay,
It takes
did you use a Pharaoh scanner on this scene?
on the July 16th we did. We couldn't the night of the incident because it was raining.
So tell us how one scans for a Pharaoh, and by the way, is the end result of that Pharaoh process a three-dimensional view of the scene?
Yes, that's right.
And so that you can manipulate it, turn it, examine it in any direction you want, correct?
Yes,
And you had that done in this case.
yes.
I did not hear the Attorney General ask you about it in your direct. Was it brought here to the courtroom?
I believe it's here, yes.
It's here. Okay, well, I have a copy of what you furnished to us. Any objection to this coming into evidence?
No objection.
All right, could you play that for me? Wait 1 second. Does Pharaoh stand for something, or is it a brand name like Coca-Cola or Xerox or?
It's a brand name. I think it does stand for something. I'm not sure what. We just always call
But
it
it's a
Faro.
brand. When somebody says Pharaoh, it's not, there's a specific commercial product called Pharaoh that law enforcement uses, and other folks use too, right?
Yes.
Okay, how about play that for me, and I may stop it from time to time.
Your Honor, I believe a juror raised his hand, Your Honor.
Oh, the juror is in?
Yes, for that box to be moved to another location so I can see that.
Oh, they can't see it.
Apologize.
So what are they doing?
Okay, start it and then stop it. Go ahead. Now stop it briefly. Is this a drone video
No, it's created by the Faro software.
created by Pharaoh software? Okay,
Right.
go ahead. Stop it again. That would be, right down here, that would be the dog, house, right?
Right.
Okay, keep going. Okay, stop right there. Now, we're seeing the inside of, what is this room called?
I refer to it as a workshop.
Work, okay. And the bullet that went into the quail cage, went through the quail cage and came out this wall, right?
That's right.
Okay, go ahead. Again, stop it 1 second. Make sure I look this straight on. And the quality of this isn't very good. Why is that?
I'm not really sure.
But I mean, isn't there a final product you get from this?
I'm not sure if there's something more final than I don't do the rendering of the software, so I'm not sure if there's
Okay.
something more than that.
Keep going. Okay, stop. That's the quail cage right over here, correct?
That's right.
Right here. Okay, go ahead. That would be the doghouse.
Yes.
Okay, let's keep going.
I really wish they would show us even this stuff. I mean,
Stop it, please. Now, the bullet hole into the doghouse is on the side facing this greenery, or is it on this side over here?
It's on the other side.
On the other side. So there's a bullet hole that comes in here on this side.
Right, the kennel side, yes.
The what now?
The side that the kennels are on.
No, the kennel's back this way, right?
Yeah, but it's on that, if you're looking at the front of the doghouse. on
Okay,
the
right. So it's coming in here,
Yes.
and where's it exiting?
It goes into the doghouse and there was a dog bed in the doghouse. It goes in there.
Okay, keep going.
Let me ask you guys something. For the people that have been following this.
Up. Stop right there. Go back just a little bit. Okay, go ahead. So as we watch it come around, you would agree with me that the doghouse is not perpendicular to, stop it, to the door to the feed room, correct?
Right.
Okay, keep going.
Is this the doghouse here that or is it this? This is a dog.
And that would be, stop it, that would be the feed room right here, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And these are the dog kennels up here.
Right.
Okay, keep going. And so you can see, that's like a chicken coop right there?
I believe so.
Okay, keep going.
Who's the Murdaugh experts or the Murdaugh? It's pronounced Murdaugh. Alec Murdaugh. I see some people calling him Alec too. Alec.
And that's looking at a
It sucks.
structure that's
I wish they had somebody, some sort of media
probably
person.
150, 200 feet away from
At
the
least-
kennels, right?
Yes.
It's got farm equipment in it.
Yes.
Okay. So maybe this is the thing right here, like this little. Maybe we can get somebody. Oh, you know what? There's another picture here
Okay.
that Elsa sent me.
That's it. So we have, and you could take this and convert it into, well, let me ask you this. Do you know how they do this?
On scene, we take scans with the scanner. Anything the laser touches, it records. Beyond that,
Well, there's a laser touch, and then isn't there a camera that goes 360 degrees this way and 360 degrees this way, and the laser and the camera sync up, and you do a number of them,
yes,
maybe 100 or so,
Not-
and then it knits it together
that's right.
to get this.
Yes.
But you agree with me that you could do a much more focused look.
What the?
This obviously has not been converted
Murder.
totally to 3D, has it?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Who ordered this? Who said we need this?
I'm not really sure. I was told to go to the scene and additional documentation, and that's what we did. So I'm not sure.
So, I mean, if I told you your chain of custody on this indicates it was, y'all received it sometime in July or August of last year, and it's been in the custody of SWED since early January, probably 3 weeks ago. Is that correct?
I'm not sure when it was made, but
But it wasn't turned over or pulled out of the evidence locker until 3 weeks ago, correct?
I'm really not sure.
Okay. Now, let me ask you to look at that report of the sketches, right?
I wonder how many dogs they had.
Well, let me do this first.
Okay, we get it. The advertising. Jesus Christ. Rise and shine. Good morning,
Let me
Flossie.
ask you.
Oh, and I got some information for the people that have been following the Maricela Botello stuff. got some dates. So this will be over by the time the Maricela stuff starts, but they are doing a hearing today.
I'm sorry, the multiple copies.
I don't know. We could tune in at some point to hear a little bit of the hearing, but the actual trial doesn't start till like March. So, and that trial we're definitely gonna do too.
Examine
I don't care how many people we got viewing.
these
I don't
photos and see
care.
if you can identify them.
So remind me to tell you guys some of the dates
Okay.
for the Maricela thing, okay?
What are they?
Those are photographs that we took when we returned on July 16th.
And these are specifically photographs of the doghouse.
Yes.
And I'll get to these in just a minute. So this would be 7,
I can look it up too. Let me see. Murdaugh.
8, 9, and 10.
Buster.
Make sure I don't put duplicates in.
Oh, I got some pictures for you guys. Dog kennel. So it is that long silver thing. Let me show you this.
Let me also show you this photograph and see if you can identify it.
Because they ain't showing us nothing. They ain't showing us shit. We gotta just imagine. Close your eyes and
Yes.
just imagine.
What is that?
It's a picture when we were trying to determine the angle of that defect in the doghouse.
The defect would be the bullet hole.
Yes, sir.
Offer this into evidence as number 11 without objection. 11? Right? Okay.
So it's one of the dog kennels right there. Daily Mail. So it is that silver long thing. I'm assuming. So I think it's this thing right here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you go to the
Thank-
jury room for a break.
Already?
Please do not discuss the case.
I wonder if the judge is like frustrated because he feels like maybe there's just too much downtime or something. Like they don't have their stuff ready. Or is it just time for a break? It's really early. It hasn't even been an hour. So I'm thinking that. What do you guys think? Is he frustrated? Judge ain't playing around. And they had the whole weekend. All right, let me see. Paul, Maggie. Okay. There you go. Thank you for the pictures too, Diggs. Okay, let's see.
I'm going to give you all an opportunity to review and pre-mark exhibits, determine what you agree on and do not agree on, and we'll proceed in a few minutes.
Ooh. Okay, so you're giving him time. All right, that's no problem. We'll take a look at some of the pictures, and I'll give you some of the dates upcoming. And so I'm pretty sure that is the dog kennel. Dog kennel. So from this angle, we can't see it, but I think the dog kennel is like right here. Let's see. Let's take a look. Yeah. I think it's the structure right there. But this picture, the bigger picture, was taken from the opposite side. So from this side here. So that's why you can't see it, because the trees are covering it. And so Maggie and Paul's bodies are discovered. But this is here next to the kennels on the family property. Oh, that's the kennels. Is this the small little thing here? Maybe that's the kennels. I don't know, bro. Kennel Gate. Ryan, thanks for the super chat. Says Judge, too much coffee, has to pee. Probably, yeah. All right, I'm getting out of here. KDB, thank you so much for the 22-month membership. Hope you're having a great day. Keep up the great work. I really wonder what the new member icon should be. Kind of tired of the ones that we have. We need some new ones. There's this guy that makes really good emojis. I'm just not sure what kind of thing you should make. I just want something flashy the higher you get. Gotta contact that guy. All right, so real quick. So the dates for the people that are wondering about Maricela Um, so what Debbie's told me is that they haven't posted the dates yet for Lisa and Nina, but Beltran is a pre-trial or announcement on the 3/22/2023. Then the trial is on 3/27/2023 for Charles Beltran. And so I'm assuming since they haven't set dates for Nina or Lisa, I'm guessing that'll be after. So we have plenty of time before that trial. I guess we're not gonna miss out. Um, Today they're doing. Let me see. Let's see. Amber Givens.
Really expensive, but if you're budgeting for PCP, then you know what I'm looking
That was from the other day. She's not live today. That's interesting. I wonder what happened. So they're supposed to be live. I hope they stream the trial. On case Jenny says, iCkEdMeL, the judge's son, what? Died of a heart attack at the age of 40 last week, so he's not in the best mood. Oh, I haven't heard of that. Wow. That sucks. And he just has to work. Huh? He don't have a choice, really. A Mel leg. At 40. What the heck? What the? That's young for a heart attack. Prisma, Mel sending you a pic. Okay. Where? Oh, you know what this? Let's see this picture. Dog kennels. Storage room. Yeah, so this has to be. I'm thinking the dog kennels in the storage room. One of these pictures. I honestly really don't know. I'm trying to look at these pictures to see. Well, somebody sent me a video. Okay, let's see what this is. Aerial drone footage. The Murdaughs. They say warning graphic, but there's nothing graphic. They ain't showing nothing. What's the warning for? Maybe mute it in case I want to get dinged. Hampton. So I was watching this license for licensed broadcast. What does that mean? What are they trying to do? They're trying to. Oh, this footage is copyrighted. For licensing, please contact. Let me not even mess with this guy on some bullshit. Let me find another one. See, I'm always thinking about copyright, copy claims, all kinds of shit. Music, licensing, blah, blah, blah. Everybody's trying to get you. Everybody's coming for you. The kennel is the white roof, have I stated many times. Harry, okay. You don't got it by now, iCkEdMeL? Okay, the white roof. They all got white. There's like 3 white roofs. It's the white roof. Here. Okay. We're here and we're here. Here and we're Good morning. All right, guys, hit like. All that good stuff that gets the stream up. Let's get the numbers up. If we have a good week this week. At the end of the red roof. Okay, let's see. Oh, are you talking about this one? So I think from the beginning we were talking about it's covered by the trees right here, right? On this side? By the trees or by these vehicles up here? All right, so there's like this green stuff, man, and this is like supposed to purify your body and stuff. It's called green tonic, and it just cleans your body out, man, and it causes like all this stuff, all the toxins and chemicals and GMOs. It's all right. It's all right. It tastes very green. By the trees. Okay, thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Okay, so we got clarification. So it's this one right here. That's the dog kennels. I'm sorry about that. Bear with me. So this right here. Right there. All right. Thank you, Heather, so much. Oh, and Heather, I saw your email. Was it email? I don't even remember if it was it was email. And I do you have Discord? I'll email you back. I'll see if I can. Yeah, I see your email. Can you download Discord?
Do y'all want to introduce any exhibits without objections?
I think all except one of the, no objection.
No objections, Your Honor.
What are the exhibit numbers?
So you're going to give us
Okay.
1 minute, she's still marking.
Check. Oh, thank you. Okay. Let's see. Oh, gotcha. Did you do this yourself? Let's see if I can. Save. Email. And strawberries, supposedly they have the most chemicals too, like the most. Detox equals poop. I know. So I got a picture that was sent to me that explains some of the area.
The jury is present.
Thank you.
True crime conspiracy. If you have Discord, DM me there. But if not, if you could email me at iCkEdMeL@gmail.com. And poor Judge, I didn't know he went through that. Somebody said that his son passed away last week, heart attack, at 40. Kind of scary, man. like egg and pieces of salmon in there. But God.
Exhibit numbers.
9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28.
They're all admitted without objection.
So, you took measurements, for instance, let me show you the picture I want to show you to begin with, which is of the quail cage.
Are they playing bingo? Canada, nice, amazing.
Well, let me
Ryan, heart attack at 40?
first of all show you exhibit number 20, which is Worley, page 7, if you could put that up on the screen. You recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
It's one of the diagrams that I created,
And what's it a diagram of?
that quail cage.
Okay. Now, you did that sketch, and that sketch shows, so it says, defect interior side of cage, defect interior sidewall of cage, and defect interior back wall of cage, right?
Right,
So you have an entrance and an exit hole, correct?
that's right.
Now, what did you do to try to determine the trajectory on that? Where did it come from?
We placed a flight path rod through defect J all the way through to where it went through the back wall of the cage.
Okay, and let me see, I know I have a picture of that here somewhere. Is that a picture of that rod?
It's one of the many pictures, yes.
No, but I mean, does that
It's-
picture accurately depict the rod you put through, but from the exterior to the interior?
Yes.
Okay. How about put that up, please? It would be
That's a little something, I guess.
2019.
Barely.
Yes. So you're telling the jury that this is a rod that you ran from from the entrance hole to the exit hole, and what are you doing right here?
That's where we're determining the angle.
Upward or downward angle?
That's right.
Okay, now let's talk about how you determined the angle of front to back. I don't know what you call that scientifically. I mean, did you determine the angle of that rod as to the exterior wall of that?
Yes.
Okay. And based on the exhibit we saw a moment ago, the entrance wound would have been on the
Check out what Teabag did.
Worley, page 7. The entrance would have been on this side, correct?
Yes.
Now, the feed room, you would agree with me, is not on that side of the quail cage, correct?
That's right.
Matter of fact, this side faces the feed room, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now, did you determine, and I can walk through all the technical things you did, but did you ultimately determine the angle, you can check your notes, the angle of the entrance hole over here to that side.
Wonder what it would look like
That
blonde
is-
hair.
What is that horizontal? Am I talking horizontal?
Yes.
Okay, the horizontal
Merch.
entrance and exit wound, if you put that rod through it, what did it tell you about the angle as opposed to that flat area?
We determined it was approximately 41 degrees.
41 degrees, and if I'm standing at that edge, is it 41 degrees to my right or my left?
I believe to the right. I'm not sure though.
Can you look and see?
I don't have that in my notes.
Okay, let me show you a picture. It's worth 1,000 words. Just help refresh your memory.
Yes.
And so, could you put KNWL 2019 up, please? Okay, and what you did was, correct me if I'm wrong, you put that rod through, and then you put a protractor up against it, and then the protractor told you it was 41 degrees from flat, or, I don't know.
From the where the bullet went in the wall, from that flat edge to where the angle is was 41 degrees.
Okay, and let me show you KNWL 2007. Ask you a question as soon as it comes up.
Thank you, Elsa. The super chat. Amazing.
You
I
don't
would
strike
wa-
that, I don't need it. Well, that's it, but that depicts.
That'd be funny for
that
merch,
rod
wouldn't
you
it?
put from the exterior through the interior, right?
That's right.
And so as that rod sticks out, it would be the path of the bullet,
Approximately, yes.
approximately, okay? And it's 41 degrees from,
Murdaugh Mel.
Yes.
or, I mean, it'd be, if this were the wall of the wall the bullet went into, it would be, 41 degrees would be over here.
Yes.
Right. So that side, right. Okay, and so, and I see from that picture we showed a moment ago, you used a protractor, just like this one, or maybe similar to this one, to determine that angle, right?
That's right.
And basically you just you take the rod and then you put this up to it and then figure out what the angle is, right?
You line up the middle of the protractor on where the defect is, yes.
Where the bullet hole is.
Right.
Okay. Now,
Thank you,
did you do
Elsa.
the same thing for the dog pen, a dog house?
Yes, we did.
And let me walk you through a couple of those pictures.
We do need merch, man. I'm thinking of going back to Teespring.
Let's go to page 6 of 8 of her report. Is that something you prepared?
It is.
Okay. So as we look at this, could you zoom in just a little bit for me, please?
Oh, you're right. Nancy Grace is this week, right?
And here we go. So defect 1 is the entrance hole.
It's defect I, yes.
I'm sorry?
Defect I.
Okay.
Oh.
And defect H is what?
We weren't sure if it was a defect. It didn't go through the wall, but we marked it.
Did you have anything that went all the way through?
Just I.
Just I. But you also stuck a rod in that, correct?
Yes, we did.
And what was the dog, this side of the doghouse would be the side facing the kennels?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the angle, entrance angle on that? You put a rod through and measured, just like you did before, with a protractor. And what was the angle on that?
The horizontal angle was approximately 84 degrees.
So 84 degrees.
Oh,
Now, the side the bullet went in was facing the dog pens.
Yes,
And as we see from the photos, approximately, I mean, again, it's just guesswork, but not square with the dog pens, a little bit further to, if you're standing in the feed room, if you're looking
There's
at the
Nancy.
dog
Is that Nancy?
house, it would be a little
There's
bit
Nancy
to
right there.
your left, correct?
that's right.
And then this trajectory into
Nancy.
the doghouse is 84 degrees, which means it's coming, if that's the feed room, it's coming from even further over here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So let me have you do this for me. If I had a sketch, your sketch of the doghouse and the
that's Nancy, right?
quail
Oh, shit.
cage, you could take that protractor right there and basically show the line out, correct?
From the quail cage to the doghouse?
No, from the quail cage, the trajectory, if I put down that protractor on the side where the bullet went in, that's pretty easy to identify in your sketch,
Right.
and went to, what was the first one, how many degrees? I'm sorry, I can't remember it either.
Was 41 degrees. 41 degrees.
41 degrees on your sketch. You could follow the trajectory of that bullet out, correct?
Yes.
Do the same thing on the doghouse.
Right.
Okay. Wait 1 second.
That's Nancy. I heard she did some podcasts too. On one of the days, if we have nothing to do at lunchtime, we can listen to what she had to say. I don't know how Nancy's gonna last though, because she's so energetic, volatile, combustive. I don't know how she's gonna. She already looks like she's falling asleep. Look at her. Nancy's too high, like energy, too high strung to be just sitting there, like just.
So, how about show that real quick?
She's taking notes. She got a little notepad though. She would do, if she did commentary live streaming. Oh, that would be a hit. She should do commentary.
Follow up on what we previously put into evidence?
Yes.
How about do me a favor and keep track of what the
That's
exhibit
nice that
angles
she's
are?
there, though. That's
I'll
cool.
never remember when you get down here.
Yeah, she was a
So-
lawyer. I might. I don't. It would be cool. I'm going to CrimeCon. If
Step
she's
down.
there, maybe I can meet her.
Let's get this oriented correctly. Is the doghouse on this? Okay, I'm disoriented. I'm looking at it upside down. Okay, so if you, does protractor work for you? It's got a little thing that allows you to. Okay, if you take it and let's go from the quail. Oh, here it is, small animal cage. And the projectile came in on this side over here, correct?
Icky
Okay,
Murdaugh.
So if you'll come over here for me, please. And put the projector, put the protractor against the, there you go. And how many degrees did that go?
41 degrees.
Okay, could you put that on 41 degrees?
$41.
Okay, and could you take that line out for me, please? Is there a way for you to draw that? This is a pretty fine point Sharpie.
I feel like we need to get that image. I really want to do this. Let's see, something simpler. Let's see.
Okay, I'm gonna hold this down if you'll draw that line for me, please.
They fixed Teespring. Is it better now?
Okay, and And let's go to the dog house. What was the degrees on that?
Count
84.
disabled.
Okay, 84 degrees. Okay, and how about draw a line for that for me, please, from the side of the doghouse? That's okay. And I can get perfect. Okay. Now, I'll take that easel now. Okay. If you just step over there for a second. Oh. Just put that up there. Now, is that steady? Yeah. Okay. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you look at the photographs and you look at, well, you look at this, the feed room door is approximately right here, correct?
That's right.
Would you circle that with a red circle for me, please? Okay. And the trajectory on both these shots, so let's take the small animal cage. Did that come from anywhere near the feed room?
Doesn't appear to have, no.
It would have been up, if you follow that out. Are you familiar with where that grapevine was? If you're looking at the feed room all the way to the right?
Here somewhere?
Well, it was, I think, a little bit further up than that, but even maybe beyond that. One of the shots fired by that AR, blackout, was fired from somewhere way up here, correct? I mean, that's the trajectory.
Doesn't mean, I can't tell you the distance it was from the animal cage to wherever. I can't tell you where the shooter was within that line.
But that line is way away from the right?
Right.
And this one, while it's closer, it's still many feet away from the feed door.
Yes.
So as you saw this area right here that night, you assumed, I think not assumed, but everyone sort of concluded that it was a relatively close shot into the feed room that killed Paul, correct? 2 shots.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Now the AR, at least this line would indicate the AR was some distance away from the feed room when those 2 shots were fired, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now you recovered these projectiles. Were they tested for blood or tissue so that you could determine whether they passed through Maggie or just were misses?
I submitted as a to the lab.
You don't know whether they tested them or not. If I told you they didn't test them, would that surprise you?
No.
Okay. Now, does this lead you to believe, and you're someone that processes crime scenes, I mean, if this had been sketched out the night of the I mean, you didn't take these measurements till a month later.
I took these measurements on scene the night of.
Oh, so you had these measurements?
Right.
But did you know the degrees?
No, that I didn't know.
Until July 12th. But on July 12th, did anyone go back out and walk this line to see if maybe there's shell casings way up here? No one looked up there, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and no one did a topographical study to indicate, if you follow these lines back, whether wherever a shooter could have been were higher or lower than the doghouse or the small animal cage, right?
Right.
But doesn't this indicate to you there were 2 shooters? There was a shooter up here and a shooter down here. Is it a well, let me say this. Is it a possibility that there are 2 shooters based on the data you collected?
It just indicated there was movement to me.
Movement from here all the way up to here?
I don't know that it went all the way up there.
But is it, I'm not telling you, I mean, one explanation would be movement, correct? One explanation would be 2 shooters. I'm sorry?
I
Yes?
wasn't there when it
No. But one explanation of this data would be 2 shooters. One explanation, not the, but one.
not the only one.
Yeah, not the only one, but it is a reasonable explanation, just like one shooter running up that way, correct?
Sure.
So one of the reasonable explanations is there are 2 people there, there are 2 guns there, one's a shotgun, one's an AR, and we now see that that AR is being shot from way up here, correct?
I can't see that, no. It's somewhere along that line.
And that line goes a dozen, 2 dozen, 3 dozen yards from the feed room, if you follow it straight up.
I don't know where they were within that line.
Could someone have been a lookout there? They went there to kill Paul, and that's the lookout. Maggie surprised them. They thought she was gone.
I have no idea.
Reasonable though, right? Right?
I have no idea. I wasn't there.
I know you weren't there, but none of us were there. We're trying to figure out what happened that night. And clearly, one reasonable explanation is 2 shooters. One explanation.
One.
Right, and a number of them.
Her facial expression.
Like
He's
offer
trying
this
to-
evidence.
If you watch that documentary, it's kind of interesting. I mean, the whole shotgun
I'm sorry. Your Honor, I'm offering this into evidence.
and assault
Says
rifle. Why would one person use 2 weapons? Either to give the illusion there's 2 people or there was 2 people. What we got? Sled expert. Been on for 3-4 days. Not really. But. She's an expert in footwear and tire examination. Yeah, Paul upset. Some people were pretty upset that he killed that girl and kind of like walked right out of court. I forgot the whole situation. They gave him like a bond, but he didn't really get. I think they took like a mugshot in the court hallway, and he just walked right out. And people were like, "That's what you get when you have money," because these people have generational influence in that area in South Carolina. I forgot what they call it. They were like district attorneys, but they call it, I think, solicitors. I mean, it goes back to like, I forgot how far back, like 1920s, 1940s. They got a lot of pull with law enforcement, with like everybody out there. Everybody knows them.
Shot.
You got money, influence. HBO documentary,
You testified it was
South something.
80-something degrees, right?
84 degrees.
It's not 90-something degrees?
I had 84.
Got her. Alex Murdaugh. Alec. It's called Low Country. The Murdaugh Dynasty. It's really good. I'm telling you, it's really good. Solicitor, right? Them boys got power, man. You want to see how people with money and influence and power and generational shit, 100 years, right, Grumpy? Them boys make moves. They're above the law. They're above everybody. They make people disappear, allegedly. And when they kill that girl, those people were more
Let me show
concerned
you Defense exhibits
about covering Paul's
19 and 22. Are these the actual protractor measurements you did that?
Of the animal cage.
Okay, both of them are of the animal cage?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do the same measurements?
It's good. I'm telling you, it's really good. Gonna watch the second episode tonight. Trying to learn a little bit about the case as we go.
On the doghouse?
Yes.
What does that indicate?
You mean, what is this?
No, what is the angle based on that?
Can't really. 80-something.
Okay. You have in your notes, let me see what you have in your notes you recorded it. And that's, where's your full report?
This is all the notes.
Yeah, I'm looking for the sketch though. Okay, where's the doghouse? What does the horizontal 96 degrees mean?
Not sure why that says 96.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure why it says 96 if I had 84.
In your crime scene notes?
That's right.
But you wrote down, your official report said 96 degrees.
My note said 84 degrees.
Well, did you just... Notes were taken at the scene?
Yes.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence.
I'm still trying to see like where he's going, like what he's trying to do. I know he's trying to like, I guess, poke holes or discrepancies, but he's just kind of like
Let me say this to you.
wasting time. too.
Based on your calculations, both of those shots came well to the right, if you're facing the feed room, well to the right of where the feed room is, correct?
Thereabouts.
I'm sorry?
Thereabouts, yes.
Thereabouts?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
So I'm trying to look for some concise, you're a criminalist. You would agree with me that they did not come from the feed room, or the
Right.
vicinity of the feed room, and they're literally yards away from the feed room, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not going to beat that, of course, anymore. So let's talk a little bit about footprints, okay?
Okay.
So I noticed in your report, correct me if I'm wrong, that you were unable to identify, either exclude or include, a number of different footprints in and around the feed room, bloody footprints, and other footprints, because of the quality of the photography. Is that correct?
I was able to attribute them to Paul's shoes.
I'm sorry.
I was able to attribute them to Paul's shoes, though.
Well, we'll talk about Paul's shoes in just a minute. But when you, what's the process to take a photograph of footwear or imprint that's recognized by a number of different agencies, including the FBI? What's that process?
Place a scale, and preferably an L scale, around the impression and document it with the camera parallel to the surface so you get a straight-on shot. Put the camera in RAW settings so you capture all the data with that photograph.
So let me ask you, so the process is, first of all, you take a general photograph of the impression, right? It's
Yes.
Doesn't matter what angle, doesn't matter what the lighting is at that point, correct?
If you're just documenting
You're just
that it's there.
documenting. But when you go to take a photograph of a footprint for forensic analysis later on, to compare it to a known shoe,
You see somebody sleeping?
you're supposed to do a couple things. One, you're supposed to have good lighting if you can get it, right?
Preferably.
Two, you're supposed to put a scale down next to it so that later on you can, because you need to understand how big or how small the foot is and the distance between the treads. So the scale's a little, like a little ruler, just a piece of a ruler that you put down next to it to get some idea what an inch looks like, what 2 inches look like. And that's really important, is it not?
It is, to make sure it's to scale.
Okay. And then you're supposed to do a photograph straight down on it with good lighting, so that you can you understand what you're seeing is a straight on impression, correct?
That's right.
Now, was that done on any of the impressions that y'all analyzed?
No, we didn't recognize on scene
I'm sorry?
We didn't recognize on scene that there was footwear.
You didn't recognize on scene there was what?
Footwear impressions in the room.
Do it on the
Well,
right's
that
nodding
brings up
off.
another topic. There was what appeared to may have been a footwear impression on Maggie's calf, correct?
I couldn't say that that was a footwear impression, just an impression,
Well, there was something on her leg that could have been a footwear impression, correct?
possibly.
Possibly. And again, they didn't put a scale, they didn't do any of this procedure, correct?
That's right.
And it was in dirt,
Yes,
so, or mud, one. And so, once her body was removed from the scene, that examination could never be done, correct?
that's right.
Matter of fact, none of the impressions could be examined after the next day at best, correct?
Not physically,
Right. I mean, we couldn't go back out and take new photographs.
right.
That's
So the
it.
procedures followed were not the procedures recommended by every agency and in your agency, correct?
If I had realized that was footwear on scene, I would have documented it properly, yes.
Okay. But since it wasn't documented properly, we can't include or exclude, except for Paul's, correct?
That's right.
Now, are you a certified footwear examiner?
Yes.
By who?
Well, within SLED, yes.
I'm sorry?
Within SLED.
Within SLED, but you not peer reviewed or?
Oh, yes, I am peer reviewed.
By somebody at SLED?
Yes.
Okay. And your analysis is that one set of those footwear impressions is Paul facing the back of the feed room, right?
Right,
And yet we know, and they're bloody, so he's already been shot.
right,
And we know the initial shot came buckshot, very small pattern, in his chest and came out underneath his left arm. Matter of fact, there was wadding under his left arm, and buckshot went through the back window and embedded in the windowsill. You documented that, right?
right.
And then I think some of it embedded in a tree back behind that window, correct?
I think, yes.
And he's facing backwards, bloody footprints. Has anyone discussed with you how he got faced away from where he was shot?
No?
Were the footprints smudged as if he was turning?
And there was blood dripping. He was stepping in the blood and leaving his own footwear impressions in the blood. I don't know that it was smeared necessarily.
Well, we also know that a second shot, literally his head exploded, his brain flew out. We know there's hair and blood all over that door up high. There's actually hair and blood and pieces of his skull in the ceiling and around him.
Yeah, we get it.
Assuming the first shot would not have been immediately fatal because it didn't hit any critical organs, he would have been alive for some period of time after that shotgun blast to the chest. But the second shot, as you've seen in the pictures, and you were there that night, wasn't his brain laying at his feet?
It was beside his left leg, yes.
I'm sorry.
Damn.
It was beside his left leg, yes.
Yeah. And his feet are just, one of them is just inside the feed room and the other's not.
Yes,
And he's face down.
right.
So you can't explain how he got shot in the front when he's at some point soon thereafter is facing backwards.
I can't say which way he was facing when he was actually shot. The second shot, he was right there at the door. I can tell you that.
So he got from facing the back door after he was shot, I mean the back window, to facing forward for the second shot. Is that right?
Right.
Has anyone from SLED briefed you on after you identified those footprints?
No,
They didn't ask for any explanation?
not for me, no.
Okay, and you would agree that because of the way the scene was processed, that most of the footprints you were unable to do any comparison to because of the way the pictures were?
No, I was able to do a comparison and they were mostly Paul's shoes.
Other than those two?
There was one right inside the door. There was one further to the left where the door was. Then there were at least two by marker one.
And correct me if I'm wrong, at least one of those bloody footprints initially identified as Paul's turned out to be a police officer's, isn't that correct?
It wasn't initially identified as Paul's, no.
But there was a bloody footprint near his that turned out to be law enforcement, correct?
Yes,
In the feed room,
right.
in blood. Is that preservation of the scene that your standards require?
Not exactly, no.
Not exactly. Should the police be walking through the scene?
No.
Do we know what other evidence they may have destroyed?
I have no idea.
That's right, we don't. Now, have you seen this photograph before? Can you identify it?
It's not one that we took.
But does it appear to be in the area you've been describing?
Close, yes. It's in the feed room.
So you don't know whose feet those are?
No.
Okay.
Sled.
Did you check other foot impressions in the feed room and exclude Paul?
No.
There were other bloody footprints or impressions in the feed room. Did you identify them as Paul's?
I thought I accounted for all the ones that we knew of.
Okay. Now, make sure this is not already in evidence.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What do you guys think? Sharon says hung jury. They're calling this a circumstantial case. That's what they're calling this. Are they all circumstantial? Or no, it depends.
We look at defense exhibit number 2, and we need to cover the screens.
I think they're making some good points. I mean, the other part kind of, they lost me a bit, but I think the footprint thing is they're doing good with that. What else? What else are they doing good with the defense? All they're doing is poking holes, man. Poking holes, bruh. Trying to find any little... He could 100% walk IMO. If you watch that documentary, I'm telling you, it kind of makes you question that these people had so many people that are probably angry at them. They've gotten away with so much shit. Especially when Paul got away. Well, I don't know if he got away, if he was really getting away, but...
So,
with that
we
boat
talked
killing.
about this previously just a moment ago.
A lot of people were upset.
I'm going to put it up here so we can blow it up. Okay, do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
Is that the way you saw Maggie that night?
it is.
Now, how about zoom in on her calf, right there, yep. Now, somebody, even that night we see in notes, thinks that maybe, could be a footwear impression, or it could be something else, correct?
I couldn't determine what kind of impression it was, no.
Okay. But you would agree with me, there is something on the back of her leg that has some sort of pattern in it?
It is, yes.
Okay. Not naturally occurring pattern.
Right.
And this is the only photograph you received that night, or you received ever, of Maggie's calf, correct?
That's not the photo I used at all.
I'm sorry?
That's not the photograph I used at all for my footwear examination.
What photograph did you use?
$420.
420? You got it? Okay, put that one up, and then we'll see if you can identify him. Is that 420?
I mean, is there a website or something that they're putting all this evidence up
Yes.
somewhere that we can see? Or
We'd like to offer photograph 420 into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection, we just asked to see the photo before it's offered.
It's admitted.
Thank you. I don't have it. We'll get it. Do we have a, Holly, we got a hard copy of that? Thank you. We'll get it to you in just a minute. So,
oh shoot.
could you come down here for just a second, please? Yes. How about point to the jury where that impression is on her leg?
This whole area right here.
And it has, if you blow it up, you can see some regular lines as opposed to irregular, right?
Yes.
Which would indicate some, not natural, but when I say unnatural, man-made something caused that, correct?
There's a distinct pattern to it.
Okay. Now, were you able to, why were you not able to get significant definition to compare it to a footwear?
I felt like I had enough definition, I just couldn't attribute it to any type of footwear.
Any type of footwear?
As far as any type of shoe, I wasn't able to attribute it to a specific type of shoe.
Okay, now, and you would agree with me, there's no scale,
Right.
there's no multiple pictures of this from different angles for the purpose of giving you the more definition so you could make a comparison, correct?
There's not.
So this was not done according to procedure.
I mean, I didn't know about this on scene.
Yeah, but as your photographers take pictures, aren't they, I mean, wouldn't it be good just to put down a scale, no matter what?
If I'd seen that, we would have.
But, I mean,
Somebody had.
a lot of these photographs are taken without you present, correct?
No, I was there.
You were there for that photograph.
Yes.
And did you notice the mud on her leg?
No.
But as you look at it now, you agree that a better photograph taken under the procedures of SWED and the FBI and everybody else could have given you a better ability to match it to a piece of footwear, correct?
I don't know that a better photograph would have given me better results. I think I saw enough of it to know I wasn't going to be able to attribute it to a type of footwear.
Without a straight-on shot, without a scale, without all the things recommended.
I couldn't even say it was a footwear impression. I just called it an impression.
But based on that photograph,
Yes.
which is not a photograph done to compare footwear.
Not ideal, no.
Not ideal. It's not. There's no. The standards say that is not within the standards. Correct.
Objection, argumentative.
Can you answer the question?
Go ahead.
Did you understand what the question is?
The question is. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Did you understand the question?
Yes.
What's the answer?
It would be better to take the photograph properly with a scale.
But you would concede this was not taken pursuant. And what you're saying is no one appreciated the fact that it was a footwear or could be a footwear impression that night, so no one treated it like a piece of footwear.
Right.
But we know that same night they didn't treat any suspected footwear according to procedures, correct? No scale, no multiple pictures, no 90-degree, right?
Right.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and take the stand. So, let me see if I can find these pictures. Did you participate in processing Alex's T-shirt, shorts, and shoes?
The T-shirt and shorts, yes.
Okay, and what did you do with that?
As far as the LCV,
Yeah.
we documented the entire process from start to finish, starting with the packaging that the shirt was in. Took the shirt out of the package, photographed it front and back, inside and out, to show how it was before we did anything to it. Then we hung it up and applied the LCV, which is a liquid spray. Any stains that we saw after using the spray, we documented those with photographs without scale, and then we photoed with the scale. Then we laid the shirt flat and photographed each of those stains on the shirt. It was stains A through H on the front and stains I and J on the back. We labeled those A through H, I and J with the scale and photographed each one of them before we did anything else.
Let me show you a couple photographs. Any objection?
No objection.
Can you identify these, please? Doug, 19A, please.
Yes. Yes.
Is that the shirt as you saw it that night?
Not that night, no.
When did you see it?
When we processed it at the lab.
Okay. So you would agree with me that this shirt has, it doesn't look like it just came back from the laundry. It's got smudges down here and generally stains here and there, correct?
Not completely clean,
Yeah, okay, well, that's it. It's not completely clean, correct?
right?
And then I'd offer that into evidence, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
31.
Tell me what this is, please.
After we had sprayed the shirt with LCV, we laid it in a grid to account for where on the shirt each stain was.
And there seems to be something on the bottom that looks like a handprint, does it not?
I didn't see a handprint. That was on the body cam footage where he was wiping his face with the shirt right there.
Offer this into evidence.
Submitted without objection.
Can I have that 19, I'm sorry, let me see what it is. What does it say at the bottom? KNM 3282. Okay, and we agree that you did this with LCV, right? That's what they call a presumptive test. It could be human blood. It could also be animal blood. It also could be detergent.
Objection, Your Honor. Could we ask one question at a time?
I was trying to summary, but I'll do it.
Okay.
Could it be something other than something other than human blood?
It doesn't determine whether it's human or not.
Right.
What do you guys think?
It could be
He's doing good, right?
animal blood.
It's possible.
Could be detergent. Detergent oftentimes.
Not bleach, maybe.
Bleach, okay. What about organic matter like plants?
The only two I know of really is bleach and rust.
Rust?
Right.
Okay. But there are other things that will, and that's why you do a confirmatory test.
Right.
And that's done with hemotrace.
I'm not sure how. I don't do that part. So.
Well, do you know what the results were when they treated it with hemotrace?
I'm not sure. No.
It messed
Never
up
saw
that
the
shirt.
No.
No human blood found? Hey, now, did you test his shorts?
We did the same procedure with the shorts.
And
Yes.
there some presumptive, some indication that it was human blood or something else, correct?
Yes.
Do you know whether they ran a confirmatory test on that?
I'm not. I assume they did. I'm not
Did
sure.
you? Well, but you don't know.
Right.
Do you know did you use LCV on the shorts or did you use something else?
We used LCV.
Okay. Did you do the shoes?
No.
Beg the court's indulgence, one moment, please. Maybe almost.
All right, guys. I missed a little bit of it. My bad. There's some people here. They talking about the shirt, right? They jacked up this shirt. I made a video about this. So this guy, he's doing his job. The defense, he's doing his job. I got a little lost earlier, but he's poking holes. I mean, I don't know. They got that. I think they did mess up with this estate when they tested this shirt beyond recognition. I don't know what the hell they did with the shirt. They mentioned it earlier, right? Some sort of LCD, whatever they did testing. Stacked the shit up. And then the unknown footprint. Well, the footprint, I guess, could have been from somebody there. Right? And they didn't test the shoes? That's true. That's true. Her specialty is shoes, not shirt. True, true, true. They're gonna have to what is it called when they re-exam? Not re-exam. Prosecution gets the last comeback to clean it up. They better come back hard.
Beg the court's indulgence. We're trying to make sure when.
Look at Nancy. I want a screenshot of her like hunched over or like sleeping or like just when we get the moment, let's get a screenshot. Salud. Cross-examination. This is the cross-examination, all right? But they do a rebuttal, right? Rebuttal? Yeah. Redirect. Yeah. Yeah. Cross-examination and redirect. Thank you, Annalise.
Let me put up on the screen, and I'll give you a copy of it.
Lord
If she
Almighty.
can identify it, okay? And I think she can. Go ahead and put it up.
That's what they get the big bucks for.
It's number 217.
They're scrambling. Prosecution scrambling.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Not very bright. Is that a picture that you took?
Okay, good.
Yes.
Okay.
Mace.
Your Honor, we'd offer this picture into evidence.
No objection.
Okay, could you step down here, please?
Poor Nancy. She gonna be like all week? Lord. How's she gonna do it?
So the angle, this is the doghouse. What's the angle on this?
Approximately 84, 83.
Yes. Okay. Just wanted to make sure we all were on singing from the same sheet of music, even though you wrote down 96 in your report, correct?
In my diagram of that, yes.
Right. The official report, the
80.
official.
My official notes say 84 degrees.
But I'm talking about what we got. But I mean, we got your notes also. But in your printed document, you said 96.
On the diagram, yes.
Yes. But it's only 84.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
How many days she gonna be up there? They're grilling her. Sled. I know. When she gets on the podcast, ooh. Oh, Nancy.
So, and again, maybe I need to check you on this, but the angle on
That
this,
80?
but
I didn't know
the
that.
angle
Oops.
from the doghouse, you seem to indicate is going still to the right of the dog.
Nancy falling
kennels.
asleep.
But and let me check it out. Just one second. I'm not sure you got this right.
Dog kennels. And yo, I checked the poll this morning on the community tab. It's still literally 50-50. Almost 4,000 votes. Look at this shit. Story of the channel. This is like the ongoing joke of the channel. Every time I do polls. Not every time, but 50-50
Let's stand for a moment.
to continue the trial. Do full daily coverage or cover other content. 50-50. Amazing. Can you believe that? Taking a break now. Good morning. Right, classic, right? 4,000 people. It's 50-50. Nancy pissed. Church. It's a church. Oh yeah, going back to it. It's like a foot break, leg break. Everybody stay.
Thank you. No further questions.
Oh yes, redirect. Let's get her off. There's supposed to be a forensic person coming on today. Some sort of, forget what.
All right, Agent Burley. Let's see. Right. We saw this big diagram and then some other diagrams that you prepared. What was the purpose of you preparing all these diagrams?
Show for that one where the evidence was in relation to each other, where the victims were in relation to the evidence, where the kennels were and the workshop overhang, measurements, all the other diagrams, the doghouse, animal cage, were to show more measurements of where the bullet defects were.
Would those be done for reconstructive purposes?
That's right.
And was that really done here on this case?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And in this diagram, what? Defense Exhibit 29, we see 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And what were those, what did those indicate?
Those were 300 blackout cartridge cases.
And this is not to scale, is that right?
No, not at all.
So what does that mean if something's not to scale?
It's not like an inch on there is not an inch in real life. It's just an approximation of where everything was in relation to each other.
So it may not correspond to the actual dimensions of things on the scene.
Right.
Getting it up.
Now, are you aware that there was stippling on the victim, Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes.
And what does it mean if there's stippling on a victim?
It's a close gunshot. She was shot close range.
And the defense asked you about some different possibilities here. It's possible that people can move around,
Yes.
and it's also possible that one person could have had 2 guns.
That's right.
Yo, Nancy made a funny ass comment about that with the 2 guns. It was on that show last night. I wonder if we could find it
All
online.
right. Then we talked a lot about footprints. Let's see here.
Somebody emailed me. Screenshot of Nancy. Amazing. Thank you so much. Cuddles Wilt. I love it.
In the feed room, was there a bunch of bloody footprints?
There were.
Other things have kind of gotten disarray over here. If I could have a moment.
It's such a funny picture. I posted it on Twitter. Oh my god, yeah. It's tough, man. So let me do. All right, let's do. I got another poll. I don't even think I've done one poll today. I'm like, I have another poll.
Show you State's Exhibit 35.
Have you ever done jury duty? Go. Let's go.
Are those the bloody footprints in the feed room?
2 of them, yes.
And those were determined to be the footprints of Paul Murdaugh?
Right.
And now, just to be clear, I mean, in this picture, we aren't seeing like 5 sets of other bloody footprints.
No.
So, you talked about some other footprints in the feed room. Could you kind of elaborate on that?
Closer to the door, there was one, and also closer to the door, the actual physical door, there was one, a partial impression.
Okay. And did you determine who those footprints belong to?
Those were consistent with Paul's shoes.
And is it possible that after SLED took some crime scene photos and moved Paul's body, that someone could have come in along later and stepped in?
Your Honor, we.
Objection's overruled.
Is it possible that if there were more prints in there, that those could have been after SLED's pictures were taken?
Speculation.
Objection's overruled.
I suppose so, yes.
And we also talked about footprints in States 194 and 195. Why couldn't you do anything with those footprints?
I was not made aware of those footwear impressions until June 15th, when I saw one of those photographs.
So you didn't take any of these pictures while you were out there at the scene?
No, it was on the other side of the workshop.
And we have no way to know when these footprints occurred?
Right.
74% no? Wow, you never
Now,
did.
the defense showed us a picture of that
Thank you, you made it.
dirt on the back of Maggie Murdaugh's leg. Do we even know if that's a shoe print?
No.
So they don't know if it's a shoe print. Okay. Me too, AZ native. So a lot of people haven't done jury duty. It's such an experience, man. I think a lot of people try to avoid it. I always talk about that case I was on for a month long. James Layritz, not football, baseball player.
Please take a look at State's Exhibit 70 and 71. Could you tell us what those are pictures of?
These are pictures of the front of the ATV that was parked
You threw
near
your
Maggie's
notices
body.
away?
Your Honor, the state removed 70 and 71 into evidence.
Okay.
Admitted without objection.
All right, let this lady go, man. We need somebody else. Please.
So if we look here at Defense Exhibit 9, can you point out where the ATV was there the night of the murders?
That photo was taken on July 16th.
But where were the photos or the ATVs on the night of the ATV on the night of the murders?
Under that overhang behind the doghouse.
This time I'm going to publish, takes Exhibit 70.
I'm gonna recap
Where
this
was
one
Maggie
part.
Murdaugh's body in relation to this ATV?
Would be toward the right of the ATV.
So it was kind of in front of the ATV?
Yeah.
And did you observe any kind of biological matter on that ATV?
Yes.
In State's Exhibit 71, could you kind of point out or describe for the jury where you can see spots of biological matter?
Do you want me to step down?
Your Honor, may she step down?
Uh-oh.
Yes, Your Honor, unless she's going to indicate, appears to be biological matter. Did she test, was it tested?
I have to hear the question before I can hear an objection.
Go ahead.
Agent Forley, if you could please point out for the jury where it would appear to be biological matter or tissue on that ATV.
Object to the question. I object to the response because it was never tested. It appears, and it could be deer blood, it could be a number of different things. This calls for speculation.
Objection is overruled.
He pissed. He
These
pissed.
areas right here.
Oh wait, no,
a
that's
little
in his
there,
favor. All right.
there. I believe there was a little bit on this tire also.
In her favor.
Thank you, Agent Forley.
She's not too happy. Not too happy. What's up, everybody? Welcome. If you can hit the like button, thanks for stopping by. I don't know what's with the bobbing thing. Isn't that like a thing?
That's all for this witness.
Isn't that a? I forgot.
What about
Alzheimer's?
cross-examination?
Parkinson's?
Well, you would concede, I mean, if you saw that, but you not, I mean, it looked like blood?
Yes.
Did you test it for blood?
No.
Gather, swab something so you could take it back to the lab and see if it was Maggie's blood, Paul's blood, deer blood? I mean, they hunt in those ATVs, right?
I have no idea what they do in the.
You don't know if they hunt using ATVs? Really?
Really?
Is
Come
that
on.
one of the things you're aware that's done with those?
I am now, yes.
You Southern, you know. Come on.
But the night you saw that blood, you didn't take a swab of it, or whatever you thought was blood, didn't swab it.
No, it didn't.
And matter of fact, there's a pool of water around Paul. Did anyone ask you to take a sample of that?
No.
Determine whether or not there was human blood in it?
No.
Okay. Now, I'm
That's too
looking
weird,
at
yeah,
your
it creeps me out.
shoe report.
Creepy. Self-soothing? Oh, okay.
You specifically say on a number of these that the photograph is inadequate to do a comparison, right?
I was able to. My result was. It was adequate enough to determine outsole design. I couldn't.
I'm sorry, adequate to do what?
To determine the outsole design of the impression. I wouldn't have been able to identify it.
Okay, on Paul's, the ones you've already said he was facing backwards, did you say that you had partials and at one point you didn't know which way the foot was facing? Did you say that?
I'm not sure.
Did you come to any conclusions about any of the other, I mean, did you match his footwear to any of the other bloody impressions in that feed room?
Yes.
Which ones?
The one by the door, like right in front of the doorway.
What's the number of that?
.105.1.
I'm sorry?
Item 105.1. It's facing the doorway.
It says that the outsole design is consistent with item 103, Paul's shoe. So you also say that the way you got scale was, and some of these were evidence markers, and then you figured out how big the evidence marker was, and that's what you used to get to scale.
The marker and the shot shells at markers 9 and 10 were measured. Yes.
Okay. And that's not the best way to do it, is it?
No.
And in terms of the sketch we had, a pretty crude sketch, but have you ever been asked by SWED or the Attorney General's office to do this trajectory analysis that I asked you to do today?
No, but I don't necessarily do crime scene reconstruction.
Who does?
Not me. Good.
I'm not sure. We don't necessarily do that ourselves. We process crime scenes and document it, but we don't do reconstructions.
But no one has consulted with you about a reconstruction. No one's come from SWED and said, let's go over these angles, or, how did you conduct this, or nobody's asked you.
No.
Have you ever had a conversation with anybody from the Attorney General's office about this?
No, I don't think so.
Did they ever talk to you about the video we showed a little while ago, the process you all used to try to make a 3D?
Not with me. with others who rendered the Pharaoh software, the video.
They talked to people that did the Pharaoh?
Yeah, I believe so.
What?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know who that was and who they talked to?
No,
Do you know when that was?
not really, no.
So they'd have a 3D image of the crime scene, and you don't know when they got it or what they did with it. They never talked to you about it.
No.
Thank the court's indulgence.
I want some more emojis on Twitch.
Thank you.
May step down.
%75% has never done jury duty.
We go to the jury room for a 10-minute recess.
Yeah, y'all
Please
get
allow
10-minute
discuss the
break.
case.
Y'all can stretch 10 minutes. My cushion's coming tomorrow. My gel. Hyperallergenic cushion's coming tomorrow. All right. So let's take a look at some stuff. I mean, I don't want to. I have some concepts for a video idea later, short video. So I don't want to use up my ish now. Or I could record it and clip it. Murdaugh, the Murdaugh trials. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. Alex Murdaugh calls 911. This is the 911. I think we've heard this before. But
911, where's your emergency?
This is Alex Murdaugh at 4147 Moselle Road. I need the police and the ambulance immediately. My wife and child just shot badly.
Okay, you said 4147 Moselle Road in Allison?
Sir?
You said 4147 Moselle Road in Allison?
Yes, sir. 4147 Moselle Road.
Stay on the line with me, okay? Yes, sir. Stay on the line with me, okay? Okay.
Collin County Communications.
Collison, I have an Alex Murdaugh on the line, caller from 4147 Moselle Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot.
Okay, and sir, give me the address again.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad.
Okay. Okay, and are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
Are they in a vehicle?
No, ma'am. They're on the ground out at my kennels.
Okay, and did you see anyone? Okay, is he breathing at all?
No. Nobody.
Is she? Okay, do you see anything? Do you see anyone in the area?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
What color is your house on the outside? What color is your house on the outside?
It's white. You can't see it from the road.
Okay, is it a house or a mobile home?
It's a house.
Okay, and what is your name?
My name is Alex Murdaugh.
Okay, and did you hear anything, or did you come home and find them?
No, man, I've been gone. I just came back.
Okay, and was anyone else supposed to be at your house?
No, ma'am. Please hurry.
We're getting somebody out there to you. Okay, what is her name?
Maggie.
Thank you for joining us.
Maggie is her name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And please hurry.
We're getting somebody out there too. Me asking you these questions don't slow them down, okay? And you sure they're not breathing? Is he moving at all, your son? I know you said that she was shot, but what about your son?
Nobody. They're not. Neither one of them's moving.
What is your telephone number?
Hey, everybody, welcome.
And does anything look out of place?
Ma'am, not particularly, really, no, ma'am.
Okay.
Are they close, ma'am?
Yeah, they've been en route with you ever since you've got on the phone with me. I have multiple people coming out there to you. Okay. I don't want you to touch them at all, okay? I don't know if you've already touched them, but I don't want you to touch them just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
I'd already touched them trying to get to see if they were breathing.
Okay. Well, I just don't want you to move anything just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
That's the whole thing of they're saying he supposedly got a pulse and stuff, but they didn't really have blood.
Exactly how is this case going to play out?
Let's see this here real quick. Hold on. I'm so curious about this boat stuff.
Tonight for a News Nation special report, the Murdaugh mysteries. Alec Murdaugh is charged in the deaths of his wife and son. But Paul and Maggie's murders are just part of this complicated story. Many point to another case that opened up Pandora's box into Alec Murdaugh and his influence. February 24th, 2019, more than 2 years before Maggie and Paul were killed, the day a teenager with an ever-present smile tragically lost her life. News Nation's senior national correspondent Brian Enton joins us tonight live from Walterboro, South Carolina, where the trial will take place with that part of the story. Brian.
Yeah, Marnie, we're outside the Colleton County Courthouse. It's interesting being here and thinking about the fact that the Murdaughs pretty much controlled this courthouse behind me for generations, and now tomorrow Alec Murdaugh will be here for his murder trial. They have had so much power over this community, and it is really highlighted when you go back and you look at what happened with Alec Murdaugh's son Paul when he.
The documentary is called Southern Comfort. No, it's called Southern Country. Or Low Country. Let me see. It's Alec Murdaugh, doc, HBO documentary. Low Country.
He was arrested in a deadly boat accident, but never even spent one night behind bars.
Not even one. How's when you got money and power and influence, man?
There's 6 of us and one is missing. What, Molly? She's in the water.
Can you see her?
Carnage and chaos.
They were drunk. They were turned up. You can see the documentary that they were riding that boat around. How many people was it? Was it 4 or 6 of them? I don't remember. It was the guy, the girl that died, Mallory, his boyfriend, girlfriend, Paul, and his girlfriend. And there was Connor, too. It might have been 6 people. I don't know, 5 or 6 people.
19-year-old Mallory Beach missing after a night on the boat with friends. The recent high school graduate jettisoned from her boyfriend's arms when a 17-foot center console plowed into a piling in Beaufort County, South Carolina.
Tide and wind is always a factor.
More than a dozen first responders and an army of volunteers searched for a week.
Bring in the air assets to help us look in the areas that the boats can't get into.
Prayer chains to find Mallory alive turned to an unbearable wave of grief.
Miss your voice, miss your smile.
Who's that, Mel?
Everything about you worth the while.
The store where she worked and modeled clothing posting a public tribute, but privately, The Murdaugh machine was at work.
A lot of influence across the board. Nothing really happens unless the Murdaugh family says it happens.
It was the Murdaugh's boat, the family's youngest son Paul parking it at a gas pump. He was at the helm, or was he? Friend Connor Cook on board as well that night, and his attorney says it was not long before Alec Murdaugh was telling all 5 survivors to stay quiet.
Yeah, so when they were like, I think in the hospital, so they went and bought, I think it was Paul that walked in there and he had his brother's, was it his brother's ID? He had somebody's ID and he got the beer and he was underage. Got the beer, they were drinking, getting messed up. And then at one point they docked the boat. And this video here is when they walk into like this bar. This might have been when they were coming out. They go into this bar and they start drinking. They get turned up. And from the accounts of that documentary and the stories that they were telling, they didn't even really want to go to the bar. But Paul insisted and they got lit. And they even, what I learned in that document, they used Buster's ID. Paul had Buster's ID. Okay. And I didn't know this. Apparently, Paul has an alter ego. Was it Timmy or some shit? What did they call him? Timothy? Some alter ego. When this guy's drunk and he's turned up, he's like another person. And they said his hands and his fingers it's like wide open or something. Timmy comes out. And it's just like this nasty, aggressive, mean person. And so they get back on the boat and he starts wilding out on the boat, even like doing circles in the water, just going in circles. The other guy was asking, they were all asking him like, yo, please stop. Like, take us to the dock. Like, we're out of this shit. Like, we're done. Timmy. And he would not stop. And going in circles. And at one point they crashed into like the bridge.
On who was captain. What was clear immediately, though, alcohol was in copious use by the underage boaters. The police report saying all were grossly intoxicated, yet no one's blood alcohol levels were checked at the scene.
Same thing if everybody's standing around a car, you don't know who drove it. It's not against the law to be standing around a car intoxicated.
But Mallory's boyfriend, Anthony Cook, is said to have told authorities immediately that Paul Murdaugh was the captain. And Paul left a trail of photos about town, parked at the...
And what was so crazy, too, when the cops were there, I'm going to see if I can find the other video. Because Mallory's boyfriend, he was really pissed off. And Paul was there smiling, grinning, like almost even laughing about the situation. And he was really pissed.
Pump, not for gas. His friends say he used his big brother Buster's ID to buy beer and malted drinks at the store. The 20-year-old raising his purchases triumphantly before they're loaded into his pickup truck. Later, after drinking with parents present at an oyster roast, the group continued boating to dodge known DUI roadside checkpoints. Docking near a bar called Luther's, where Paul and Connor do more drinking. Back in the boat, one friend testifying Paul was belligerently drunk, slapping his girlfriend, spitting in her face, refusing to give up the wheel until the deadly crash.
Please send someone.
No, we're calling, okay?
The Murdaugh family served nearly a century consecutively as the area's solicitor, meaning they prosecuted cases, putting them in close working relationships with officers, deputies, state agents on the case, and others.
They always put on a get-together every year for first responders, police officers, things of that nature.
This family has been powerful and at the center of power and influence there for almost 100 years.
Therefore, I'm going to set a personal recognizance bond.
It would take nearly 2 months for Paul Murdaugh to be criminally charged, eyebrows raised with his release that same day with a $50,000.
And was it the same attorney? Isn't that the same guy? Did he have the same like defense there? Or are they showing current footage? It looks like the same.
Charged, eyebrows raised with his release that same day with a $50,000 bond and surrender of his passport.
Anything to say about that, about why he decided to plead not guilty?
Same defense.
Because he's not guilty.
His former friend Connor cleared at last.
Connor was left to twist in the breeze for nearly 2 months.
Next, the crash bringing an ongoing bevy of civil suits from Mal.
And what's crazy is like they wouldn't say who was driving. They knew this Paul was driving this shit, but the people there, I don't think they wanted to say. I forgot how they said it in the documentary, but to me, it's like they covered for him.
Valerie's mom, Anthony Connor, and the other young women demanding Alec Murdaugh's financials, the beginning of the unraveling of a low-country Southern dynasty.
So we have to put a spotlight on things like this because it cannot continue.
And what was crazy too is that the attorney, if I can remember this correctly, because the attorney that they got for I thought like the boyfriend, Mallory's boyfriend, the woman that was killed in a boat accident, her boyfriend, I don't remember, his name was Anthony, I think. Anthony he did tell the story, but like, I think what his family was saying, Anthony's family, is that the attorney that Alec was telling him, oh, we got this attorney for you. Yeah, we'll take, whatever, blah, blah. We recommend this person. That person knew their family from like years and back, Alex's family. He had ties. So of course he was going to try to cover for Paul, the attorney that they got. All right, let's get back to it. Please be seated. We're back. That boating thing is really, really interesting. That boating thing kind of almost gives you a perspective. Yeah, Low Country. I only saw one episode so far, and I learned quite a bit.
A note from the jury, Your Honor, will you please inform the audience that the identity of each is to remain anonymous? That's my first. Secondly, please move the cart in front of the large TV.
Hold it.
Okay, the audience is reminded as requested by the jury, and we've removed the cart, and you may bring the jury.
Cruise with Cindy, thank you so much for the super chat. When they're in the hospital, the Alex went into the rooms, that's right, of friends that survived and told them to change their story. Yep. And the whole thing too is Grandpa, Paul's grandpa was there too. He actually first called his grandfather, not even his father, when the cops arrived and they were at the scene with the boat accident. And Grandpa came there to help out and stuff. Grandpa died like 10 days after, I think, right? After the boat accident or something like that? Or was it the murder? I think after the boat accident he died.
The jury is present.
Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, I have addressed your concerns. And you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, we call Senior Special Agent Jeff Croft.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Jeff Croft, C-R-O-F-T.
Senior Special Agent Croft, how you doing today?
Doing well, sir.
So your beard's about as gray as mine is, isn't it?
Sir?
Your beard's about as gray as mine is.
Yes, sir.
Is that how you get to be a Senior Special Agent?
I don't think so.
Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where'd you grow up? Where are you from? And then tell us a little bit about your career in law enforcement.
I grew up in Barnwell County. I started my law enforcement career in the early 2000s as a reserve deputy with the Barnwell County Sheriff's Office. I got hired full-time Started on the road. I did road patrol. I then went to investigative services, investigations, where I worked narcotics and violent crime. In 2012, I transferred over to SLED, where I worked in the Low Country region in investigative services. I was assigned to this area for investigative purposes, working homicides, violent crime, financial cases, all sorts of stuff.
Okay. And how long have you been with SLED?
I'm going on 12 years.
Where were you assigned back on June 7th, 2021?
I was assigned to the Low Country region here in Colleton County.
And were you summoned, called out to respond to the reports of the 2 deaths at 4147 Moselle Road?
Yes, sir, I was.
About what time did you get a call?
I got called out on actually June the 8th, the morning of June the 8th, about 5:30 that morning.
Okay. And where did you go from there?
I was en route to the scene. I was rerouted to our field office here in Walterboro and given instructions from there.
Okay. And having been given those instructions, what did you go do to help the investigation? What's the first thing you did?
I located and interviewed Rogan Gibson.
All right. And did you have a conversation with Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you ask Rogan Gibson about whether or not he had phone communications with Paul Murdaugh the evening before?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you ask him whether he had phone communications with Alec Murdaugh the night before?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you ask him whether or not he had communications with Maggie Murdaugh the night before?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you ask to see Rogan's cell phone?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did he allow you to take screenshots of some of the records on his cell phone?
Yes, sir, he did.
All right, I'm going to show you very quickly what's been marked as exhibits 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, and 172. And just generally tell me if you recognize those particular exhibits.
Yes, sir, these are the snapshots which I took of Rogan Gibson's phone.
Okay. Bear with me 1 second.
Murdaugh. Have margarita. You guys drinking already? It's early. Though it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Is Nancy still there? She left. I walked out.
Your Honor, this time I will move into evidence exhibits, states exhibits 165 through 172, I believe without objection.
They are admitted.
All right. If I could get the Elmo up, please. Let's see how that looks. Not great, is it? All right, I'm going to put up on the screen States Exhibit 165. And is this one of those images that we were just talking about from Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, and whose hand is that holding it up? Do you know?
That is Rogan Gibson holding the phone for me to take the picture.
All right, and was he manipulating the phone for you and then showing you when he found things and then you taking a picture of it with your phone?
Yes, sir, he was.
Okay. And does this reflect a incoming call from Paul at a particular time?
Yes, sir, it does.
What time does it reflect that call?
At 8:40 p.m.
All right, and this is going to be on June 7th, 2021?
That is correct, sir.
And how long does it reflect that call was?
Approximately 4 minutes.
4 minutes. All right, let's look at the next one. I'm going to publish what's been marked as State's Exhibit 166. And is this another screenshot that Rogan showed you from his communications with Paul Murdaugh that night?
Yes, sir, it is.
And does it show an incoming call from Paul Murdaugh to Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what time is that call?
8:44 p.m.
8:44 p.m.?
That is correct.
I'm going to show you next what's been marked as Exhibit 167 to your testimony. And is this another screenshot that was showed to you by Rogan Gibson from his communications with Paul Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And were these some texts between the two of them?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And does it reflect a text from Rogan to Paul on there?
Yes, sir, it does. At
What time is that? I'm sorry, go ahead.
8:49 p.m.
8:49 p.m., is that correct?
That is correct.
And can you read that text to the jury, please?
See if you can get a good picture of it. Marion wants to send it to a girl we know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay, and he shouldn't move around too much.
All right. Does it reflect any response from Paul?
It does not.
All right. What is the next communication on this particular exhibit?
It's a little glare on it. I can't. It looks like 9:58 p.m.
All right. I'm going to bring the exhibit up because I know our Elmo's not working great. We're still working on that, but let me actually have you look at it. So we said there was that communication to Paul from Rogan, and then you said there was no response. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And then the next thing is Rogan sends a text. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
What time is that text?
The hell's Rogan?
9:58 p.m.
9:58. And what does he say?
Yo.
Yo.
Wow.
Did Nancy leave for real? Nancy left? I ain't got time for that shit. Nancy could just pay somebody to sit there. Send me the highlights later. Yeah, I don't see her sitting there anymore. She's
I'll
gone.
put up on the screen State's Exhibit 168. Can you see that all right?
Nancy's gone.
Yes, sir.
All right. And does this reflect a number of outgoing calls from Rogan to Paul, trying to get him to answer?
Yes, sir, it does.
Can you tell the jury the times, starting at the bottom, that he's trying to call Paul Murdaugh without an answer?
At 9:10 p.m., there's a 2-second outgoing call. At 9:29 p.m., there's a 1-second outgoing call. At 9:42 p.m., there's a 1-second outgoing call. And at 9:57 p.m., there's a 4-second outgoing call.
All right. I'm going to put up on the screen State's Exhibit 169. And does this also reflect an outgoing call from Rogan to Paul that is unanswered?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what time was that?
10:08 p.m.
Ooh, the alter ego. Can we get these exhibits? Where y'all getting the exhibits from?
All right, we're now looking at State's Exhibit 170. I'm going to bring it up. Tell you real quick. Who does this reflect communications with? Between Rogan Gibson and who?
Mrs. Maggie Murdaugh.
All right, let me go publish this real quick.
This is alter ego Timmy.
So it's from who?
Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
All right.
Paul.
And Rogan sends her a text, is that correct?
Yes, sir, he does.
What time does he send that text?
9:34 p.m.
And what does he say?
Tell Paul to call me.
By the way, Rogan is the farm helper, is what I'm being told.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as State's Exhibit 171. Can you see that all right?
Oh, no,
yes,
maybe
sir,
not.
I can see the times. I can't see the top.
Paul's
of it.
friend?
Okay.
Oh, God. Okay, we'll have to find it. Let's find
and
out.
who are these communications from on Rogan Gibson's phone?
Mr. Alex Murdaugh.
The defendant?
That's correct.
All right. And were there missed calls from Alec Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, it is.
And can you tell the jury what times those were?
At 10:21 p.m. and at 10:24 p.m.
And then finally, State's Exhibit 172 are these additional missed calls on Rogan's phone, or missed calls.
Yes, sir, it's missed calls.
And who are they from?
I can't see the top from that display.
Sorry.
Mr. Alec Murdaugh.
Okay. And what time were these missed calls from Alec Murdaugh to Rogan Gibson?
10:25 and 10:30 p.m.
Okay, they're saying it's his friend.
Did you ultimately interviewed Rogan Gibson, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
Without going into what he said, he told you what his communications and what he did that night and all the rest of it, is that
Paul's
right?
best friend.
Yes, sir, he did.
Was there anybody with you when you interviewed him?
Yes, sir, it was.
And who was that?
Special Agent Katie McAllister.
Katie McAllister?
Yes, sir.
Did you take a buccal swab from Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir, I did.
And tell the jury just really quickly, what is a buccal swab?
Buccal swab is used to get a DNA standard or a known standard that can be used by our lab to compare to potential other evidence. It's a cotton swab, which we use on the inside of the cheek, very non-intrusive. Once we get it, we seal it. That with evidence tape is transported to our lab for our lab's use.
Okay. 1 second. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 154 and see if you recognize this document.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. Tell me what that is. Tell the jury what that is, please.
It's a chain of custody form that we used when we secured the buccal swab from, or buccal swab from Rogan Gibson.
All right. Put that up on the screen. And so right there, is that where it says what it is?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And whose signature is that right there?
That is myself.
And then whose name and signature is that right there?
Melinda Worley, Special Agent Melinda Worley.
Okay. All right. After you had that interview with Rogan Gibson, what's the next thing you did in the case to assist the investigation?
I went back to the scene where I briefed Senior Special Agent David Owen and the others that was assisting with the investigation. I was asked to go to the residence, the Murdaugh residence, which was down from the kennels.
All right. And what was going to be your goal in going to the residence?
I went to the residence to secure any firearms or ammunition, spent shell casings of that nature that would be potentially compared to or similar in nature to what was at the scene.
Did you go by yourself? Did you go with a team?
It was myself, Anthony Sampson, and Katie McAllister, both which are special agents.
All right. What was your particular role or to this team? What was going to be your main job and why you were picked to be on this team to go in the house looking for firearms evidence?
I have some knowledge of firearms and ammunition, and my main duty was to attempt to locate any firearms that were capable of firing similar ammunition that was at the actual crime scene, any spent shell casings that would be similar in nature that could potentially be tested back to a firearm if one was located or tested in comparison to the casings which were at the scene.
All right. Had you been advised by other investigators what types of weapons or what ammunition had been used to murder Maggie and Paul?
Yes, sir, I did.
And can you tell the jury what you had been advised?
I'd been advised that it was a 12-gauge shotgun used, capable of shooting 3-inch Magnum. I was also advised that there was a 300 blackout rifle, or excuse me, it's an AR rifle chambered for 300 blackout.
12 gauge and 300 blackout.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Bear with me 1 second. All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 160 to your testimony and see if you recognize that particular disc.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, tell me what that disc is.
It's a disc of my body-worn camera recording from the day of the house entry.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 159. See if you recognize this particular exhibit.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and what's on that?
This is, again, a recording of my body-worn camera for the house entrance.
All right, and why are there two recordings of body cams? Why do we have two instead of just one?
After the initial entrance to the residence and some initial items being secured, I stepped outside to speak to the investigative team, which was up at the kennels, and then I walked back in the house. While I was outside, I noticed some items on the ground that needed to be secured. So I walked back in the house, got Anthony Sampson, Special Agent Anthony Sampson, to accompany me outside to collect those items.
And what were those items? I'm going ahead and let's jump ahead. But what were those items you ultimately collected out there?
It was 300 blackout shell casings, which appeared to be weathered at the bottom of the stoop, entered to the entrance of the what I call the gun room, and in the flower bed on each side.
All right, and when you say cases or casings, tell the jury what we're talking about. What is a case or a casing as opposed to the whole cartridge? Can you explain that to the jury, please?
Cartridge case is what's ejected from the weapon once it's fired. It houses the powder, the primer, the bullet on the end, which is the projectile which leaves the end of the barrel. It's basically just the housing that holds the firing mechanism in a shell or in a casing.
And in a semi-automatic weapon, once the bullet is fired, what happens to the casing?
In a semi-automatic weapon, it is ejected.
It's ejected?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if nobody picks it up, it stays right there on the ground, doesn't it?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time I'd move States Exhibit 159 and 160 into evidence.
Leo, if you're out there listening right now, I hope you feel better.
We don't object to the video of either one. And there's one longer video that's in the House, I don't know if 159 and 160, that we would object to the audio portion being played. And
Your Honor, I have no problem with that. I'm going to play that particular video with the audio down because there is discussion with other witnesses who will testify who are in the House. And so that's acceptable to the state for that particular exhibit.
Mr. Griffin?
yeah, that's acceptable.
All right.
As long as there's no hearsay from the witnesses.
He said the audio's down, so it's admitted under those conditions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bear with me 1 second. For the record, 159 is the exhibit. We'll play with the audio down.
Thank you.
Can I get the input changed, please, to the laptop?
I love chips and salsa, but you gotta have like gangster salsa though. You don't want like the Doritos one, like that thing that's sitting out. It's like with all the preservatives and shit. You want like the fresh salsa. The grocery store, it's like refrigerated. So good.
All right, so Special Agent Croft, since we don't have audio on this. We might just kind of narrate it for the jury while things are happening, okay?
All right, sir.
All right, let's do that. All right, what's happening right now?
We are walking up to the side door of the residence, which enters the gun room.
And just real quick, we see that side stoop right there?
Yes, sir.
And what was found right there, if anything, by that stoop?
300 blackout casings.
Is that what you just were talking about?
Yes, sir, it is.
Right there, huh?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Who is that individual right there, do you know?
Attorney Lee Cope.
Who's talking to him?
Special Agent McAllister.
I'm gonna move it forward, going in the house a little bit. Where are we now?
We are inside of the residence at 4147 Moselle Road in the gun room.
Who are you shaking hands with right now?
That would be Attorney Mark Ball.
All right, who's getting their hands shook right now?
Mr. Attorney Ronnie Crosby.
Now, you mentioned Lee Cope and Mark Ball and Ronnie Crosby. Who are those individuals? What, if anything, is their relationship with Alec Murdaugh?
They are law partners were law partners with Mr. Alec Murdaugh at PMPED.
Do you know what Alec Murdaugh did for a living?
He was a trial lawyer, and he also was a prosecutor for the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office under Solicitor Duffy Stone.
And what does a prosecutor do?
They try cases for the state.
Criminal cases?
Criminal cases for the state, yes, sir.
All right. That's what he did?
That is correct.
Okay. I remember that from the documentary. Peters, Murdaugh, and something else.
I'm gonna fast forward just a little bit. What's that sort of in the center of the screen right there?
That's a gun cabinet or gun shelf.
What's going on right now?
Special Agent McAllister is explaining why we are there, kind of what we're looking for, and gaining consent to search that area.
Was consent ultimately obtained to search?
Yes, sir, it was.
Let me back it up real quick. All right, at this point, are y'all having a conversation with people who were there? I'm not trying to get into the conversation, just were you having a conversation?
Yes, sir, we were.
All right, and who are the two individuals you're talking to, or three individuals you're talking to right there?
Ronnie Crosby on the right, Mark Ball in the center, and Mr. Lee Cope on the left-hand side. Agent McAllister standing with her back turned.
At some point, did Mark Ball point to anything?
Yes, sir, he did.
And what did he point to?
A 300 blackout rifle, which was sitting in the gun wall.
Did Ronnie Crosby point to it? Let me back up.
Yes, sir.
All right. Then whose body camera are we looking at right now?
That would be mine.
Where are you going right now?
I'm walking over to the gun wall or gun cabinet in order to get a better picture of what Mr. Ball is pointing to.
Is that it right there in the middle?
That is it, yes, sir.
All right. Right, what is Mark Ball pointing to right now?
He's pointing to the numbers which are displayed on the bottom of the magazine.
All right, and is this the blackout we're talking about?
That is correct.
All right. Did you look at that particular magazine?
Yes, sir, I did.
What, if anything, did you notice about that magazine?
The magazine stamped with 223.
All right. Is 223 the same ammunition as 300 blackout?
It's same in length. 223 magazine is capable of housing a 300 blackout round.
Well, explain to me a little bit about 223, and which is a type of ammunition, and blackout. What are the differences and what are the similarities between those two rounds?
They both can be fired from the AR frame. It's the 300 blackout is actually approximately a 30 millimeter projectile, a little bit larger bullet than the 223. Has a little more kinetic energy and a little more stopping power than the 223. The 223 is a faster bullet, a little flatter trajectory. It does not have the stopping power that the 300 has. But because the 300 is a larger bullet, and trying to use it in an AR frame, it's neck down, so you don't have quite as much speed coming out or velocity coming out of the barrel than you would with a 223.
What is it you just said though? A 300 blackout has more of
stopping power than the 223.
And stopping power. What does that mean? What is stopping power?
It has more impact than the 223 round would have.
Impact. Okay. All right. What else are you looking for right now as you look through the other firearms on that particular gun rack?
Any additional rifles capable of shooting a 300 blackout, and also the any 12 gauge shotguns which are capable of shooting 3-inch Magnum.
Let me ask you this: did you find any other weapons that could shoot 300 blackout?
No, sir, we did not.
Did you ever find any other weapons on Alec Murdaugh's property that could shoot 300 blackouts other than that one that was in the gun rack?
No, sir, we did not.
We're going to talk more about this in a minute, but did you find some 12 gauges?
Yes, sir, we did.
All right, what are we looking at right here?
That's to the right of the gun wall or gun cabinet. It's various ammunitions for different type of weapons, shell casings, just parts for the gun wall.
Okay. And you're having a conversation with who right there?
Attorney Mark Ball.
Nancy dipped out,
as a result of that conversation, was Mark Ball pointing to things?
Yes, sir, he was.
Specific things?
Yes, sir, he was.
Did you ultimately come back and collect some of those things?
Yes, sir, I did.
You ain't got time for this shit. She dipped out.
We'll fast forward to about 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Keep this thing moving.
I wonder if she's gonna be back for the rest of the week, or that's it. She called this shit.
Right there. What's that right there?
That is an empty box with the label S&B 300 BLK.
All right. Did you ultimately collect that box?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 213. and see if you recognize that item.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, stand by for me real quick. All right, Your Honor, at this time we move State's Exhibit 213 into evidence, I believe without objection.
No objection.
Okay. I'm going to show it to you again. I'm going to put it up on the screen. Does that box reflect the grain weight of the bullets of that ammunition that were inside of it?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what is that?
147 grains.
All right. And tell the jury, what is 147 grains, or just grains in general when it comes to a bullet? What does that mean?
It's the weight of the projectile.
And it's possible to have certain ammunition of the same caliber, but it has different weights. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
All right. And this blackout is 147 grains, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Sorry. Can we?
Teamwork.
No, that's fine. I'll show it later.
Oh, Lord Almighty. No.
Let's go ahead and do that. Can we switch the input just real quick? I'm going to switch it right back.
Ooh, so we got some pictures of the evidence. So this is really graphic. Just received evidence photos.
Everybody can see
Judge
that?
is allowing a still pool photo to take photos.
And that's the empty
Evidence.
box you found in the gun room?
After each
Yes,
court
sir, it
day.
is.
All right. And right there, is that the grains that you were talking about?
Yes, sir, it
Step
is.
down if you need to see what I'm pointing at.
I can
All right.
see you, sir.
So I'm going to show you guys this, but just keep in mind it's graphic, okay? Yeah, what the hell is this?
Can you read that right there? I can't see.
There's going to be blood, okay? So just...
Yes, sir, I can.
And what does it say?
Cellular and looks like bellet,
All right. And in shorthand, when people are talking about ammunition, how do they say that?
S&B.
S&B. And then on the back right here, can you read that?
Yes, sir, I can.
And what does that say?
300 AAC blackout.
All right, if we go back to the video, please.
Those are the shell casings behind door and feed room. We've seen this map already. Shotgun, shot shell wad on the floor of feed room.
For the record, I'm fast forwarding it a little bit, just to keep us going.
Oh, that's true. I know, right? Oaks. I don't really think about that. Might have to reconsider showing that graphics. But
At this particular time, as it relates to the shotguns, are you looking to collect every single shotgun that's on that rack, or only specific shotguns?
Only specific shotguns.
And what specific gauge of shotgun were you looking to collect?
12 gauge.
And why only 12 gauge?
ooh,
That was the shell casings that was located at the crime scene.
the young thug trial is they're still picking juries. Thugger. I mean, I don't think it's that. When it comes to true crime, I don't think
Who's that
that's that
individual
graphic.
standing in the center of the screen?
But for some people, they might. I don't know. Feel
That would be Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh.
for crime and trials and stuff like that. That to me, that's not really seeing blood on the ground floor like that. But for some, if we were seeing like body parts and dead bodies,
Lee Cope, Mark Ball, and Ronnie Crosby were in that room as well. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh, is that correct?
That is correct, yes,
And
sir.
what's his relation to the defendant?
He is the brother.
Was that everyone that was kind of there, or was there another attorney as well that was present?
There was an additional attorney that walked in the room early in the recording.
And who was that?
Chris Wilson.
Chris Wilson.
I feel like we need more emojis on Twitch. It's limited. Even though they have a bunch. Oh. People are saying it's disgusting.
Just getting an overall of where things were at when we went into the room before anything was actually moved.
People are upset about the blood. Court TV showed it during the Menendez trial. Yeah, I mean, if you ever watch trials, I mean, this one they're not showing like the brain matter and all, so they're not really showing anything in this trial, but like it's really not uncommon to see blood or like photos and stuff like that during trial. Especially when it relates to shell casings. What they're pointing out there is like the shell casings on the floor and where they're at, their position. Canceled. Mel canceled again. And that's from Law and Crime.
So you're doing something with your hands. What are you doing right there?
I'm putting latex gloves on my hands.
And what is it you're about to do?
I'm going to start collecting or securing those firearms.
Okay.
If you look at like Law and Crime, it's literally in their thumbnail. That's like I mean, I guess for some people that's crazy and it blows their mind, but like that's crime scene, you know? What? No! What? I wanted to see this one here. This one, maybe on Twitch we can watch it. Aspiring UFC fighter challenges officer in jail. Why does he got this bag on his head? What are they doing to him?
What is that in your hand right there?
That is a 300 or an AR-15 chambered to 300 blackout.
Chat, yo. Oh my god.
What is that in your hand right there? I kind of fast forwarded it.
That was the magazine which I removed from the 300.
What ammunition was in that magazine?
S&B, 147 grain.
300 blackout?
300 blackout.
See another item. Item 33, please.
What's up? Hey, Leo. Welcome. I hope you get a little laugh looking at the screen. That video is a waste. Which video? Oh, it's no good. The one I just showed on screen, long crime. Ah, okay. I was hoping it looked kind of. The thumbnail made it look interesting. I guess Nancy dipped out. What else we got?
Right. I called it item 33 because that's the sled item, but actually it's been marked as State's Exhibit 88. I'm going to have you take a look at that and see if you recognize that. Go ahead and pull it out. Just make sure not to point it at the jury. And if you could also make sure that it is not in a firing state, please, sir.
Okay, let's get it. Wake up, everybody. Woo!
It is safe.
All right. And what is that item right there?
Damn.
This is the 300 blackout rifle, which I secured from the gun wall.
All right.
That shit looks dope.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move State's Exhibit 84 into evidence.
Your Honor, I object on relevancy grounds. There's no evidence that this
Shock and awe.
gun was
That's the
the
point of
gun.
it.
I mean, it's just not relevant. It was found in the house.
Objection is overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hold on that gun for me,
Yeah,
please.
hold that
Let's
shit.
let
Hold
you
it.
draw.
Swing it around.
Let's see what else is in this box.
So they have no proof that this was actually used to shoot. I don't think they ever found the gun. I thought the assault rifle that actually killed.
I'm going to show you the other
Maggie.
part of State's Exhibit 88, and that's marked actually as State's Exhibit 210. What's that?
This would be the magazine which I removed from this rifle on the video, and the
Rich people
ammunition
guns,
which
right?
it contained.
All right, and what kind of ammunition is that?
It's head stamped S&B 300 blackout.
All right, and do you know the specific brand and make and caliber of ammunition that was used to kill Maggie Murdaugh?
The head stamps on the shell casings at the crime scene was S&B 300 blackout.
Same thing?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. For the rounds match, but
Let's
not
talk a little
the-
bit about this firearm. What is this thing on the top here?
That is a, I call it an optic, but it's actually a thermal scope, which can be used for shooting in the dark.
Okay. And this particular weapon, is this a semi-automatic weapon?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what does that mean? Can you tell the jury what that means?
Each press of the trigger, it will fire and eject the spent cartridge.
And where are the cartridges going to eject when this weapon is fired?
It would eject from the right-hand side, right here.
All right. So if it's being fired, they're coming out this way. Is that correct?
Oh.
To the right and generally back.
That's a serious ass looking gun. Wow. Thermal vision and everything. They using that for hunting? What?
Excuse me.
So what I'm wondering though, because I thought, so he said that.
All right. These are the rounds you're talking about right here?
Yes, sir, it is.
Those are the S&B 300s?
Yes, sir, they are.
And this is that magazine that said 223 on it that you were talking about. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Really wondering what the defense is gonna say about this. You know they're gonna come at this gun. Ooh, damn, heavy. Rats and Bremen.
Please, ma'am.
The hell they hunting with that shit? Yeah, those bores.
All right. What's that you got in your arm now?
That is a 12 gauge Browning.
True that.
All right.
Reminds me of Lost. Remember when the wild boar came out of, was it John Locke? I think it was John Locke. That boar, wild boar. Not a breath strip. Not the breath strip. Did you really? Lost? It's one of my... I love that show. Wild hog will kill you if you don't take it out first. That's Sassy Blue. This gun is to take out the hog.
Just a hair.
Yeah, it'd be funny if Nancy doesn't come back for the rest of the week. Like, she's done. She made it through not even half the
All
day.
right, and so that's the brownie you collected, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Ooh, piggy. The last one.
All right,
Ooh,
I'm
severance?
Item 31 here real quick. Before you open it, just give me 1 second. I'm going to get this blackout rifle out of the way. That's going to block you. All right. That's been using the sled item number, but that's State's Exhibit 90. Is that correct?
Chin is on.
I got you. Right there.
Yes, sir.
All right. Could you open that up and tell me what's in that if you recognize it, please?
Ooh. What we got
That
now?
would be the Browning which I secured from the gun room.
All right. Can you, is it in an unfired condition? Can you show that to the jury, please?
It's in a safe condition, breech open.
All right. And this is chambered in what gauge?
12 gauge.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, we would move State's Exhibit 80 into evidence.
Relevancy, unless they have evidence tying it to the murders, I mean, there are a lot of guns that were seized, Your Honor.
Objections overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But I'm wondering, are they going to go through all the guns? Because they have a lot of guns.
My apologies.
Or are they just going to go to what they believe might be related? I thought he said they had over, like, wasn't it like over 20, 30 guns or something? Or are they just going to do the ARs and the shotguns? Maggie was killed with some sort of automatic, I thought, assault rifle.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I just want to add Rule 403 grounds for my objection to this gun and all the other guns they plan to introduce.
May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Let's return to the video.
Yeah, somebody said 40 guns?
We're good.
Grounds. Grounds. They should have him. They should have that guy on a team. They should just, I don't know, let him. I mean, I know he's locked up, but maybe like a virtual team member for the attorneys. Imagine this judge with Daryl Brooks. Woo. Maggie was okay, Linda says Maggie was with an AR-15.
As you were looking through these various shotguns and picking some up and putting them back and all the rest of it, what are you looking for in making that determination, the ones you take and the ones that you're putting back?
That it was chambered in 12 gauge.
gun on the table. Do you recognize that particular gun?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And what about the particular condition of that gun did you notice, if anything?
That is a 12-gauge pump, and the breech is open. Inside of the chamber is a shotgun shell that's ready to be chambered into the to be fired.
And I've paused it at 20 minutes and 17 seconds. What do we see right there?
That is a 12-gauge shotgun shell that's ready to be chambered. Once you slide the pump action forward, it would be chambered into the chamber and ready to fire.
All right, thank you. And Your Honor, just very quickly for the record, with that Browning shotgun, I believe I referred to it as State's Exhibit 80. It's actually State's Exhibit 90, which I believe was admitted over objection. All right, let's go to 32, please.
With Tyree Nichols, apparently that 6th officer was relieved of duty. If you guys remember that night we were watching the body cam, which was pretty horrible. I was like, what the hell? Because we counted 6 people. What about that 6th guy?
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 91.
So they got him, I guess.
You could just take a look at it before you pull it out and tell me if you recognize what that is.
He's not fired or charged, but they relieved him of duty.
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
That is a Benelli 12-gauge.
Thank you. Let me close that back up real quick. I'm just going to leave that there for a second, all right?
Why 2 guns? That's a good question, Judy. Does blonde Mel have a hairbrush? No, we need to get blonde Mel a hairbrush.
We got one step ahead of ourselves, so let's do this one. This is State's Exhibit 87. Let's try this one. Can we do this without knocking everything over?
I think so.
All right, let's try to take a look just real quick. Don't show it to the jury and tell me if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, tell me what that is.
That is the pump shotgun, which I secured from the gun wall, which is depicted in the video.
All right, this is the one that's on the screen right now?
Yes, sir, it is.
They got a whole bunch of guns to bring out. I really hope they don't plan on doing every single gun. I mean, we'll be here the rest of the day. Even till tomorrow and the next days. Ugh.
All right. For the record, this is State's Exhibit 89. Let's go ahead and take a look and see if you recognize that. That's the gun we were just talking about?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'd move State's Exhibit 9 into evidence.
Your Honor, objection on relevance, 403. There's no evidence linking these guns to the crime. And we're just cumulative.
I'll overrule it.
Did you want to respond to the speaking objection?
Yes, sir, I do want to respond to the speaking objection.
Let's go.
It is very important to show the extensiveness of the investigation that was done, particularly as it goes to firearms, and there were multiple guns that were tested, and there will be an analyst list here later to show how those guns were tested and what the results of those. So admitting these guns into evidence to show the extent of what was tested is very relevant, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, he's snapping too.
All right, let's go ahead and show the jury this one if we can, please. Is it not in a fireable condition?
Breech is open and it's not in fireable condition.
All right. And when you first got this particular, or took this weapon off the wall, what was different about its condition that we talked about?
It had a round that was here ready to be chambered once the full grip is pushed forward.
All right, let me see it just real quick. So is this a semi-automatic type shotgun or a pump shotgun?
It's a pump shotgun.
All right, and when a shell is fired and the mechanism is used, what happens to the spent shell case?
When you bring the forearm back, the shell case is ejected similar to a semi-auto.
Okay. And which way would it go out of this particular firearm?
It would go to the right.
As an example, go to the right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just pointed at a court reporter, sorry. All right, this item was found within that weapon, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Tell me what that is.
It's a 12 gauge, 3.5 inch shell, 2 1/4, number 7.9.
Is that a turkey load?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, let's close this box up. Help me out if you would, real quick.
Are they really gonna go through all the guns? So they want to show that they did testing on all the guns? Allah. Oh, they're saying so the white hands that we saw in the video, the guy that tased him, that's the guy that got relieved. Relieved of duty. You'll be back next week. We'll let you sit out for a little bit. You'll be back. I mean, if you're gonna go through 30 or 40 guns, let's go. Jesus. And you're repeating the same thing over and over, so just start pulling out all the guns then. Unless he's gonna do something else now. Come on, Judge. Tell these people to get it together. Today's much better than Friday. Friday, the first half was good, and then it just went to hell. Today was good so far, but now it's starting to go to hell. Well, it depends. We'll see. I don't know. Be optimistic.
What are y'all doing right now?
We are securing a Benelli shotgun.
They're playing the video, I guess.
All right. So we just did states 89, and now let's do states. Can you tell me the number on the bottom of that one?
91.
91. All right, just real quick, if you can just take a look without showing it to the jury and see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
And tell me what that is, please.
That is the Benelli shotgun, which I secured. It's depicted in the video.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, we would move states 91 into evidence.
Yes, Your Honor. Relevance and 403.
All right. Let's go ahead and again, if you can show that to the jury, please. All right. Thank you very much. Let's put it back. You can point at me. That's all right. All right. I'm going to show you what's inside this particular exhibit and see if you recognize those items, please.
Yes, sir.
All right, and what are those items?
Those are two 12-gauge shells, which were loaded in the Benelli at the time we secured it.
What, if anything, can you tell me about the type of shells those are?
Head stamp is Winchester 12-gauge, long beard, so 3-inch, number 4. And the head stamp on the red one is a Federal 12-gauge, 7 2.5 ounce. It's 3.5-inch Federal premium shell.
Different types of ammunition, even different sizes, is that correct?
That is correct.
One is a Winchester and one's a Federal, is that correct?
That is correct.
Right, let's close this box if we could. All right, back to the video. We're picking up at 21:58.
Mystery Maven, how you doing?
At this point on that gun rack, did you observe any other 12 gauges?
12 gauges, yes, sir.
12 gauges. All right,
No, sir.
Who are you having a conversation with right there?
Attorney Mark Ball.
Was he pointing in that box?
Yes, sir, he is.
Was he pointing about what y'all were talking about?
Yes, sir, he is.
I know. I agree with the neighborhood. I actually agree with that. I'm not sure why not just cover the 2 guns or whatever.
For the record, I'm fast forwarding a little bit.
I hope there's a point to this, because if not, like, I feel like it's gonna maybe I'd be annoyed if I was a juror. I guess it's gonna be relevant later, I guess. I don't know, I'm not really hungry after eating that breakfast. I'm actually pretty full. I don't think I'm gonna eat anything for a while.
We're going to talk more about this, but after collecting these various firearms, did you and the other agents ultimately collect both spent rounds as well as unfired rounds in the property and at the house?
Yes, sir, we did.
And that's what generally the video is depicting from here on out?
Yes, sir, it is.
I think they're probably gonna break for lunch at probably close to 1 Eastern, maybe. I'm gonna go use the restroom. Perfect time.
Is that empty box we were just talking about earlier?
Yes, sir, it is.
For the record, we're at 28 minutes and 59 seconds. Right up there, the top of the screen on top of those little shelves. Do you know what that is?
I don't see where you're talking, sir.
Let me back it up. If you could step down for me real quick. Back it up one more time. That silvery thing, you know what that is? Right there.
I didn't catch a good look at it, sir. It looks like a juice box drink.
Okay, juice box drink. All right, keep on going if you would, please. I'm just kind of fast forwarding it. What's generally going on right here?
Still looking for any additional weapons or ammunition.
Right there on the image at 3804, who's sitting on the couch?
That would be Attorney Chris Wilson.
All right, bear with me. I'm gonna kind of fast forward through this. And for the record, I'm at 4708. See who was on your cell phone right there?
Yes, sir, I did.
Who was that?
Captain Ryan Neal.
Is that your boss at the time?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And so what are you doing right now?
I'm fixing to step outside to talk to him.
All right. Does your body camera go off at that point?
It does.
All right. Tell me what happens when you go outside. Do you go outside that stoop we showed earlier?
Yes, sir, I go out of the side door, same door we entered.
All right. And what, if anything, did you observe outside?
I observed on the ground, right at the edge of the stoop, what appeared to be a 300 blackout spent shell casing, appeared to be weathered as if it had been there for some time.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you decide to do at that point?
After talking to Captain Neal, I went back inside. I asked Special Agent Anthony Sampson to step outside with me so that we could secure those shell casings. We again activated the body-worn camera, and we walked outside and we secured those, or we secured shell casings from around that stoop.
Okay, bear with me real quick. All right, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 260 for identification at this time, and I want you to take a look at that and see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, let me take them back real quick. And what are these?
Those are the spent shell casings which I picked up from around the stoop on the outside of 4147 Moselle Road outside the gun room.
All right, and when you say that they were in weather condition, what do you mean by that?
The brass is tarnished. They had dirt in them. It just appeared they had been sitting in the weather for a while.
Okay. And did, if I could have the helmet back, please. Did they appear to be shiny, like the bullets that were with the magazine that the jury earlier saw from the prior exhibit?
No, sir.
All right, I'm just going to put this exhibit without objection, put it up on the screen. It's marked for identification at this time. And again, if you could describe for the jury the condition of those cases when they caught your eye.
I apologize. I couldn't hear what you said.
My apologies. Again, if you would, just describe for the jury what you're talking about about these cases when you that caught your eye when you saw them outside.
Well, the brass was not shiny as a new casing would be. It appeared that it had been sitting in the weather for some time. It had began to tarnish inside of the where the bullet had been expelled from the end. The inside had dirt, grass. Obviously, it had been there for a while.
What was the brand and type of ammunition that's in this particular exhibit that you found?
S&B 300 BOK, which is blackout.
All right, let me go to the video if I could, please.
Oh, she's in there? Oh, they're saying I think she's in a different seat. Okay, Nancy's still there in a different seat. All right, all right. Did I miss anything?
All right, what are y'all doing on the screen right here?
We are locating the 300 shell casings.
Buster.
What's Agent Sampson doing right there?
He is picking the shell casing up.
Is that one of the casings that's in this bag right here that you identified?
Yes, sir, it is.
Juice box.
What's that right there?
That is another shell casing on the, if
Juice
you're
boxes?
facing the door or the stoop door, it'd be on the left-hand side of the stoop.
Is that one of the ones that are in this bag, States Exhibit 260?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what brand and type?
S&B 300 BOK.
I'll do an interview.
What you find there that you just picked up?
That would be another S&B 300 blackout shell casing.
One of the ones in this bag we've been talking about?
Yes, sir.
just a little bit.
Aw. I just saw that. Hang in there. Just hold on, man. Damn, man. So today, yeah, this is kind of hard, this trial, right? I feel like we started great today, and then it kind of just again nosedived. Man, oh my Lord Almighty.
Y'all collected all 5 cases that are in this bag?
Yes, sir, we had.
Did you go to any other locations that day? What day is this right now, with those videos you just watched?
6/8 of 21.
21. On June 8th of 2021, the day after the murders, did you go to any other location in the property to search, to your recollection?
I don't think it was that day, no, sir.
Okay. Did you ultimately go and search a shed at the property?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And what specifically did y'all search at the shed?
The trash that had been taken away from the house.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 161 to your testimony, and see if you recognize that exhibit.
Yes, sir, I do.
Tell me what that exhibit is, please.
This is a video of my body-worn camera when we were actually digging in the trash that was we took to the shed and dug through.
Your Honor, this time I would offer State's Exhibit 161 into evidence, I believe without objection.
That's correct.
It's admitted.
All right.
BL says bringing evidence into a trial takes long. They're not trying to show any relevance at this stage by bringing it in.
I'm going to publish
Other witnesses will be doing so.
161.
Murder Trial 101. Okay, BL. Thanks.
Tell me what we're seeing. We're at 28 seconds in. What are we seeing right there?
That is the large shed that's our hangar. Just probably to the right middle of the screen would be the dog kennels, dog house. To the far right is the, I think it's chicken coop. But the shed is where we went through some trash that we had secured.
All right. And step down for me, if you would, please. Let's kind of point that out for the jury. Wow. So where are the kennels in this particular video?
The kennels are right here.
And where's the feed room in this video?
The feed room would be right here on the end.
All right. And where's the little doghouse in this video?
This would be the doghouse.
All right. What is this thing right there underneath the shed?
That's UTV under the shed.
And then the kennels extend down this way with various cages?
Yes, sir, it does.
Thank you. You can retake your seat. What are y'all about to do right here?
We're about to dig in trash.
Digging trash?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fun job?
It's not, but it has to be done.
You see a bottle of Jack Daniels? Where? Not over here. Would be kind of nice. Somewhere on the screen.
All right, at 124, I'm just going to fast forward it some. What is that image right now at 145 that's on the screen?
That is a empty box, 12 gauge premium turkey load ammunition.
Oh, on the defense table?
Right there?
An empty box of 12 gauge long beard, 3.5 inch, let's see, 2 ounce, number 4 shot.
And what is that right there?
That is a empty box of 12 gauge. It's got Browning on it, TSS. It's a 3.5 inch, 2 1/4, number 7 and 9.
All right, for the record, I'm fast forwarding then. What is this right now that we're seeing at 3 minutes and 7 seconds?
That is appeared to be a credit card statement or receipt, and it's got an item circled on it.
And was there was an item circled on it?
That is correct.
And what was the store on that particular item?
Goosey store?
Gucci?
Yeah.
All right. And what was the amount?
$1,021.10.
Okay. And somebody had circled that particular entry, is that correct?
That is correct.
For the record, I'm just fast forwarding through, y'all searching through the trash, is that right?
Yes, sir, we are.
Did you find anything else of note in that trash?
No, sir, we did not.
All right. One moment.
So Mr. Maven said that the reason why they are doing all this with the guns is so they can discuss them during the trial. If they didn't do this, they can't refer to them. It's very dull, but very necessary. So we're still working through the process. Working through the motions. Just a couple more days now. Just hang in there. Ooh, look at Buster. Look, he was shaking his head.
All right. I'll show you what's been marked as. Stand by.
Prosecution table, okay.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 214, which is an evidence bag, and see if you recognize what's in there.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, tell me what's in that bag.
These are the shell boxes which I described on the video or observed on the video, and it's the receipt credit card receipt, which was torn, that we collected from the trash.
All right, the one with the circle thing with Gucci on it?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move State's Exhibit 214 into evidence, I believe without objection.
Did it?
Just a little bit. Did you ultimately return out to the scene to do an additional search, or out to the property as a whole to do an additional search?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and you remember what date that was? Roughly?
I think it was the 13th.
Okay. And what were you looking for on that particular search?
Again, looking for any firearms, shells, shell casings, that would could be tested for a potential weapon used during a crime.
All right. And do you remember who were some of the other agents that were out there, or what else was going on at that time?
I think Agent McAllister was there. If I'm not mistaken, Mindy may have been there. There was a number of agents there.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, or marked right now, is State's Exhibit 152 and 151, and see if you recognize those items generally.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And can you tell the jury just generally what those items are?
It's 300 blackout ammunition and magazine containing 300 blackout ammunition that was collected.
All right. And was this collected at various locations on the property during that search?
Yes, sir.
And 151 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
No objection.
Submitted without objection. How much more time do you have with this witness on direct?
There's still a fair amount to cover, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break, talking only to the jury. Everyone else remains seated. We will reconvene at in an hour and 20 minutes. An hour and 20 minutes. Please go to the jury room.
Okay, an hour and 20 minutes. It's going to take a long time, it seems like, because they're putting this all into evidence. I mean, don't worry, guys. They just got to go through 60 guns.
With regard to the admission of the guns, any further?
All right, guys, chill out. We got time.
Further, the state or the defense would like to place on the record.
Well, Your Honor, I would put some further argument in the record in that the guns had been tested ballistically. The test excluded the guns as being in the murder as murder weapons, my understanding, and as a result, they're just not relevant. They have photos of the guns, which is completely sufficient information for the jury and to get the information in that they were tested. But sending, just weapon after weapon back into the jury room during jury deliberations, we think is unfairly prejudicial.
All right. And
Chalking off.
Mr.
The defense, as you might expect, has already challenged the sufficiency of the investigation and what was done. I think the state, not only just generally, but certainly in response to those lines of examination, is entitled to show the extent of the examinations that were done in analyzing the relevant firearms evidence that was on scene. This agent gathered 12-gauge weapons for a reason, because 12-gauge rounds were used to murder Paul Murdaugh, and therefore admission of those we believe is relevant and not overly prejudicial. Certainly nothing about the way we did that examination did anything that was prejudicial. It was all very straight to the point.
Right. Relevant evidence means any evidence tending to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more or less probable than it would be without the evidence. This evidence, so these guns were part of the crime scene in and around the crime scene at or around the time of the murders. Issues have been raised regarding multiple guns, multiple shooters, multiple spent rounds, and the court, in its discretion, have admitted the evidence as being relevant, and there's no dispute that the defendant had multiple guns in and around his place, and I find that it's relevant and more probative than prejudicial, and that's the basis for the court's order with regard to admitting that evidence. And we'll be on break for an hour and 20 minutes.
So they're gonna go through all the guns. I mean, do they still really need to go through like all the guns, or just the guns they think are relevant? Are they gonna go through every single gun? This is not gonna be enough for a couple of days if that's the case. Damn. She's gonna go through the whole shit, the whole shebang. Jesus. Well, all right, a couple of things. So I have until like 2 before I have to get up and go for a little bit. So I'll hang out with you guys right now. And I wanted to listen to this Nancy Grace thing. This part here is only 10 minutes long. Names to know, but there's another one she did. Bombshell openings in the Alex Murdaugh trial. Let's hear the names to know. Should we do names to know? No, let's do the bombshell openings. Bombshell.
Going back to school as a working adult.
Why not choose your own adventure on Care for Hardwood Floors?
Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. We have liftoff. Finally, the double murder case against legal heir Alex Murdaugh is off the ground.
Yes.
Sensational opening statements go down in a South Carolina courtroom. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Fox Nation and Sirius XM 111. First of all, listen to this.
Prosecutors say forensics will prove Murdaugh's guilt after a perfect storm of circumstances came to a head. The state contends Maggie was killed with a weapon owned by the family that was never recovered, and that a cell phone video captured at the murder scene just before the time of deaths puts Alec at the scene, contradicting his alibi that he only reached there when he discovered the bodies.
And he was there.
So I did a poll. We're going to listen to a little bit of Nancy. And I did a poll. Is the judge being fair? How do you guys feel? Put in a vote if you're in the chat. Hit the like button. So far, 85% say yes. 15% say no. Murdaugh.
Just minutes, Maggie and Paul, just minutes before their cell phones go silent forever and ever.
The defense argues there's no...
Okay, they said Nancy's... Who said that? Damn it, where the hell did that go? Somebody said Nancy's coming on... Okay, Julie. Nancy's coming on Fox News in just a few minutes. Which Fox News? Can you tell me? Is it on YouTube? Is it YouTube TV? Fox News. Let's see. Maybe they're streaming the trial too. Maybe she's gonna come on the trial. They have a clock on their channel right now. Oh, we actually got more viewers than Fox News. Wow, I'm so surprised about that. I'm shocked. I guess we're not doing too bad. Listen, I appreciate you guys joining me because, again, just like when I was covering the Johnny Depp trial, which I really enjoyed that, even though I had some downs and I was completely exhausted. But there's like other places you could be. There's a bunch of people streaming. There's actually people that are like attorneys and professionals streaming this stuff that can probably speak to, not probably, definitely can speak to this stuff way better than I can. So I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. And I'm trying to, I don't know, keep you guys interested, but it's a little tough for the layman people like us, that are watching this stuff, and the process of like bringing all this evidence into play. And it's like tedious and just, All right, where's Nancy going to be? Can we see Nancy live? It's Fox News on cable. On cable. Let me sign in. I'll try to, because at least maybe we can listen to it. If it comes up. I see Fox News live right now on YouTube, but that's not their cable TV though. It's like just their, see Fox News. They have 2 shows going on right now. America Reports and the Big Money Show. Which I don't think Nancy's on either.
The event of a
All right,
battle
so what
over
you guys will do?
Taiwan. Would the U.S. be ready for war with China?
Plus, a community in mourning after the body cam video of Tyree Nichols.
Pause that. So whoever's out there, you keep an eye out for me then. If you have the TV thing open, I can put it on and we can listen if they do it. You just let me know. Yeah, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. America's Report. Fox. Okay, America's Report. I have it on my screen.
Tyree Nichols' brutal beatdown was released over the weekend. He's coming.
Okay. All right, so I'll just leave it on my screen. If she comes on, then we'll listen. In the meantime, we'll listen a little bit to the podcast. I don't know, man. China's kind of, yeah. China's going to be a problem.
Forensic evidence to tie Murdaugh to the murders. No fingerprints, eyewitnesses, murder weapons, and despite the gruesome scene, no blood on Alec when police arrive.
You would be covered in blood from head to foot.
The defense argues a video taken earlier in the evening shows Paul and Alec enjoying time together, and that police pinned Alec as a suspect before investigating.
And I want to see those Snapchat video. Whenever it comes out, I'm really curious.
Even suggesting the crime may have been the work of 2 people because 2 different weapons were used.
They have pounded that square peg in the round hole, and you're going to hear about it. They've ignored some witnesses.
Wow. The defense claiming the state ignored witnesses. Well, little known fact, the defense has subpoena power just like the state. If they want a witness brought in, all they have to do is go hand them a piece of paper and it's done. I love it when the defense claims the state missed some witnesses that could exonerate the defendant. Guys, you were just hearing from our friends at NBC and hearing courtroom audio in the background. Well, we are off to the races. What happened in court and what's happening right now in court? Joining me an all-star panel, but first to chief reporter for DailyMail.com, our friend Jen Smith. Jen, tell me everything. Don't leave anything out.
I mean, what a way to kick off this trial. Look, these opening statements really were sensational. We heard from the prosecutor. He calls Alec Murdaugh a storm that was heading towards his family, really painting a picture of this inescapable doom that was facing the victims, Maggie and Paul. Now, we also heard some very strong words from the defense, a full-throated defense by Murdaugh's family, and his attorney. He had his brothers in the courtroom supporting him. Another person who was in the courtroom, Nancy, was Buster Murdaugh, his only surviving son. We don't know whether or not he's supporting his father or if he's going to testify against him. Now, what the defense is claiming is not so much about what the evidence does show, it's about what evidence is lacking here. So we heard at the top of the show from those clips that you played, there's no murder weapon. Prosecution says that they haven't been able to find it. Defense is trying to use this to their advantage. The other thing that they're claiming is that there isn't a clear motive for Alex Murdaugh to commit these crimes. They say that he loved his wife and that he loved his son and that they can prove it. And then lastly, lack of forensic evidence. They say that he would have been drenched in blood had he been the one to pull the trigger at such close range. So it was just the beginning, but they're really laying out where this trial is going to go, and the best is yet to come, clearly.
Opening statements are akin to a roadmap, telling the jurors where the state and the defense are headed. Now, it's my understanding that the one Murdaugh family member remaining of that nuclear family, Buster Murdaugh, is in court and will be a witness. And it's my understanding that he was on the state's witness list, which means he will be a witness for the state. That is a very, very tricky maneuver, because if he is still siding with his father, it could be a disaster to put him on the stand for the state. But you know what? Sometimes you got to go to hell to get the witness to put the devil in jail. Guys, take a listen now as the chief prosecutor, Creighton Waters, here he is in his own words in opening argument.
On the evening of June 7th, 2021, at the defendant's property off Moselle Road in Colleton County, his son Paul Murdaugh was standing in a small feed room and some kennels they had on the property. About 8:50 p.m., and the defendant over there, Alec Murdaugh, took a 12-gauge shotgun and shot him in the shoulder, in the chest and the shoulder with buckshot. And the evidence is going to show it was a 1,000,000-to-1 shot. He could have survived that, but after that, another shot went up under his head and did catastrophic damage to his brain and his head.
I can just see that prosecutor pointing over at Alex Murdaugh, telling the jury that is who murdered his own wife and son. A lot going down in that courtroom. We're going to go dip back in and hear more of the opening statements, but almost immediately, let me go out to you. Cheryl McCollum joining me, forensic expert, founder of the Cold Case Research Institute, star of a new hit series, Zone 7 podcast. You can find her at coldcasecrimes.org. Cheryl, almost at the beginning, remember, we knew at the very get-go that one of the murder weapons was a Murdaugh-owned gun. And now, they didn't say they had the gun, but they knew it was a Murdaugh-owned gun. And I thought, wow, how do they know that? Now it's all made very clear, Cheryl McCollum.
It's all made very clear. And Nancy, this, I'm telling you, you mentioned a roadmap. This whole thing is incredible to me when you look at what they're outlining. And she already mentioned, the reporter mentioned what's not there. Let's talk about what's not there.
Well, hold on just a minute. Don't make me Q&A with myself, Cheryl McCollum. I'm leading you right up to the very beginning. Good gravy, woman. Talk about it. I guess I'll have to cross-examine you. Okay, Cheryl McCollum, isn't it true that at the beginning of the investigation, we were told that one of the murder weapons was a Murdaugh family weapon, and now, isn't it true, Cheryl McCollum, we know cops knew it was a Murdaugh family weapon because cartridges, shells from one of the murder weapons were found to match ballistically to other cartridges found throughout the property as target practice. They matched identically. That is how we know. Isn't that true, Cheryl?
That is absolutely true.
Good gravy. I might as well just go back in the courtroom and try cases, for Pete's sake. If I've got to cross-examine you, go ahead.
But I'm desperate to mention the coat. So a week later, he's got this raincoat that he takes to his parents' house. Investigators find it. There's gunshot residue all over it. So it's not at the murder scene, but it's at mom and daddy's house that he's had with him the whole time.
Oh my goodness.
I haven't heard about that yet. Murdaugh. Alec. But do we know Alec pulled the trigger to that weapon? I don't know, man.
You are so right. Not just a raincoat, but a tarp. You know what? Jen Smith, chief reporter, Daily Mail. Listen to this, and I want to hear what you have to say about it. Cheryl, you're right. And you know, before I play it, Dr. Bethany Marshall, percolate on this for a moment.
Percolate.
Why does everybody always run home to mommy and hide under the bed? Guys, take a listen to our cut 158. Again, this is the chief
on some Kohlberger shit.
Prosecutor, listen.
We're also going to hear evidence that about a week after the murders, Mr. Alec Murdaugh's father had died, Mr. Randolph. And about a week after the murders, he shows up early in the morning at his parents' home, where his mother still is in late-stage Alzheimer's, on Alameda in Hampton. It's uncharacteristic for him to show up early, uncharacteristic for him to show up at all like that. And he comes in and he's carrying something in a blue tarp, and he takes it upstairs, and eventually law enforcement finds out about that. And they go upstairs and they find a wadded up, very, very large raincoat in a blue color. It looked like a tarp. And you're going to hear evidence that it was coated with gunshot residue on the inside.
Ruh-roh. Somebody hid the murder weapon inside a raincoat. Uh-oh. And then hides it at mommy's house. Okay, Jen Smith, chief reporter, DailyMail.com. What about that?
Yeah, I mean, that's a hugely problematic detail for the defense here. They were kind of resting on this idea that there's no physical evidence that could tie him to the crime scene, and then we have this gunshot residue inside this raincoat. Hugely problematic. I also want to point out more about his mother. So she's an elderly woman, and we've just found out that she is on her deathbed. She has Alzheimer's. Not only was her house the place where they found this coat, she is also the person that Alex Murdaugh claimed was her alibi. Now, this hasn't come out in court yet. At least yesterday, it wasn't raised in opening statements. But back in November, the defense filed records with the court which said he was visiting his elderly mother at the time of the murders. Now, clearly, she is not going to be able to be called as a witness. She is old, she is frail, she is no longer of sound mind. He maybe thinks that his mom might be his way out of this, or he definitely did at one time, but this is a problematic detail for the defense, clearly, Nancy.
Well, you know, Jen Smith, chief reporter, DailyMail.com, you just triggered a very, very important detail. If the mother, Alex Murdaugh's mother, is so old and frail and is in late stage Alzheimer's, God bless her, who's the witness that places him coming into her home with the blue tarp that turns out to be a raincoat covered in gunshot residue on the inside, wadded up and hidden? Who is the witness? We're going to find out.
Yes, that documentary, Low Country. That documentary is on HBO. I think that's the only place you can find that documentary. Now, Netflix has one too. It's not as good though. But I had the HBO one, HBO Go, whatever they call it. That's a good one, premium service. I watched one episode last night, and they was controlling that country, Southern country, or Southern Carolina. It's a pretty good one. Tonight I'll watch the second episode. The Murdaughs. The family dynasty trashed. 100 years and it's all trashed because of the new generation shit. These kids these days, they messing everything up. They don't know shit. 100 years down the trash. Down the sewer pipes.
And found dead in Colleton County last week. The coroner tells us someone shot Paul and Maggie Murdaugh.
Dynasty destroyed.
Multiple times last Monday night. The coroner confirmed their estimated time of death was between 9 and 9:30. You're looking at drone footage of the area where their bodies were found. Tonight, there are still a lot of questions surrounding what led to their deaths. Our Brooke Butler spoke to a family friend to get some answers.
The South Carolina Law Enforcement Division and the Colleton County Sheriff's Office still not releasing much information about the shooting deaths of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, but a family friend is providing some insight.
It was just sirens after siren. I mean, we're right here on the main road.
Tangi Omer was in her bedroom June 7th when she knew something was wrong.
Usually when you hear that many sirens, it has to be something really tragic.
Omer was devastated to learn Paul and Maggie Murdaugh had been shot. She says Alex Murdaugh found their bodies.
I can only imagine when you come home and have to find your wife and your son in the yard.
You may remember Paul Murdaugh had been awaiting trial on a charge of boating under the influence, causing death. But Omer says the Murdaughs were kind people who never meant any harm.
Obviously, there are some mistakes made and some things but the people themselves they're great. They care about the community. They really do.
They're just as sweet as people.
Omer says the days leading up to their deaths were normal.
I would have never guessed I'd have gotten that kind of call that night even.
Now she and this prominent South Carolina family of attorneys are counting on law enforcement to get them some answers.
I think they have enough faith in the judicial system and the law enforcement to do their jobs. I think they have enough faith in that that they'll know some answers.
Now Omer says
they are the judicial system. They're part of it. They control it. They run it. Even law enforcement.
Your own adventure.
Collude with us, they protect us, they buffer our world against danger and insult. And I think these sociopaths have gotten their mothers to collude with them for so long that they just think the pattern is going to continue. And, Alex Murdaugh, he came from, I keep saying, intergenerational wealth, intergenerational power. He has to have gotten that entire family system to overlook and to collude with him. I mean, he has this 1,700-acre hunting estate. This is not even his private home.
Hold on. Let me just add something right there. Anybody that knows about it, jump in. They've got this so-called hunting lodge that Dr. Bethany just pointed out, 1,700 acres. They've got a home somewhere. They've got a beach house somewhere. I don't know what all they've got. I'm not coming from a place of jealousy because you know what? Every rich person I've ever known is miserable. Ooh. All they think about is how to hold on to their money or get some more. And they always think somebody's trying to get their money. It's like a dragon sitting on a gold treasure. It's a horrible way to live. So, Dr. Bethany, you're right. It's not just the hunting lodge, but the home, the beach home, the cars, the bank accounts, the minks, the jewels. Whoa, it's actually giving me a little bit of a headache.
This guy's not smart enough to have made all that money. He had to steal it.
No, he got it from granddaddy and daddy and mommy.
And he stole it from his law firm. Let's not forget these embezzlement charges.
You're right. You and Bethany are right. Go ahead, Jen Smith. And I want to make clear that even though he's facing nearly 100 financial crimes of stealing, siphoning, embezzling.
That boy got them crazy eyes. I was talking about that last night. The friend, he got the crazy eyes. He can't even help it. No, come on, he looks normal. I don't know, man. It's just a feature, right? A feature.
Outright taking money from his clients and his law firm. The jury is not going to hear about that because that would prejudice them under the law unless and until the defense opens the door. They bring it up somehow, then the state can bring it in, or unless somehow the state's going to think of a way to use it as motive evidence without getting a darn reversal. That's going to be a very tough line to toe. Jen Smith and Dr. Bethany, you're right. Go ahead, Dr. Bethany.
Well, so what I was saying is that this guy is so unintelligent. He shoots his own wife, allegedly shoots his own wife and child in his own hunting lodge with his own gun.
Idiot.
He uses his mother, who has Alzheimer's, as like an alibi. This guy, Nancy, the research shows there's two types of sociopaths. There's the organized and the disorganized. The organized is like the president of Enron. They amass more and more and more, and they're very slick at it.
They're like the Bernie Madoffs of this world. And then there's the disorganized. They're messy. Everything goes wrong. It's like everything they do is like stepping into a pile of, you know what, CRAP.
Did you just spell crap?
I had to. I didn't want to get to sleep.
I don't let the children say crap either. Okay. And I only say it in secret. Go ahead.
So he's the disorganized subtype. So everything is messy. So he couldn't have amassed all this wealth. He couldn't have gotten all this far.
You know what all of that psycho talk means to me? When you say disorganized killer, it means one thing.
What?
He's leaving me loads of evidence because he is a textbook definition of disorganized killer.
Yes, he is.
You know, Koberger in Idaho tried his best to cover his tracks. Murdaugh did a much worse job. Another thing that happens in opening statements is we find out exactly how the state believes the double murder went down. I mean, I just thinking about not only murdering your wife who stood by you all these years with your BS, your drug addiction, your money problems, your showing out in public, your alcohol, and your son. I mean, I just keep thinking of my husband and my son and my daughter. The thought of killing them, I just push it out of my mind. It's so awful. But the state is saying that's exactly what happened here. And this is how they say it went down. Take a listen to our cut 151, straight from the courtroom.
Just moments later, he picked up a .300 Blackout, which is a type of ammunition, but an AR-style rifle, and the evidence is going to show that the family had multiple weapons throughout the property, picked up that .300 Blackout rifle, and opened fire on his wife, Maggie, just feet away near some sheds that used to be a hangar. Pow, pow. 2 shots, abdomen, in the leg, and took her down. And after that, there were additional shots, including 2 shots to the head that again did catastrophic damage and killed her instantly.
Joining me, special guest Irv Brandt, former U.S. Marshal Service International Branch Chief Investigator with DOJ, author of Solo Shot, Curse of the Blue Stone. That's on Amazon starting now. Also, author of Flying Solo. I could go on and on and on. Irv Brandt. They're talking about Maggie like she's a deer or some sort of animal prey. He shot at her. He shot her in the leg. He took her down, and then he went over to her and finished it off. It's just so brutal. So brutal.
It is, Nancy. And it's a highly, highly emotional case. And when the prosecutor lays it out, how dispassionate it was, take those shots, to take the initial shots that'll bring somebody down, then to move in and take careful aim for kill shots to the head. It's hard to accept that it's done by a loved one. But in most cases, that's exactly how it's done. That's when someone is murdered, and you know this as well as your listeners, the first person they look at is the spouse. And there's no doubt, guilty, guilty, guilty. Lawyers and cops make the worst criminals. You would think they make the best criminals. They make the worst criminals. This guy isn't good at anything. He's not good at fraud. He's not good at tax evasion. He's not good at murder. He can't stage his own murder. He's terrible at it. He is going to be convicted. There is no doubt.
And I got to tell you guys something. Irv Brandt knows what he's talking about. Like every member on our panel, they're all so experienced. Is that Dr. Bethany jumping in?
Yeah,
Dr.
yes.
Bethany, hold on. I'm going to lose my thought. You know how I just have the attention span of a fruit fly. Hold on. Wendy Patrick, California prosecutor, author of Red Flags, wendypatrickphd.com. She's a star of Today with Dr. Wendy, KCBQ, San Diego. Wendy, As Irv Brandt was talking, I was thinking about a spouse. Now, I know a lot of people get angry and things happen, you get a divorce, but I was just thinking about David, my husband, who has been with me through thick and thin, really ever since my fiance Keith was murdered. He was there when I gave birth, when Lucy and I almost died. He saved me from drowning once. He helps me take care of my mother. He raises our children, and I think about our children and how that's the thing I look forward to most in life. And just the thought of raising a gun to them, the way Irv Brandt described it, like a kill shot on your spouse, has been through everything with you and stood with you shoulder to shoulder through thick and thin. It's really hard to take in, Wendy.
Yeah, you know, and Nancy, you brought up one of the points I was going to make. It's also going to be hard for some of those jurors. You have a wonderful husband. Some of those jurors might also have absolutely wonderful spouses, and they are so disconnected from the idea to begin with that right from the beginning, even though they've heard the prosecutor's opening, what they're going to have to do through motive, through other things that they're going to bring in through the evidence, is win those jurors over from the absolute disbelief that something like this could ever happen, especially when you're looking at a family that doesn't necessarily have any outward signs of there being any problems. Now, that, of course, will have to be developed during the course of the trial, but it's that mindset you just pointed out that's going to be difficult to overcome. Not that it can't be done, but they're going to have to do it through the evidence.
Now, you know, I heard, go ahead, Dr. Bethany. I know you were jumping in with something, and I'm going to circle back to what Wendy just said. Go ahead.
What I think is so heinous is that he killed them as a distraction from his other crimes, from being caught. Let's not forget that in most cases of domestic homicide, you have a very sick, disturbed spouse who's just anguished with jealousy or envy, or they want to control their spouse. They want to crush them under their heel. They envy their goodness and everything they're accomplishing in this world. So you kind of take a deep dive, or at least I do, into the homicidal spouse's motivation for killing. And in this case, he kills as a distraction. That's what's heinous. Not just the murder, but the motivation, I think, is particularly cruel. There's so many other distractions on the face of this planet that he could have come up with. But that, I mean, but y'all have to hold that in the back of our minds.
I want to follow up on what Wendy, Bethany, Cheryl, everyone has mentioned. The defense is fighting back, but I want you to listen to something they're saying in our cut 172. This is Dick Harpootlian, former prosecutor, now defense lawyer.
You're not going to hear a single witness say that their relationship, Maggie and Alex's relationship, were anything other than loving. You're going to hear about how they went to a baseball game the weekend before. You're going to hear about their relationship. You're going to see texts and emails indicating a loving relationship. Paul, the apple of his eye. You're going to see a video somewhere between 7:30 and 8 o'clock the night of the murders with Paul and Alec riding around looking at some trees they planted. It's a Snapchat that Paul sent to other people because the trees were not planted very well. They were cantilevering over. They're laughing. They're having a good time. That would be about an hour before the Attorney General says he swatted them. When I say he swatted them, when they were swatted, and no question.
I don't know how much that helps the defense to keep saying they were slaughtered, no question. But correct me if I'm wrong, everybody, but wasn't Maggie seeing a divorce lawyer? And he's talking about that baseball game, and a witness says at that baseball game, Harpootlian is talking about that Murdaugh goes and gets some popcorn, a bag of popcorn. He comes back into the box or wherever they're sitting and throws it at Maggie. I'll tell you what, it'd be a cold day in HELL that David Lynch came up and threw a bag of popcorn at me, especially in front of people, to witness my humiliation. That is not a loving marriage. Anybody in this room with that? Is that okay? If somebody throw popcorn at you? And that's out in public. What? Who? Jump in.
No.
This is Doc Dupree. So that's what you've got to remember. The locals down there, they know that this was not a happy marriage. Remember that Maggie texted her friend that something's up. She doesn't trust Alex going to Moselle that night.
Ooh. So were they having issues in their marriage? And let me ask you guys this: do you have any theories? Do you think? I mean, is it just cut and dry? Is it just this guy allegedly killed his son and wife for what? Financial reasons? Or do you think maybe he's not guilty and somebody else wanted to kill Paul because of the boat accident? Or was this some sort of financial payback? One of the people that he's allegedly screwed over? Or was there issues going on in the marriage? Was it an accumulation of everything? Oh shit! Look, we got Alex Murdaugh in the chat. Hold up. Oh no, that's it. That's over here in this chat. Oh Allah, hold up. Oh, that didn't work out how I wanted to. Fail. Yeah, someone said guilty as hell. Lindsay says not guilty. I stand by him 100%. Okay. Let's see what else. Who knew Alex's hair matches Star Trek? What else we got? Money. Money's the root of all evil. He's guilty to me. Was he on the vegan diet? No, I'm just kidding. The only thing Alex cares about is money. He'll kill anybody to get him out of the way. The murder was a smokescreen. You only think he's guilty because he's a man, and you guys are just like the Larry Malay killed his wife because his wife may want to divorce him. So were they having issues in the marriage? Homeboy over here partying, getting it on. Out here with the youngins and shit, you know what I'm saying? That boy getting it in with the White Claw and shit, you know, just living that life. Living it up, tu sabe. Boy, Len, we got money, you do anything, man. Living it up, partying. Hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh. Hey, 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 hey. Partying it up or living it up. Murdaugh. Alec. So what kind of issues were they having in their marriage? Who knows the dirt? And do you think that'll come up in the trial? That would be relevant, right? They should bring that up. What kind of issues? White Claws, no laws. The White Claw is good, but like, how are you gonna get hammered on White Claw? Like, you probably have to have like 6 of them shits, 7, 8 of them shits, and by that time you're full, right? I mean, they did go to the bar though. That the boat crashed. They went to the bar after. Boy, partying it up, living it up, no laws. In that little small town, they ran things. Anywhere else, nobody would give a shit, but in that small town, they ran it. Law enforcement bowed and cowered down to them and got on their hands and knees to the Murdaughs. Damn. Yes, sir. I'll sell out for some basketball game tickets. That's what he was. They said they were buying like basketball game tickets or football game tickets. And these guys got on their hands and knees for some tickets and shit. People in law enforcement. Damn. Thank you, sir. Oh, you're so gracious. It's cut and dry. He had too much property for a random stranger to come and wander in to shoot and kill 2 people. I believe he just had too much to deal with his son's boating accident. His son's boating accident, the drama in the marriage. Let me play a little bit of Nancy and then I have to head out for a little bit, just a little bit. But the good news is when I come back, I'm gonna be pretty free today because I have some extra time. I think. Not that I'm gonna stay a bunch of time extra after the trial, but so I got to make a short little video. All right, let me play a little bit of this before I go.
Ooh, good point. Go ahead, Dr. Dupree. By the way, Dr. Lee Dupree is, Dr. Michelle Dupree is joining us from South Carolina. She went with me side by side through a lot of this evidence there in South Carolina. And she's right. Everywhere I went, Dr. Dupree, people would go, oh yeah, Maggie was getting a divorce. They even knew it down in the Jimmy John sandwich shop. Everybody knew it. So I don't know what Art Poulian is talking about, Dr. Dupree, who, by the way, is a forensic pathologist, medical examiner, former detective, and author of Homicide Investigation Field Guide. Go ahead, Dr. Dupree.
So, and it's not just Maggie, but remember that Paul might have been the apple of his eye, but he was a screw-up from the very beginning.
Sorry, Paul, but it's true.
Yeah.
Paul Murdaugh was the son that got rip-roaring drunk. Didn't he even have an alias name his friends would call him when he was so drunk? Another
Timmy.
Was it Chucky?
Timmy.
What?
Timmy. It was Timmy.
Chucky. Yeah, Timmy.
Timmy would take over. Evil Timmy.
And his whole body language changed.
Yes. And he had just crashed Alex Murdaugh's speedboat into some pilings. I think it was into pilings. I don't think he hit the bridge.
No, it was pilings.
He hit pilings. And Mallory Beach, 19 years old, who was scared to death during all this, flies off the boat, dies on impact, and her body floats in the water for days and days and days. I talked to some of the rescue guys that were part of finding her body, and they say that little girl's body just bloated being out in the water. So I don't know how much Paul Murdaugh was the apple of his eye anymore. Because Jen Smith, iCkEdMeL.com, isn't it true that part of the alleged motive for murder is that the lawsuit regarding Mallory Beach's death
is going to reveal his finances.
And Paul Murdaugh's court date was looming.
Yeah, that is right. The prosecution hasn't nailed down specifically which financial stress component is what they believe caused Alex Murdaugh to actually do this. But, you know, there are a few. There's this lawsuit, like you mentioned,
All right, let me get the super chats real quick, too. I forgot before I take a small little break. I'll leave the stream up, though. Katie, thank you so much for the 22-month membership. Hope you're having a great day. Keep up the great work. Thank you. Ryan, Judge Too Much Coffee Has to Pee. Got the earlier. Thank you so much. Heather, thank you for the lunch fund. Elsa, I would buy that picture I would 100% buy that picture with new merch. Thanks. Elsa, thank you so much for the super chat earlier as well. Yeah, it would be funny. Tracy, pick Murdaugh under that pick on merch. We might have to do something. I don't know. Or they might try to cancel me. Heather, thank you for the super chat. Says Nancy has to be bored out of her dang mind. I think she might have came back. I'm not sure. Cruise with Cindy, thank you for the super chat. When they were in the hospital, Alex went into the rooms of the friends that survived and told them to change their story or making moves. Grace, thank you for becoming a member. Ellie, thank you for becoming a member. Okay, so I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna leave this here. I'll be back probably in about 10 or so minutes. The trial should be coming back at, I don't know how much more time, 10 or 20 minutes? Something like that. So I'll be back. All right, you guys take a little break, stretch your legs, get something to eat. All right. I'll be back. And they still didn't start. I'm gonna be back in less than 10 minutes. I had to come get the tablet for the baby. I'm going back out. I gotta bring it back to her. Hope you guys are doing good. I can't believe they didn't start yet. And I'm also looking for a place right now. So I had somebody reach out to me, and then I called back this other lady, and it's like this whole back and forth crap. But I'm gonna go meet somebody today after the stream to go look at a place. I'm starting to get a little picky though, because I started seeing some nice places I really liked, and this place that I saw was kind of like, all right. But this other place, this place is in my budget, like actually under my budget. This one place that I'm gonna go look at today. So we'll see. But I'll be back. 10 minutes. Don't leave me. Love me. Don't leave me.
Okay, if we can have our witness back. You may bring the jury. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Senior Special Agent Croft, a couple things I want to kind of go back to just as a housekeeping matter before we move on to new matter. And previously shown me to the defense counsel. All right, so I'm going to show you some images. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit. What we're doing first. 163, 173, 158, 175, 176, 177, 179, 180, 181, and 183, and just have you generally flip through those and see if you recognize those images.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and just generally, what are these images of, if you would?
Those are still images taken from my body-worn camera the day of the 8th.
So these are still images from the body-worn cameras that the jury saw prior to lunch?
That is correct.
All right, Your Honor, this time the state would move in states 163, 173, 158, 175, 176, 177, 179, 180, 181, and 183, I believe, without objection.
No objection.
Admit it.
All right, let's go through these real quick if we could, if I could get the input to the Elmo. Looks like it is on the Elmo. All right. We got this fancy hood up here. See if that'll do better for us. All right, can you tell me what this image is of, please? And this, for the record, my apologies, would be States 163.
That is a picture of the pool table in the gun room that with the 300 AR-15 300 blackout sitting on the pool table, which I collected out of the gun rack.
All right, and that person right there, who is that?
That is Mark Bull.
All right, I'm going to show the jury now 173. And tell me what this image is, please.
That is that AR-15 rifle 300 blackout sitting in the gun wall before it was pulled from the gun wall, placed on the table.
All right. Still image 158. Can you tell me what that is, please?
That is what I was describing as the side door which enters to the gun room without going through the main part of the house. The stoop and out in front of that is where items were collected.
And what items are you talking about?
The 5 300 spent shell casings were collected out in front of the stoop.
All right. Going to go now to Exhibit 175, and what is that image?
That is the same side door, just a different angle, same stoop.
All right. 176, tell me what that is, please.
That is the brick landing at the bottom of the stoop, and just in the center, down low, close to the bottom, you can see a 300, spent 300 blackout casing.
What am I pointing out with my finger right now?
That is the spent 300 blackout casing.
All right, go to exhibit number 177. Tell me what this still image from your body cam reflects.
That is my hand, and I have picked up a spent 300 blackout casing from the side of the stoop.
All right, 179.
Those are the 300 blackout casings which were collected at the in front of the stoop.
All right, and now 180.
That is the left-hand side of the entrance of the gun room, just in the flower bed.
All right, and do we see cases in that image? You can step down if you need to. I know your screen's pretty small. If you need to step down, that's fine.
I can't pick it out on that picture.
All right. I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 180 and see if you can make it out.
Yes, sir. It will be at the bottom of the picture, about in the center.
All right. Let me have you come around, or you can do it. I'm going to put it back up and do it screen for the jury, please.
It would be right here.
All right. Sounds good. You can retake the stand, please. All right, moving on to 181. Tell the jury what this still image reflects, please.
That is three of the 5 300 blackout spent casings that was collected at the base of the at the front of the stoop.
All right, and then finally, jumping the gun, we have 183. Tell me what that reflects.
That would be to the I believe the right-hand side of the stoop, and just at the end of my hand, I'm fixing to pick up a spent 300 blackout casing.
What is my finger pointing to right there?
That is the 300 blackout casing which I'm talking about.
All right, thank you. Right before lunch, there was admitted into evidence states 152 and 151, and you got your readers with you?
I do, yes, sir.
Can you remind us where those items were collected, please?
The ammo was collected from the shelving in the gun room, 300 blackout ammo, on 9/13 of 21, and the 300 blackout the 243 magazine with 300 blackout ammo in it was collected from a black Ford F-150 that was located on the property.
And you got a knife on you?
I do, yes, sir.
You mind opening that exhibit for us? And let's take a look at those items, please.
Do you want me to open the brown bags also?
I do, please. go ahead and do most with that one first, if we could. Can you remove the item from its packaging, please? What you got there?
It's a magazine which fits the AR style rifle that is loaded with 300 blackout ammunition.
All right, and can you see what brand that is on there? On the rounds that you can see?
Appears to be S&B 300 blackout.
S&B 300 blackout.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to take that item. I'm going to put this up on the screen so the jury. All right, go ahead and open the other one for me, please. Before we move on, we're not pulling all the ammo out, but does this magazine appear to be relatively full?
It's pretty heavy, so it's pretty full.
All right. I'm going to ask you to go ahead and just put that one back for me, please. And then go on to the next one.
Hello.
Bottom of the bag.
All right, what did I miss? They say Nancy's on Fox? Hold up. Hold up. Got this shit right here. Oh, she's on Fox. All right, I got it here, guys. Don't worry.
Another magazine that fits the AR style rifle.
On a break, I'm gonna pull it up. Well, can I pull that shit up though? I don't know if I
Tell
can.
the particular brand of that 300 blackout.
It's head stamped S&B 300 blackout.
Right. Let me go put that up on the screen for the jury.
Don't you worry, child. Oh man. So what? He's and I heard them say something about a knife. What happened with the knife? On YouTube. Yes, and a guy has a knife in the courtroom. Oh, real? Oh.
All right. Just real quick before you put it back, is that, we're not taking all the bullets out or cartridges out, does that appear to be fairly well loaded?
It's got some weight to it. It feels like it's fairly loaded.
All right, if you can return that to its bag, please.
So they're checking all the weapons and the magazines. Sip that culata. La mocha. Laca. Locha. Whatever they call it.
We've been talking about guns for a while. Let's talk about something else for a minute, and then we'll get back to guns.
All right. Oh, Lord.
Got it back?
Yes, sir.
All right. Going back to June 8th, 2021, were you present when any efforts were made to collect the cell phone belonging to Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. And who all were you present with when that when that happened? And just kind of describe the events as they took place, please.
It was myself, Special Agent McAllister, Captain Ryan Neal, Dylan Hightower. There was one or two more people there, but I don't recall.
Okay. And ultimately, was that phone located?
The phone was located a short distance from the crime scene.
All right. And where was it, just generally?
If you would come out of 41, out of the driveway of the residence, take a right on Moselle Road, quarter mile, half mile. I don't recall the exact distance. On the left-hand side of the road, kind of in the grass area.
When y'all found it, what happened then? Who picked it up? Who collected it? What happened to it at that point?
Captain Neal picked it up. Special Agent McAllister held it in her hand while a picture was taken of it, gloved hand. We were given the passcode to the phone. Passcode was entered into the phone just to verify that it would work, it would unlock. And it did work, it did unlock. It was immediately shut, locked back. And then passcode was written on a sticky note. It was packaged and ultimately turned over to crime scene.
Okay, and you were there when all that happened, is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Aside from the things y'all just described, was it otherwise manipulated or tampered with or changed in any way?
No, sir, it was not.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked for identification at this time as Exhibit 204, and have you just take a look at that and see if you recognize that item.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, tell me what that item is.
This is the phone that was recovered on the side of the road belonging to Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
The one you just described?
Yes, sir, it is.
The one that was secured by Captain Neal?
Yes, sir, it is.
And then turned over to crime scene?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, put it back for me if you will. Just real quick. All right, at this time, Your Honor, we would move Exhibit 204 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
Submitted.
All right. Let me ask you this question. Do you know a guy by the name of John Bedingfield?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is that somebody you knew before this case?
Yes, sir, it is.
And how do you know him, just generally?
John grew up in Barnwell, just like myself. He actually has a son that's the same age as my son. They went to school together, played ball together. I've known John for a number of years.
And what does John do for a living, do you know?
He is a DNR officer.
All right, and does he have a side business?
He does.
And just generally, what does that side business do?
He's got a gun business where he builds, works on firearms.
Okay. And prior to this case ever happening, did you ever have any conversation with John Bedingfield about whether or not he had assembled any guns for Alec Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And is that something that you knew prior to this case ever taking place?
Yes, sir, it is.
After this case took place, well, let me ask you this. Did you know what ammunition was used by those guns that were assembled by John Bedingfield for Alec Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
And what ammunition was used in those guns?
Hearsay.
Response.
Yes, not all for the truth of the matter asserted this time, but effect on the listener for his actions.
Anything further?
It's still hearsay, and I'm not sure what his actions are in response to the hearsay. I mean, he's asking questions about what he learned well before these crimes.
Objections overruled.
And so what was the ammunition in the guns? from what John Bedingfield told you?
The guns were built and chambered for 300 blackout.
All right. As this case developed, did that prior fact that you knew, did that cause you to take any actions?
Yes, sir, it did.
And tell me what actions you took based on that prior knowledge you had.
I contacted John Bedingfield and asked him if he could provide me with paperwork for the weapons that was purchased by Mr. Alec Murdaugh.
All right. And was that after these particular crimes that took place?
That was after, yes, sir.
All right. You remember roughly when that was?
It was within a day or so that I talked to him, yes, sir.
All right. And did he ultimately provide you some paperwork?
Yes, sir, he did.
Was that the only conversation you had with John Bedingfield about the 300 blackouts that he built for Alec Murdaugh?
No, sir, it was not.
Was there a subsequent conversation?
Yes, sir.
Did you call him back or did he call you back?
I called him back and then to require of potential additional 300 blackout that was purchased by and paid for by Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
Okay, so you called him with an inquiry, is that correct?
That is correct.
Tell me what your inquiry was to John Bedingfield after he initially provided you some paperwork.
I'm sorry, sir, I couldn't hear you.
Sorry, turned away.
That's okay.
Tell me what your specific inquiry was to John Bedingfield that second time when there was a subsequent conversation.
The second time that I talked to John was to inquire about whether or not he built a third 300 blackout to replace a gun that Paul had misplaced or had gotten stolen earlier in 2017.
All right, and in response to that inquiry, did John Bedingfield provide you some additional paperwork?
Yes, he did.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as standby for me real quick.
What's up? What's up? What is up? Love me today.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked at this time for identification only. States 247. Stand by for me, just real quick. All right, and I'm going to ask you to look at what's been marked for identification only this time as Exhibit 247 and see if you recognize that paperwork.
Right.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and just again, without describing the contents, tell the jury what this paperwork is, please.
It's a copy of canceled checks and copy of the sale of firearm.
All right, and this was documentation that was provided to you in response to your inquiries to John Bedingfield?
That is correct.
And who gave this documentation to you?
John Bedingfield.
All right, I'm going to, again, without going into the contents, look at the second page and tell me, is that the document that was provided in response to your second inquiry when you called him back about a third blackout?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, thank you. Okay. two exhibits. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 162 first, and it's a disc, and see if you recognize that particular exhibit, please.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, tell me what that exhibit is.
That is a disc from, or excuse me, a video from my body-worn camera of a collection of shell casings.
All right, and does it have a date on when that occurred on it?
6/16/2021.
All right, so this is different from what we've already talked about, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and then I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 248 and see if you recognize that particular exhibit.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and is that additional body cam footage from that search on 6/16/21?
That is correct.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, I would move both Exhibits 248 and 162 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
Correct, Your Honor.
Admit it.
All right, so got a search on 6/16/21. Can you tell the jury a little bit about that search, how it came to pass, what was going on, and then we'll get to the footage as to what occurred.
Okay. During the investigation process, we learned that there was a shooting range and some bodies of water on the property. And when I say on the property, it's across the road from the incident location. Through discussion with the investigative team, it was decided that we needed to go over to that shooting range and also search that body of water for any potential evidence that may be found.
And this shooting range, that was still part of the Murdaugh property at Moselle, is that correct?
That is correct. It would be kind of diagonal to your left from where the kennels are at.
All right. And the information received was that the family used that as a shooting range?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, let me show you quickly. Go ahead and just quickly show you these. Show you what's been marked as exhibits 184, 185, and 186, and see if you recognize those.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and tell me what those are generally, please.
One is the picture of the shoot house. The other is the picture of the inside of the shoot house, and then the third picture is a picture of the area next to the waterway where we collected some items.
All right, Your Honor, this time I would move exhibits 184, 185, and 186, state's exhibits into evidence, I believe, without objection.
No objection.
All right, very quickly, let's put this up on the screen. 184, again, tell the jury what that is, please.
That is what I'm describing as a shoot house. It has a bench inside where you would set up to shoot targets out in front.
All right, 185, what does that represent, please?
That is on the inside of the shoot house, the chair, the stand where you would sit, and obviously the rail where you would rest your weapon.
All right, what are these little shiny things on the floor there?
That's brass from firearms that's already been fired.
All right, and is that how the scene looked when you found it?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, and then finally 186, what does that represent?
That is two 12-gauge spent shotgun shells that was collected over near the waterway behind where we had set our dive trailer up.
All right. If I could have the inputs changed to the video, please. All right, this time I'm going to play Exhibit 162. For the record, I'm going to fast forward it to about 43 seconds into the video. shooting house as you observed it?
Yes, sir, it is.
I'm now at 1 minute and 19 seconds, and I have it paused. But tell me, what is this thing right here that's kind of up on the counter of that shooting house?
That would be a rest that you would put your rifle in when you're sighting it in or shooting downrange at targets to help stabilize it.
All right, when you're sighting it in, just real quick, explain with the jury what you're trying to do when you sight in a rifle that you would use that rest for.
When you're zeroing your rifle, whether it be 100 yards, 200 yards, you want to hold the rifle as still as possible, obviously. You would have a target downrange at whatever distance you're sighting it in at. You would fire 1, 2, 3 rounds, and then you would adjust your optics and continue till you get it zeroed to where you want it.
And zero means it's shooting where you're aiming?
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, and I'm going to fast forward through a fair amount of this, but ultimately, after seeing those cases on the floor, did you see any 300 blackout that you recognized just looking down were 300 blackout?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And did you send Special Agent David Owen to go get some envelopes so you could collect those?
Yes, sir, I did.
And ultimately, did you collect about 17 S&B cases at that location?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right.
Hold it.
For the record, I'm at 11 minutes and 3 seconds in the video.
Okay. And what is it? 300? 300 blackout? Head staff is S&B. Okay. 300. That AACBLK.
What are you reading out right there?
I'm reading the numbers to identify, the identifiers off the head stamp of the shell casing.
All right. Moving now to 1207.
S&B 300. AACBLK.
Same ammunition?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to move now.
Near right leg. Shoot tape. Hang on. I'm sorry. S&B. 300 blackout. AACBLK.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Also near the right leg of the shooting tape. Above the chair.
Alrighty, so
Okay. S&K, 300 blackout. S&K, I'm sorry. S&G. Yeah, same head strap. S&B is what you were saying. Well, wait a minute, different. Hang on. I'm sorry, it is S&B. AAC, BLK.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Moving to 1619.
S&B 300, blackout, AAC, BLK.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Moving to 1721.
In front, exhibit.
They entered in
1717.
earlier.
300 blackout.
They entered in Maggie's
Back
phone
up to
earlier.
1712.
S&B 300, AAC, BLK, 300 blackout.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Moving now to 18:00, about 18 minutes even.
300 blackout will be the AAC. Okay. S&B 300 blackout will be the AAC, BLK.
Yes, sir, it is.
Between the table leg and the wall of the shootout.
Now we're at 1847.
It's going to be S&B 300 blackout will be 300 AAC, BLK.
Same thing?
Yes, sir.
So, thanks. Moving now to 2221.
Bad habit.
2216.
Stamp S&B 300 AAC, BLK.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
BLK.
2309.
Will be S&B 300 blackout. Yes, that AAC, BLK. 300.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Moving up to the right front corner.
Now we're at 2356.
This is riveting. It's exciting. This is the real experience of a trial. I live for this. Die for this. I love it.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Moving to 2452.
They're analyzing somebody mowing a lawn for forensic audio analysis, confirming each sound bite of the lawn being
Same
low.
thing?
Yes, sir.
Mowed. Every piece of audio bit has to be admitted into evidence and confirmed. So we're just working through the bits and pieces of the audio.
You'll have to go get some more envelopes at this point.
I think that's what we just went to do.
All right, I'm going to move it forward.
You gotta go by like every 5 seconds.
All right, we're at now at 2802.
S&B 300 blackout. 300 AAC, BLK.
Same thing?
Same thing, sir.
What?
We're now at 2908.
And I know they should show some of the videos, not all graphic.
S&B 300 blackout.
Oh, something.
AAC, BLK.
Same thing?
Same thing, sir.
Now we're at 3027.
S&B
By you, my dear.
300 blackout. AAC, BLK.
It's the same thing, sir.
Now we're at 3132.
Okay. S&B. Okay. 300 blackout. AAC. BLK.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
S&B. All right. That's full here.
Now we're at 3216.
S&B. All right. 300 blackout. 300 AAC.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Almost done. Now we're at 3332.
In front of the shoot house.
Amazing.
In front of the chair. Okay. S&B. AAC, BLK. 300 blackout.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Will be in front of the shooting chair on
We're now at 3428.
the table. S&B. 300 blackout. AAG, BLK. AA.
Same thing.
Yes, sir, it is.
You participated in multiple searches at various locations on the Murdaugh property at Moselle Road, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you repeatedly find S&B 300 blackout ammunition, both fired and unfired, at various locations throughout that property?
Yes.
Yes, sir, I did.
We'll do one more very quick one, and this will be Exhibit 248. And I'm going to fast forward.
That lady's
to about
sleeping.
102, and I've
Right
got
there.
to pause, but tell us generally where we are and what we're seeing here again, please, if you would.
This location is going to be between where the shoot house was located and the body of water that was there. It's where we had our dive trailer set up and table set up with a shade so that we could actually get out of the weather if we needed to.
And are you collecting any items here?
Yes, sir, I am.
I want to get a new place.
Spent 12 gauge shotgun shells.
All right, I'm going to let that play for a second. And for the record, we're at 24 seconds in.
It's gotta be like some online game or some shit we can play.
Hold that.
All right. Let's see.
I've never met so many lazy realtors. People don't want to work and shit.
That's pretty rusty.
All right, for the record, I'm going to stop it at 1 minute and 14 seconds. I'm going to show you again what's been marked as Safety Exhibit 21. And are there, in fact, shotgun shells present in there?
There is.
All right,
Yes,
and where
there.
were those collected from, those red shotgun shells?
Wherever you want it to be.
Depicted on the video on the Murdaugh property right near the waterway
All right.
at the shooting range.
only 40 more guns to go and 5,000 bullets of ammunition.
Talk about some of the things that you did in this case, and you've told this jury that a primary focus that you had here, because of your general knowledge of firearms, was to gather that type of evidence. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
But you also participated in interviews in this case as well, didn't you?
Yes, sir, I did.
You talked about interviewing Rogan Gibson. You talked about interviewing John Bedingfield, right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Did you interview the defendant or participate in an interview with the defendant?
Yes, sir, I did.
You remember what day that was that you participated in an interview with the defendant?
I don't remember the actual date.
Let me show you Exhibit 243 and see if you recognize this exhibit.
Okay. Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And what is that disc?
This is a recorded interview which was conducted with Alex Murdaugh on 6/10 of 2021.
All right. Are your initials on this disc?
They are.
Jim. Your Honor, this time we would offer an evidence States Exhibits 243, I believe, without objection.
Okay.
Submit it. All right, let's play the video.
Some more of the buzzing sound. Wow. Amazing. I could play the Nancy Grace shit in the background if we just want to listen to that. Let's see if they're going to keep doing the same shit. No, I want to hear this part, iCkEdMeL.
Stand right quick while they're. Everybody stretch.
Yeah, Judge.
Stretch. Hey. Hey.
Thank you, Jess. Yeah, make sure you check out the Swagit app. We're going to do a giveaway again at the end of February, sometime in February. Sign up, download the app. I'm going to be posting some content on there. I did a morning video today. I'm going to try to add other videos. Right now, I'm just really kind of behind on stuff. Trying to catch up. Trying to get the hell out of here. Trying to do a bunch of shit. Trying to find somebody that's... I just have to start walking into places. Because these people don't want to work. They want to make money. They don't want to do nothing. Ooh, it's kind of cute. Kind of. His eyes. No, I don't like those windows.
Okay.
Criminal windows. Prison windows. Yes, Edwin, I'll get back to you in 2 weeks. Now you want to call.
Just do a quick bit of housekeeping. You had talked earlier about your inquiries to John Bedingfield about the 300 blackouts. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And I want to show you what's been marked for ID only 245 at this time and see if you recognize that document. You pull it out of the sleeve.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And without going into the contents of that document, where did you get that particular document?
I received this document from John Bedingfield.
As part of the inquiries that you earlier described to the jury?
That is correct.
All right. I'll take that off here. The interview of the defendant on June 10th, 2021, where did that take place?
It was in Senior Special Agent David Owens' patrol vehicle in the yard of Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh's hunting lodge.
Your Honor, this time we're going to play Exhibit 243, the second interview of Alex Murdaugh.
Can I take this call really
Yes,
quick?
sir, go
This
right
is
ahead.
my sister-in-law.
Yes, go ahead.
And she's trying to... Hey, Mary. Okay, Lynn, I'm meeting with Mary, when I'm meeting with law enforcement, so I'll call you in just a minute.
Don't have a card.
That's fine.
Did Chelsea call you? Okay. Okay. Can you let Chelsea know and then make her run Lynn down? Okay, well, tell her to go get Christy to find Lynn. Get any one of the secretaries to find her. All right. Thank you. Sorry to put that on you. Bye.
Sorry about that. That's all right. One thing I want to do before we start,
I'll show you,
is I'd like to get a cell phone exam so we can just corroborate everything. Let me get a consent, and I got a guy here that's going to do it.
Are you going to download it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
So I'll get to keep my phone?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Yeah.
Who was the guy that was there to download Alex's phone? Do you remember?
Dylan Hightower with the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office.
He works with the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office?
That is correct.
At that point in time, that was the prosecutor's office in charge of the case?
That is correct.
It was not until August that the case got sent to the Attorney General's office?
That is correct.
How much attorney-client privilege stuff is on there?
A lot.
Okay. We do have a taint attorney that's going to examine it before we ever do.
What is a tank attorney?
A taint attorney, they look at somebody who's not affiliated with the case that makes sure that there's, Jim, do you know? Can you explain it better?
Sure, and I mean, it's a privileged attorney that doesn't, if there is attorney-client privilege information, it's redacted or extracted by the taint attorney.
How do they know who's the client?
I know.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Whatever it is.
yeah.
You know what?
But
if y'all get some
but
attorney-client
whoever
stuff.
that is, would go through me and then
So,
we'd work through it.
signature.
Just write your name here.
So, Alec, I've had situations where
It's not a big deal.
Give me a list of all his clients or something like that, but
Fill out the rest.
I think the big thing, Joe, is, when you download that phone, I don't know if emails come with it or not, because that's probably where all this attorney-client privilege stuff.
And we can actually isolate the emails.
Yeah, that's probably the thing. You don't text clients, but
No, I do. I text a lot of clients.
Okay.
I'm not a big emailer.
Is that at 11 or 12, or do you know?
I do not know.
Okay.
I can tell you that in the case for you if you want me to. You look at the back, it should have a number.
Give me a shout later.
Yeah, what was your date of birth again, Mr.
I have
Murdaugh?
2768.
10. And the last word of the social.
Don't get all that.
7483. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Doesn't say anything on it.
Most of the new ones don't.
Probably have to open it up.
Oh, well, it's got.
Jim, you want to witness that for me, please?
And if you got a passcode or.
My passcode is.
I'll write it on there.
Start at the bottom 9, go up 9669.
9669.
Yes, sir.
All right, let me run this till. I'll be right back.
Where are you from, sir?
I'm actually from Barnwell.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, sir.
I got some cousins in Barnwell.
I got people in Barnwell too. Mixon.
Mixing oil?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my.
You kin to Dickie Mixon?
I don't know. That Mixon oil was my Uncle Ray Mixon, and his son Teddy and Bobby and a bunch of them. Then Freddie Mixon. He was.
I knew Freddie Mixon very well.
And his wife Etta and Jill.
Mr. Freddie goes to Elko Church.
Yeah. Not anymore, he's dead.
I mean, he will be.
He did.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I was at his funeral. He had a tiger paw casket at the funeral. He's a big Clemson guy.
You know Big John Bedingfield, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
I know John.
That's my cousin.
Okay.
Who was he just talking about right there?
John Bedingfield, the DNR officer, who is also the one that built the AR-style rifles, 300 blackout for him.
Thank you, Cindy. Super chat.
And Sweet Caroline.
John's son and my son are the same age. They were in school together.
So, did you grow up in Boston?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. So he's got it and he's taking care of that.
But I get it back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, sir. So when we spoke the other night, I got kind of a basic overview.
Yes, sir.
And it was pretty traumatic.
That's okay.
Yeah,
I know
so,
you need to ask me. You ask me what you need to.
So I want you to, let's start Monday morning and take me through your day.
Monday morning, you know, did I do Monday morning? My wife and my older son had gone to the baseball games that weekend. You know, I really can't remember what I did Monday. I know I went to work, but you know, I think I was dragging a little bit from the weekend, but I went to work. I usually mess around on my farm, and then I go to work. I was at work. You know.
Were you at the office in Hampton, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So I was at my office in Hampton. You know, I mean, I was just at my office doing
legal work.
Yes, sir. I'm sure I can go back and probably recreate some specifics if you need me to, but I can't like sit here and recall on the top of my head exactly what I was working on. I know one thing I was working on was we had some big motions coming up in a Dominion Energy case. I was getting ready for those. And I was getting ready for some motions. I'm a defendant in a civil case involving my son. I told you about the boat wreck.
Yes, sir.
And there were some motions coming up in that on Thursday, and I was mostly just getting ready for those things. And then
This is in response to a question as to what he was doing the day of the murders.
That is correct, yes, sir.
And he said he was working on some motions in the Dominion Energy case, and then also where he's personally a defendant in the boat case. Is that correct?
That is correct,
And that's
yes,
what he
sir.
said he was doing the day of the murders. Is that right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Thank you.
other junk.
What time did you leave the house to go to the office?
I'm not sure.
Who all was at the house when you left?
To go to my office that morning?
Or when you got up, who was at the house?
I'm sure my wife was. And I can't remember if Blanca had made it out there yet or not.
And who was Blanca?
Blanca is our housekeeper.
Okay. Okay.
And she comes different. She doesn't have set hours, but she comes most days. She'll be able to tell you if I was there when she left or not.
Okay.
I can't remember.
And so you went to the office. You did some motions. What time did you leave the office?
What was the name of the housekeeper?
Blanca.
Yeah.
When she left or not.
Okay.
I can't remember.
And so you went to the office. You did some motions. What time did you leave the office?
I left a little bit earlier than normal because my son Paul was coming home.
Okay.
Because he had not been with us during the weekend, and he was coming home. We were going to replant some sunflowers the next day.
Okay.
And so he was calibrating, doing and getting everything ready. So he got home a little early. I left a little early so he and I could knock around, and we knocked around for, just doing things we like to do out there.
Okay.
We're riding around looking at food plots, looking for hogs, a little bit of target shooting, just bullshit.
Yeah. You said Paul wasn't with you over the weekend. Where does he live with you at the house on Moselle?
Well, I mean, that's his home, but
Yeah.
he has an apartment in Columbia.
Okay.
and he goes to Charleston a lot of weekends with his buddies.
Okay.
And he had been in Charleston for the weekend.
Okay.
And then Paul works for my brother John. This out here, you met John.
Yes, sir.
So Paul works for him. So Paul decided to go to, he went to spend the night with my brother, his Uncle John. They were very, very close.
Okay.
Sunday night.
Okay.
And then he worked for John Marvin, and he came home Monday afternoon.
Okay.
Just real quick, Alec Murdaugh told you that he left work a little earlier than normal. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's what he said.
And one of the things he told you is they were riding around looking for hogs. Is that right?
Looking for hogs, yes, sir.
Do people often use 300 blackout to shoot hogs?
They do.
About roughly what time in the afternoon?
You know, I would think it'd be somewhere in the 5 o'clock range, a little bit. It was broad daylight when we were, it wasn't dusk, dark, or late.
Okay.
You know, and we rode, you know, we just rode around. We rode around our dove field looking at how the corn was doing. He and I had planted corn in the dove field, and he planted the corn in the duck pond, and he was, you know, showing me how much better his corn was doing than mine was. And we rode around the duck pond. I mean, we just, you know, we rode the property.
Yes, sir.
You know, we rode the property. Then, you know, I mean, we rode around so much. We just rode.
Okay.
Probably. It was a good little while. It was more than 20 minutes or 30 minutes. Okay. And, you know, was it 2 hours? I don't know. I'd say it was more than an hour, probably.
Really wasn't keeping track of time?
And it wasn't, you know, it wasn't getting dark. Mama wasn't home yet. She had gone to a doctor's appointment. So, you know.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, target practice, what y'all shooting?
Just a little bottle. You mean what gun?
Yeah.
A 22 Magnum.
Rat shot?
I think. No, it wasn't rat shot. I think he shot 2 times and I shot 1 time.
Okay.
He told you that they shot just a couple of times. The target shooting at a bottle 22 Magnum. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is 22 Magnum, is that a very small round, or is that a much larger rifle round like 300 Blackout?
That is a small round.
22 is about as small as it comes.
They make them smaller, but it is small.
Okay.
So after y'all got finished riding around, try to take me through the rest of the evening.
All right. You know, at some point we were all back at the house together. Maggie had gotten home, and, you know, we sat down, we ate supper, which we usually eat supper together. The one thing I remember, I don't know how much detail y'all want, so if I start talking about something that you don't need, just tell me and I'll move to something else.
The more detail, the better, sir.
So Paul has been having high blood pressure, and his mama was worried sick about it. So we were actually, you know, this was a direct thing, getting him, he doesn't like to go to doctors, making him go get his blood pressure checked. His feet had swollen up recently.
Wow.
So, you know, it was a big, huge deal.
Okay.
You know, we hung around the house for a little while. I know that Maggie went to the kennels. I don't know exactly where Paul went, but he left the house too.
Okay. How did Maggie get down to the kennels?
I don't know exactly, but on normal occasions she would drive a buggy, drive a 4-wheeler, or very common for her to walk.
Okay. How about Paul?
Paul wasn't much of a walker, but he would use all of the others.
Okay.
But I mean, it could be anyway, you know? I don't know exactly. I wish I could help you with that.
So they left and went down to the kennels.
Well, Maggie went to go to the kennels.
Okay. Paul left.
And I'm assuming, you know, Paul left because of, you know,
Gotcha.
what happened. I mean, I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
What did he tell you he did after Maggie and Paul went to the kennels?
He stayed in the house.
I mean, I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
Okay.
And I was watching TV, looking at my phone, and I actually fell asleep on the couch.
Okay. And what time did you?
You know, I don't know
wake up?
exactly what time I woke up, but when y'all get my phone, you know, I think one of the first things I did when I got up was call Maggie because I was going to my mom's. And I know I texted her because I checked my phone. And what time did we say the text was, Jim? Like 9:06.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, I got it written down from the other night.
I showed you the other night, didn't I?
Yes, sir. I got this.
So, you know, I texted her. So I called her just before that. And, I mean, she didn't answer at that point. And I left to go to my mom's.
Okay.
Y'all will just have to look. I'm not sure if I called Paul or not.
and that's why we're getting the phone so we can nail down the times and everything.
So I left, drove. Well, you know, I'm gonna tell y'all this, even though I think it's kind of crazy. You know, I was certain that I heard them pull up. I mean, I was positive that I heard, and people don't just come out there. You know, we don't get like passed through. I was certain that I heard them pull up, but they didn't.
Okay.
The defendant told you that he thought he heard somebody pull up, but they didn't?
Yes, sir.
And that was before, according to him, he left the house. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Well, if you heard something pull up, what did it sound like?
You know, I can't tell you what it sounded like. I just know that I thought that my wife had pulled up, or that Paul had pulled up.
Would it have been the buggy that she normally drives, or would it be a car?
No, I had the impression that a car pulled up.
Okay.
You know,
and had you woken up by that time, but hadn't left for your mom's?
Yep.
Okay.
But it wasn't much time in between there because I left pretty damn close. It wasn't much time between me waking up and me leaving the house.
Okay.
And when I went outside, you know, there's a wild cat that lives around that house. Okay. I'm pretty sure it was the cat that ran from my car, but, you know, I never had the impression it was a person, but there was something.
Okay.
You know?
At this point, the defendant tells you something about a wildcat running. He wasn't sure if it was a person.
Yes, sir, that's what he says.
But I really don't think, you know, I'm just throwing that out there because it was in my mind.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
All right.
That's totally fine.
I left, I drove to my mom's.
Up a gilly.
I checked on my mom.
She lives right out here, correct?
She lives at Alameda. Okay. Checked on my mom, talked with Shelly for a few minutes, you know.
Shelly is?
The caregiver.
Okay.
And, you know, I know that I called some people on the way there. I know I returned a call from my brother John. I know that I called Chris Wilson. I know that I talked to Buster. So I made a few phone calls.
Okay.
And
where was Buster?
Buster was in Rock Hill.
Okay. Is that where he lives, or?
No, he lives in Columbia, but he just started a new job. He's going back to law school in January.
Okay.
So he's working a little part-time job with Wild Wings.
Okay.
Through January.
Gotcha.
You know, just kind of killing time. And he was in, his girlfriend lives in Rock Hill. She's studying for the bar exam, so he had to be in Charlotte, so he was staying with her in Rock Hill, her and her mom.
Okay.
Can I open the store?
Yes, sir. So.
All right, so where are we? All right, so then I left
your
my
mom's and making phone calls.
I left my mom's and I went back home. I got to the house. I went inside. Nobody was there. I got in the car. I went back to the kennels and, you know.
And when you went back to the kennels, besides Maggie and Paul, did you see anybody, any cars?
I didn't see anything right then, no, sir.
Take your time.
You know, I saw Maggie and I saw Paul laying down. I knew, you know, I didn't know, you know, I knew it was bad. I went over there and, you know, I saw it.
Yeah.
And, you know, I called 911.
Okay. And what made you decide to go back to the house and get a gun?
I just think the whole scene had me freaked out.
Okay. Did you take your car back up there, or did you run up there?
No, I drove.
Okay.
How did Alec Murdaugh say he went back to the house after finding Maggie and Paul to supposedly go get a gun?
He drove.
And of course, the shotgun that we have is the one you brought back.
They were asking me earlier. I'm not sure which one it was.
Jim, it was a 12 gauge. I know, yeah, Ronnie had the question if it was 12 or 20. It was a 12 gauge.
And it was that camo, though, right?
Yes, sir. I think it was the 12 camo Benelli.
Benelli. I think so. But that's about all you got, Benelli, out there, right?
And we talked about this a little bit the other night too. I know Paul had been getting some threats and getting some being assaulted from, you know, the boat. Who stands out in your mind, besides the boat incident? Who stands out in your mind that would want to come after Paul and or Maggie?
I mean, sir, I can't think of anybody who would want to go to that extreme, you know? I mean, he got a bunch of threats, mostly from, you know, I mean, I have no idea.
How would he receive most of those threats?
What do you mean?
I mean, would people call and hang up on him, or send him text, or
it wasn't
social
so much
media?
That no, it was mostly like in-person confrontations, are the ones that I learned about. Now, I suspect his friends can probably tell you about more, because I doubt Paul told me about all of them.
Okay.
But I knew about a lot of them. You know, there were a lot of times where people would come up to him and he'd be like, they'd say something about, you know, you gonna tell me who was driving that boat, or you little piece of shit, were you driving that boat? You know, stuff like that.
Okay. Who did he go to Charleston with in the boat that weekend?
I don't know exactly. I know that, I mean, I know who his buddies are, but specifically who was on the boat with him, I'm not sure.
Okay.
You know, but I can give you a list of names of who it probably was.
So, Joe, I don't know if you want me to weigh in here. You may want to put your pens down, but a good buddy of mine's son went fishing with me yesterday out in the ocean, and he has a best friend, and his dad's name is Lee Chapman, but
yeah,
the kid said, Lee's son said that Paul slept on his couch in Charleston 2 nights before he was murdered. And so it's Lee Chapman's son. I can get his name. You probably know Lee's son. I don't, but he goes to Citadel. But that's where Paul was.
Okay.
And I learned that yesterday out on a fishing trip, which is about half the standard.
Cool. I mean, yes, sir. If you could get me Lee Chapman's son's contact information.
There was a bunch of Chapman cousins that Paul was very close with. The closest one being Wills Chapman and Frank Chapman.
Wills Chapman is his name, but I'll get your number for you.
Frank is John Chapman's son, and Wills is Lee Chapman's son.
Yeah. Okay. That's where you was.
And those boys are, you know, they're just really good boys and friends of Paul's.
And one of them is Wills with an S, right?
That's right.
And Wills goes to the Citadel, that's you understand?
No, he's graduated from the
Graduated from them. Okay.
And Frank was in the Citadel, but I think he had some kind of, academic troubles. But I'm telling you now, I can promise you that, those boys love Paul.
Well,
it's absolutely.
Well, and I just want to talk to them about their weekend and
sure.
Yeah.
I can tell you this, in riding around with Paul, he was his normal bright, he was a really great kid.
So, being a dad myself, what was the biggest issue you had with Paul? When you had to call him down and scold him or correct him, what was the biggest issue you had with Paul?
Irresponsibility. He was ADHD. He was bad about jumping from, and he had so many wonderful qualities now, but he was bad about jumping from, he'd start this, maybe not quite finish it, do something else. And, you'll find out from his friends, he had clothes strung out all over the state. He did that with clothes, he did that with guns, he did that with my boats.
Awesome.
So.
He lost what?
He would misplace stuff or just, leave stuff behind, right?
Yes, everywhere. He would go off for the weekend. Sometimes he wouldn't pack clothes because he's got clothes in somebody's house. Paul was one, he wouldn't understand how you go out, you and a girl go out on a date. He liked the crowd.
Who was his girlfriend?
He didn't have a girlfriend right now.
Okay.
Alex, last time I talked to him was like 2 weeks ago, although we texted. He was going to Greenville for the weekend. He had friends up there, girlfriend up there?
No, we had a family thing in Greenville, and he came up, Paul didn't play golf. He came up on Friday and stayed Saturday, and then he left to go to Charleston, and we stayed another day to play golf.
Yawning too, huh?
My niece on my wife's side is having a baby, and we went up for that.
And you said on Monday Maggie had a doctor's appointment in Charleston. And I know we talked about this on Monday. Do you recall the doctor that she went to, or for what the reason was?
Maggie had a couple little things going on, and I personally think she was going to see Dr. Gordine, but I'm not positive.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's who it was. I can find out specifically though. Her mom will know.
Okay. And you said she and Buster were at the ball games all weekend?
Yes.
What that?
With me.
With you? And what ball games?
Carolina Regional.
They didn't make it past those, did they?
No.
Okay. Did Paul? Well, no, Paul was in Charleston, so he didn't hang out with y'all that weekend.
No, sir.
And what time did Maggie get back home Monday night?
It was after Paul and I had gone. She was not there when Paul and I left to go mess around.
Okay.
So, it was sometime after that. So there was a point when, she got back, we got back.
When y'all got back from riding around and messing around on the farm, was she home or?
Yes.
Okay.
Told you that Maggie was home when they got back from riding around the property. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
So, and I don't believe she'd been home too long when.
And what's her car? That Mercedes that's out there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Lady looks in pain. In pain. This guy over here, look at his face.
And you said Bianca had prepared dinner that night.
Yeah, Blanca.
I can't even chew gum properly.
that night because Maggie Maggie cooks.
So Aki when he chews gum. He's
You
like,
know, when the boys are home, or she tries to really for me, but she wasn't going to be there that day, so she had Blanca cook a meal.
How is your relationship with Maggie?
Very good.
Johnson is working on a jawbreaker.
As
Busted.
good as it could possibly be. I mean, you know, we had our issues,
Meltdown.
but wonderful.
And I'm just trying to understand the family dynamic.
I understand you got to do what you got to do, I promise.
What was y'all's biggest arguments? What your biggest the things that y'all would argue about the most, what would they be over?
I mean, we really didn't argue, but the basic, I'd say the only thing that caused any friction between us is she was always wanting us to go, and I love her in-laws. I mean, they're wonderful people. I love them to death. She was always wanting to go there, stay there a little longer than me and the boys wanted to stay. That was really, and it really, you know, she'd get ticked off.
Yeah.
You mean her family? You said her in-laws. You mean her family?
I mean her family.
Your in-laws.
I mean, we really didn't argue about much. We didn't have much to argue about. I mean, I'm sure there was an occasional thing that came up that we argued about, but I can't tell you what it is. I can't think of it.
Yeah. Take your time. Good. Tissue.
I'm sorry.
You good?
I mean, she was a wonderful girl and a wonderful wife. And she was a great mother. She, you know, she didn't work. And she always said it was her job since she was privileged enough not to work. She was going to make sure she took care of me and the boys. And I mean, she did everything. She did absolutely everything. I'm sorry.
No, you have every right to do that.
I'm good. You go ahead.
He's crying in court now.
That afternoon, or during the time you and Paul were right.
Yes, sir.
Did y'all go up to around the kennels or anything? Did y'all do anything up toward the kennels?
I'm sure we did. You know, that's our main shop is, you know, right there. But, you know, I mean, we're normally in there for long times tinkering, and I will say that particular day, we did not tinker around there a bunch, you know?
When y'all rode around the farm, what were y'all in the truck or?
Well, we were actually in two trucks. We rode in one truck, and then we rode in another truck some. One was the black one, and one was the white one that was out there.
Maybe he really is emotional, man. He's crying in court. Getting emotional, teary-eyed in court, man. Maybe, you know.
Mr. Alec.
Yes, sir.
Oh, man.
You know, the other day when we were there, we came in and we were talking with John a little bit.
Sure.
And y'all obviously got a lot of, I say a lot, you said 20 or 25 weapons.
Yes, sir.
And you know kind of what you got as far as any kind of, what kind of weapons you may have?
I'm pretty much, yes, sir.
I know you might not remember them all, but can you kind of run down what you, for us, kind of what you had, what you got, you know, right there?
That I own or that's in there now?
That you own.
All right. that I own.
In there, you know, or wherever they're at.
And, you know, I mean, Paul has guns scattered all over the place. So, you know, some of our guns aren't there. But, so you want to know all of them, or you want to know what I think is in my house? Or what was in my house on Monday?
Yeah, what was in your house? Let's start with what was in your house on Monday.
Okay, whatever was in my house on Monday is exactly what was there minus one shotgun that y'all got.
Okay.
No guns have been moved for, you know, there hadn't been any guns moved in and out of there other than when Paul was home. You know, when Paul came home, he would ride around and shoot hogs a lot.
What would he shoot hogs with?
You know, I mean, primarily he would shoot them with Buster's gun. Because Paul had a 300 blackout.
Okay.
And it got, you know, he says it got stolen. You know, and it's been gone for some time.
What did he say Paul liked to do?
This repeating what the tape says. The jury can hear the tape, and just stopping and repeating exactly what Mr. Murdaugh says on the tape.
This witness was actually present, and while there is a recording, he's also fair to relate to the jury what he heard being present for that very conversation.
I overruled the objection.
Thank you.
But anyway.
And let me ask the question again. What did Mr. Murdaugh tell you that Paul liked to do?
Ride around and shoot hogs.
And what did Mr. Murdaugh tell you that the weapon was he used to do that?
He used his brother's 300 blackout.
So he would use his brother's blackout a lot of times.
So Buster also had a 300?
I gave them both one.
Okay. When was that?
About years ago.
Okay. More than a year ago.
More than a year ago.
Okay.
All right. So, but he would do anything. Paul had this, you know, like a little light that I used that night. Paul would take that thing up to, you know, by 308, and I mean he was always rigging something. You know, so sometimes shotguns when he would go try to kill the hogs, because you know the piglets would be grouped up, but normally he would have a rifle when he went to shoot the pigs. So. All right, so going back to the guns, y'all want me to tell y'all what was in there? Don't y'all, I mean, have an inventory?
I videoed the thing. I didn't write down everything that you had. I just took a random, just like a recording of what was on the gun rack or on the gun wall in the gun room that day.
And there are some more guns that aren't in that gun room, you know. I don't know how many, but you know, like I do know there's a shotgun in my bedroom.
And I think Miss Agent Katie, walked with John and saw that one.
Okay, and I imagine there's probably some in some other rooms. I know that. I think it was we have two gun cases, one small one and one big one, and I moved some guns from the little case to the big case just because. You know, her mom and dad were in there, and I just took all the guns to the back room. But that's after the fact.
This time, could I request a brief break?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break for about 10 minutes. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
here. Hold on. What was that? I heard something. The most riveting trial ever. It's exciting. There's never been a trial like this. It's the Murdaughs. You have to care about them. They're rich. Nobody's ever seen anything like this. It's riveting, exciting. I've never seen anything like this before. Anybody has to watch this. If you're missing out, if you're not watching this is the Murdaugh trial. Everybody's talking about it. You're not in true crime if you don't cover this one. What's up? So I guess they took a break, and the prosecution asked for a break so that they tire themselves out with all that evidence stuff, bringing in all the evidence. They exhausted themselves. They've been nonstop by bullet, soundbite by soundbite, and I get they got to do it, but damn, they got so tired they tired themselves out. Sir, please, we need a break. Please. Bruh. Okay, so today has been it started out good. I thought it was, and then it spiraled. And then that audio stuff, it should have been good, and it probably was, but I was just so exhausted from the shit from earlier, the evidence thing, that I just completely tuned them out. In June 10, 2021, interview, Alex Murdaugh says, after supper, Maggie went down to the kennels, and Paul left. And Alex assumes he went to the kennels. Murdaugh tried to call Maggie, no answer, then texted her, and he left to go to his mom's. So Alex Murdaugh says after supper, Maggie went down to the kennels. Interview continues. Alex Murdaugh asked about his relationship with Maggie. He said it was very good. As good as it could possibly be. Perfect relationship, perfect marriage. I mean, we had our issues, but it was wonderful. Amazing. One of the challenges about looking for a place is the places that I actually really liked. I checked on AT&T, and they don't service those areas. There's one place I thought was cute that I like. I don't think it has a dishwasher, though. That's the only problem. I don't think this place has a dishwasher, but it's cute. It's on the first floor, 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, pool, and all that kind of stuff. But and it takes AT&T fiber optic. I'm not going anywhere without AT&T fiber optic. I don't give a shit. I'm never, as long as I can help it, I am never going back to Comcast. That's like a non-negotiable. Other things, maybe a negotiable. Internet, never again am I going to that trashy Comcast internet. Even their business service sucks. It's the same lines as the residential. They try to trick you and lie to you. It's crappy. Crappy. Here in South Florida anyway. It's a joke. Never again. There's one place I want to check out. Well, there's two potential places. One place I think is kind of cute. But it's a whole thing. I'm going to try to see if I can go today if this lady gets back to me after the trial. The defense.
We hung around the house for a little while. I know that Maggie went to the kennel.
Oh, don't start now.
I don't know exactly where Paul went, but he left the house too.
Okay. How did Maggie get down to the kennels?
I don't know exactly. But on normal occasions, she would drive a buggy, drive a four-wheeler, or very common for her to walk.
Okay. How about Paul?
Paul wasn't much of a walker, but he would use all of the others.
Okay.
But it could be anyway, okay. I don't know exactly. I wish I could help you with that.
My up speed and down speed is 1,000 with fiber optic. 1 gig. I could get faster with it. That's all.
So they left and went down to the kennels.
Well, Maggie went to go to the kennels.
Okay. Paul left.
And I'm assuming you know, I'm assuming Paul left because of, you know, what happened. I mean, I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
What did he tell you he did after Maggie and Paul went to the kennels?
He stayed in the house.
I mean, I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
Okay.
And I was watching TV, looking at my phone, and I actually fell asleep on the couch.
Telephone pole too?
And what time did you?
You know, I don't know
wake up?
exactly what time I woke up, but when y'all get my phone, you know, I think one of the first things I did when I got up was call Maggie because I was going to my mom's.
Oh, so you were sleeping.
And I know I texted her because I checked my phone. And what time did we say the text was, Jim? Like 9:06?
I didn't see it.
Yeah, I got it written down from the other night.
I showed you the other night, didn't I?
Yes, sir. I got this.
So,
I'll show you. Can we do this? Let me see something. I don't know if I could do this, bro. Let me see. Can we do this shit? Okay, let me see. Can we do Nancy while we wait? I don't know if I can show this shit, bro. I don't know if it's a problem or not. Sorry, I don't know. I don't really know, bro. But let me see if they posted anything. Did they post anything? No, they didn't. Okay. Let's listen to Nancy. Nancy Grace on the Alex Murdaugh trial.
There was a bloody footprint near his that turned out to be law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
In the feed bin.
Right.
In blood. Is that preservation of the scene that your standards require?
Not exactly, no.
Not exactly? Should the police be walking through the scene?
No.
Do we know what other evidence they may have destroyed?
I have no idea.
That's right, we don't.
Oh.
Murdaugh's attorney suggesting evidence was not preserved correctly at that crime scene, and our next guest was just in that courtroom, and as she prepares to host her Fox Nation special on the murders. Let's bring in Nancy Grace now, host of Crime Stories on Fox Nation. Nancy, thank you very much for being with us.
Oh, let me see if I can fix this. I hope I don't lose what I have saved here, though. I might lose it if I reset it. Let me just leave it, bro. Let's just keep going.
How big of a moment in this trial was that?
Well, you know what? The defense, Hart-Pootlian, built it up to a huge climax. But I think when the jury goes back to the jury room to start their deliberations, yes, there was evidence. Evidence that was muddled in that dog pen where the victim's blood was found. People were walking around. But that doesn't negate the fact that Alex Murdaugh was there at the scene, caught in a Snapchat video by his son about 10 minutes before the murder. And then he leaves to go visit his mother, who has Alzheimer's and cannot be a witness. Then he comes back and whoopsie. And that 50-minute to an hour period, somebody sneaks in and guns them both down. We are also learning about a big brouhaha about the trajectory path of the bullets. And that is where Hart-Pootlian is claiming there could have been a second shooter. That was a bomb dropped in the courtroom today.
Yeah.
That there were two shooters. What?
Yeah, and Nancy,
and if I
could I just play that sound?
And how is that so crazy? Because when I watched the documentary, Low Country or Country South, whatever they call it, Nancy was talking about, oh no, actually no, she did say that. No, I feel like she kind of did say that, like it had to be two people, the way she was talking about it. Now it's different from what she's saying here.
Now, because we have that of Hart-Pootlian and Worley on the possibility of two shooters. Listen.
One explanation would be two shooters. I'm sorry? Yes? No. But one explanation of this data would be two shooters. one explanation, not the, but one.
Not the only one.
Yeah, not the only one, but it is a reasonable explanation, just like one shooter running up that way, correct?
Bring the jury, please.
So one of the reasonable explanations
Coming back.
is there are two people there, there are two guns there, one's a shotgun, one's an AR, and we now see.
I'm gonna see if I can. I gotta come back. Where's the jury? Unfortunately, I guess we're back. I mean, it makes sense that the defense is gonna try to push that story because they're, you know, don't want to, whatever. But whatever. Let me reset this. Hello, Melvin. Call me the streamer last time I talked to you. You're the streamer, right? Okay. Well, is she not watching? I watched too.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, we're resuming with the publishing of State's Exhibit 243, and we're picking up at 36 minutes and 15 seconds in the video. I'm actually going to back it up 10 seconds just since we took a break.
No dragonfly, maybe.
You know, her mom and dad were in there, and I just took all the guns to the back room. But that's after the fact.
Would those guns have been in the room, in the gun room when we came up there with John?
I can't remember exactly when y'all came, but probably. I think y'all came a little bit, because it was a good while before y'all came.
Let me ask you one thing right here. You had earlier shown some body cam footage of your search of the gun room. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, that day on June 8th, 2021, did agents also go to other areas of the residence to look for any other firearms that fit the description or fit the caliber of the two weapons from the murder scene?
Yes, sir, they did.
And by two weapons, I should say two calibers from the murder scene.
Yes, sir.
And that would be 300 blackout and 12 gauge.
That is correct.
All right. So ultimately, these weapons that were seized, those are the only ones recovered matching those two calibers.
That is correct.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was probably 2 o'clock or so that afternoon before we got here.
Now, did y'all keep any guns out at the kennels?
We didn't keep guns out there, but there were always guns out there.
Okay.
You know? I mean, and I'm gonna be honest with you, we were all a little bit bad about it, but Paul was the worst. You know, he was the worst.
He would leave a gun out there?
He would leave anything, anywhere. And, you know, it was not unusual for there to be guns out there.
Did y'all take the,
But, like, I can tell you that, I mean, they told me that a 300 blackout was used in this. That 300 blackout, you know, it was not out there.
so y'all didn't use that for target practice, or he didn't have it out there with him on Monday?
No.
Okay, no, that's right, because it was in the house.
What did the defendant tell you about whether or not there was a 300 blackout present at the kennels on the night of the murders?
He said it was not out there.
So Paul said that one was stolen or lost, and it was some time ago. Was that reported anywhere?
It wasn't officially reported because I wasn't totally convinced it was stolen.
Okay.
You know, as opposed to lost. But I mean, you know, there was people told about it.
Yeah.
I know that I told John Bedingfield about it. I know that I told some other local officers about it, you know, just in case it turned up in a drug thing.
Okay.
But I didn't do an official report.
Okay.
The two that you bought for the boys, that each one of them had one, and the one Paul lost, is that the only ones that you have?
Well, I'm gonna tell you this. I thought that Paul got another one replaced, but Buster said we didn't. But I was certain that we did. But, I mean, my memory is it's been gone for a substantial while, too.
After that long pause, what did Alec Murdaugh, the defendant over there, tell you about the third blackout?
To his memory, it had been gone for a substantial amount of time, too.
Do you remember anything about them as far as were they the same colors?
They were identical except for colors.
Okay. Which one was Buster's?
Buster's the one we still have. Paul's the one that lost his.
Okay. What were the two colors?
Black and tan. Buster's is black, Paul's was tan.
Okay. And you say you thought you replaced it after he lost it, or maybe another one, but Buster says you didn't?
I believe that we did.
Okay.
I mean, there'll be a record of that, won't it?
Should be, yes, sir.
I know we replaced it. But, you know, I know we replaced it because I wouldn't replace it again. Or maybe I just think that now, I don't know. But I'm certain we replaced it.
Have you talked to CB Rowe since Monday or Tuesday?
Yes, sir.
Because I know we talked about what he had done on the farm. Is he still employed?
He's still employed because I got to have somebody keeping it clean, but I can't keep him.
Mm.
I mean, he's an idiot.
Yeah.
And, you know, I told you, I don't know why that story seemed important to me the other night.
Yeah.
I really can't see CB Rowe doing, I just can't. I really do not believe that.
Well, it's an odd story.
It's a messed up story.
And, you know, and I'm just, being in law enforcement for so long and working these type cases, and I don't know the Arlington area, but talking to Colleton County and seeing the property and how isolated it is, finding somebody that's just going to randomly come up there that late at night that doesn't know the property, you know, so of course I have to look within and then start working my way out.
So you feel like it's not random. You feel like it's intentional. I mean, planned.
I don't know what to feel right now. And I hate to say that. I don't know what to feel right now.
So do y'all have any good clues?
All of the evidence that we collected Tuesday morning, and we collected additional evidence on Tuesday afternoon. They collected evidence at autopsy today. So we're trying to put a rush on that to get an answer quick, and hoping that's going to tell us something.
By evidence, I mean, is it things you think are going to be helpful?
Well, I mean, like the shot shells out there, the casings, the DNA swabs that we took from the door handle to see if anybody touched the door handles, any other places that we think somebody may have touched while they were out there. You know, we're trying to collect DNA from that and analyze that. which at the conclusion of this, what I'm going to also ask is that we get a buccal swab, a DNA swab from you.
No problem.
Your DNA is going to be there, but we need to eliminate it once it's developed. So, you know,
We don't need that unknown when it actually is a family member.
There's no problem.
I mean, we have talked to close to 100 people trying to track people down, and we're still tracking people down. And that's why, you know, who Paul was with.
I want to tell you one thing while I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Paul was really an incredibly intuitive little dude. And I mean, he was like a little detective. And I mean, Paul would, you know, you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. Which leads me to, let's go back to Paul right quick while we're on him. So we have his phone. Do you know his passcode?
I don't. And I'm going to tell you this right now. There's a few people I can point you to.
Yeah.
But I can tell you that he was super, super, super secretive with that, I mean, cell phone. I asked his brother if he knew it. Did the ones that they got the other day didn't work?
Did y'all get any the other day?
Not for Paul's phone. No.
Okay. I know they got Maggie's code.
I know Maggie's.
Yeah.
And it works, or it worked.
Yeah.
I've not gotten it, but there's a lot of people out moving parts that, you know, may have gotten that information. So we'll follow up on it. If you believe somebody gave us a code for Paul's, a possible code for Paul's.
You know, maybe it was Maggie's. I don't know.
Okay.
But I'll find out. I will try to find out Paul's code.
Yeah.
But it will surprise me greatly if somebody knows it.
I mean, certainly, you know, talking about the investigation, certainly we're looking at every angle, trying to figure out what fits. And we're talking to, you know, people that were involved in the boat case. We're trying to track down people that Paul knew and were friends with. That's why I asked who he was in Charleston with, so we can go try and see if they might know something or try to figure something out. We're trying to get into his phone to see if there's any information, see if he got like a direct threat from somebody there. I mean, the people that are here are not the only ones working on this. We've got people out doing things right now.
Thank you.
I mean, we're trying to pull everything in. Just the area, Arlington, unfortunately, there's not a lot of people moving around. I mean, I've got somebody looking at videos right now back at the office, combing through hours of videos that we've gone out and collected.
Well, thank y'all.
Yeah.
Very much.
So.
Mr. Alec.
You don't have to call me Miss. You just call me Alec. Thank you for that courtesy.
When you and Paul got back to the house, Miss Maggie's there, and y'all eat supper, which has been prepared, and you said you laid down and took a little nap, and when you got up, Maggie and Paul was gone, or did they leave when you laid down or before?
I believe that I'm not sure.
But they weren't there when you woke up around the 9 o'clock mark or so when you made the call to Maggie to let her know you was going to your
No, nobody was in that house when I left.
So, and just trying to narrow that, the last time that you saw Paul and Maggie's when y'all were eating supper.
Yes, sir.
Asked the defendant, when was the last time he saw Maggie and Paul? What did he tell you?
When he was eating supper.
Until you came back from your mom's and found what you found. Yeah, Alex probably told you all this. He did check for a pulse. Yes. Right, and that's why we want to do the DNA. Right. Right. Don't know. Yes.
When you tried to turn Paul over, do you know if you tried to turn him like towards the kennels or away from the kennels and his phone fell out?
Away. I think I turned him away.
Okay. Was he left-handed or right-handed?
He was right-handed.
Where did he normally keep his phone?
I mean, usually in his hand. But
The defendant was asked during this interview where Paul normally kept his phone. What did he say?
Usually in his hand.
I mean, it was, it was always on him. Pocket, hand, truck.
Where did Maggie carry her phone? Anywhere she could?
Yes, sir. Did y'all get fingerprints on her phone?
I haven't gotten that back yet.
When Paul's phone came out, did you just pick it up and put it on, place it back down on him, or?
Yeah, I did not try to open it or anything. I don't know how I had in my mind that I needed to not mess anything up. I had that, somehow I had that presence of mind that I needed to not mess anything up. And so I tried not to.
And you definitely saw a traumatic picture, and I know it's not hard, or not easy. I know it's hard. And sitting here talking today is tough.
It's just so bad. They did it so bad.
When you asked the defendant about the traumatic picture that he saw of Paul and Maggie, what did he say?
It's just so bad. I did him so bad.
I did him so bad.
Yes, sir.
Oh! What you mean you did him so bad?
He's such a good boy, too. I'm sorry, go ahead.
But the little things that we've kind of
I understand
is necessary so that we can get a little better picture as to what may have happened.
Well, I just thank y'all for everything. My in-laws, my parents, my in-laws, I would like somebody to update me or my brother or somebody so that I can tell them as y'all discover things. Unless there's some reason y'all don't do that.
He says, Dave?
Well,
we have to play it back.
I mean, they just have so many questions.
I understand, and
I mean, they may even, well, no, they don't need to do
well, I mean, I know
I don't often do this, but we'll do it.
y'all don't do that.
To what may have happened. But the little things that we've got.
Where the hell's it at?
What did he say?
It's just so bad. I did him so bad.
I did him so bad.
I did him so bad. I don't know.
What did he say?
So bad.
And sitting here talking today is tough.
It's just so bad. They did it so bad.
I did him so bad. That's what I heard. Y'all tell me. Y'all be the judge.
Their fortitude is good. They're just, they're just getting age on them, you know?
Yes, sir.
Uh-oh.
Are they in Somerville or are they at the house on Moselle?
No, they didn't. They lived in Somerville.
Okay.
But they're here now.
Oh, they're here in this house?
No, they're in Moselle.
Okay. Because I'll go by and speak with them and meet with them. If you think that would help.
I think that would help a tremendous amount if you would just be willing just to sit down and let them. Hearing from me and John Marvin and Danny and whoever, what little tidbits y'all get, I just, I think it would give them peace of mind to know that y'all got a team of people out there on it.
Yes, sir.
And just to really have something, a tangible person instead of being told.
You got a contact number for them?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to get that.
Okay.
That's evidence right there.
Yeah.
Her mom and dad are just such good people. They're just
doing all
wonderful
that. Some
people.
of the other guys are back at the office.
Love her so much, and
everybody we can deal with.
It really would make them feel good.
What are their names?
A lot of technical.
My father-in-law's name is Terry.
But yes, we
My mother-in-law's name is Kennedy, and they're Brandstetters. And my sister-in-law, who in her
Spell Brandstetter for me.
Branstetter, and then my sister-in-law, who was closest to Maggie in the whole world, is Marion Proctor. And her husband is Bart Proctor. And they live in Charleston.
Do you have a contact number for any?
I know their numbers.
Okay.
843.
Your Honor, at this time I'm going to need the video with consent of the defense just so that that number is not broadcast.
Yes, Your Honor, we agree.
Oh.
Promise you, Alex, someone that my life depended on it, I couldn't tell anybody, my mother-in-law or father-in-law.
I'm telling you, man, I've been the luckiest person in the world with in-laws. They are wonderful.
Yeah, I tell people all the time, it's my in-laws that I like, it's my wife's in-laws I don't.
There you go.
Let me grab a piece of paper, I'll be right back.
Oh, he's crying, man.
Mute it because another contact number is given, I believe, with consent of the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
You want me to dig them up?
And David, I'm gonna forward you this contract. Maybe you don't want me to do it like that, but
Okay.
someone sent me Will's Chapman's.
Hold on to that, please.
Gave us. Contact information. Yeah, I think it's just the phone number. Yeah, all I got was the phone number.
All right, so we have victim's advocate, Miss Marion Walker.
Thank you.
That's her cell number.
Thank you.
There's some information for you on the back. In the Victims Advocate Program, they help with different things. I think more specifically, what would be more beneficial, especially for you and Buster, is some counseling down the road, grief counseling.
You know, I do some assistant solicitor's work.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Yeah, you're familiar with it.
Familiar with the thing, but thank you so much.
Discussion about victims advocate. What did Mr. Murdaugh tell you about his career?
That he did some assistant solicitors work, and he was familiar with the program.
And again, what is an assistant solicitor?
He's a prosecutor which prosecutes criminal offenses.
Okay. Criminal prosecutor?
Yes, sir.
I know y'all planned out the funeral today. When is the funeral?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Y'all have
We're doing a service tomorrow. Maggie and Paul aren't going to be ready until next week. So we're doing a service tomorrow, and then we're going to have a private family thing one day next week.
Okay. Okay. Are y'all doing anything tonight? Because I can run by and talk to Terry and Kennedy tonight.
I think the sooner you can come and talk to them, the peace of mind that would really help them.
Okay.
That's convenient for you. So we're out at the house tonight, but and if for some reason they go back early because of the service tomorrow, that they may be staying tonight, they may not be, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
All of their cousins and family on the Branstetter side and the Hubbard side is coming in from Kentucky. And so they may be going back to stay with them.
Okay.
I'll find out and call you. I think you called me.
Yes, sir.
On this date of this interview on June 10th, 2021, to your knowledge, had there been another death in the family?
At this point, it had not.
Okay. Was there one not long after this?
Yes, it was.
And who died?
Mr. Alex's father.
And what was his name?
Randolph.
Jim's got my number.
Okay.
I gave him my phone.
I'll find out and call you in just a minute.
Okay. You good? All right. Do you have any other questions that I might be able to answer right now that we hadn't gone over?
No, sir.
As soon as I get something, and if it's okay with you, John Marvin asked me to go through him.
That's fine.
So I'm not bothering you in case you're doing something. What time is the service tomorrow?
12 o'clock.
Okay. Where is that going to be?
Hampton.
What, at the church or?
It's graveside.
Okay. So if I get something around that time, I won't bother you. I'll wait 1:30 and.
If you get anything important, you can call me anytime.
Okay.
Anytime.
Okay. Are y'all going to publicize the service, or is it just going to be for family and friends?
No, sir. It's going to be, it's going to be open, but I got TC and those making sure I don't want any press anywhere near.
Yeah.
So,
no, they don't deserve to be near.
They're going to make sure, in the town of Hampton that, there's no press.
Okay. All right, well, y'all got my numbers.
I think you said with that phone, it's gonna take a while.
I'm gonna go check on it. Y'all go back in the house. When it's done, I'll bring it to you.
Let me do the
The buckle, yes. Let's do the buckle swab right quick.
You can sit where you have, Alex, and I'm gonna step out, but I got gloves up. And
what?
The buckle.
There was a question asked about, do you think he's through with that phone? What were they talking about?
Mr. Alex's phone, which he had given to us to do a download on.
And who was doing that download again?
Dylan Hightower.
And that was occurring while this interview was going on?
Yes, sir.
Now you're discussing the buccal swab, is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
The buccal swab, yeah.
Do I need to spit out my tobacco?
It might be better.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Got that chewing tobacco, huh? Y'all ever chew tobacco? I've done it before. It's nasty as shit.
I'll
make you sick too. I don't like it.
I'm doing the consent now.
That's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and where's your gloves at?
That tobacco.
You didn't grab gloves?
I did not, but I know one of these vehicles has got gloves. I'm not in mine.
For the record, at this point in the video, we're at 1 hour and 2 minutes. What happens next? What, if anything, are you about to do?
I'm fixing the glove up. I'm going to secure the cotton swabs, the sterile cotton swabs, and getting ready to do the buccal swab.
And who do you do the buccal swab of?
On Alex Murdaugh.
And the person you've been describing as Alex, the person you interviewed, do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir, I do.
Can you identify him for the jury,
He's
please?
sitting at the defense table with the, looks like navy blue blazer on.
It's already 5 o'clock Eastern. I hope they're done with the, like, at least prosecution's done with them. I want to see the defense tear him up.
All right, can the record reflect he's identified the defendant? Thank you.
Yeah, they just did this shit.
Let me show you real quick what's been marked as State's Exhibit 157. And see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and can you tell the jury what that is?
That is the buccal swab which I collected from Mr. Alex Murdaugh.
Buccal swab.
Your Honor, this time I would offer State's 157 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Submit it without objection.
This is the buccal swab you took that day that's on the video?
Yes, sir, it is.
After that, where did that buccal swab go?
It was turned over to crime scene and went to the lab for testing.
And is it general practice with any sort of evidence like this to secure it from any tampering while it's turned over to crime scene?
Yes, sir, it is.
And the writing on the back of this evidence slip, whose writing is that?
That would be David Owen, and he collected by Jeff Croft.
All right, thank you.
F the tarot cards. I asked the 8-ball if the trial's gonna be better tomorrow, and it said the tarot cards tell me yes. The chat 8-ball. Well, it's already 5 o'clock. Let's see. I don't know how much longer they're gonna go.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 218, States 219, States 220, and just generally see if you recognize those particular documents.
I worked out a little
Yes,
bit
sir, I
today.
do.
I went for I ran
Generally,
pretty
what
hard.
are those?
It's property receipts for items that were seized during the searches at the residence.
That you previously described to this jury?
Yes, sir.
Firearms evidence and the like?
That is correct.
Your Honor, this time the state would move 218, 219, and 220 into evidence, I believe without objection.
Submitted. There.
It would be nice if they finished off on this guy today. If the prosecution finished with them, but and start fresh tomorrow with the defense. That'd be really nice. Oh my God, me. Oh my God. Me, you tripping.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 156, and I'm going to get you to pull out your, in fact, though, if the clerk, y'all have a pair of scissors I could borrow real quick? All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 156, and I'm going to ask you, if you could, to open the sealed pouch at the top so we can see what's inside, if we could, please. All right, now I'm going to ask you to hold on to that one. I ask you to return these back into that pouch if you could, please.
Good.
All right, I'm going to put 156 on this particular exhibit, and can you tell the jury, if you recognize that, what that is, please?
That is the buccal swab that was collected from Rogan Gibson.
Who collected that buccal swab?
I did.
Did Rogan consent to that buccal swab?
He did.
And did you secure it from any tampering and turn it over to crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time I would move States 156 into evidence, I believe without objection.
No objection.
You're admitted, or it's admitted without objection.
Yeah, he looks tired, yo. His eyes, look at this shit. He's like rolling his eyes around his skull. Like, damn it, they dragging us through this bullshit.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 155. For identification at this time, see if you recognize this particular.
That's the prosecution's strategy. Lost everybody.
Yes, sir, I do.
And tell me generally what that is, please.
It's a property receipt for the buccal swab that we took, or I took from Mr. Alexander Murdaugh.
And that's the one from the video that has been played for the jury?
Yes, sir, it is.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd move States 155 into evidence, I believe without objection.
Okay.
Submitted.
Course indulgence, one moment. Your Honor, that would conclude the Straight's direct examination of Senior Special Agent Crawl.
And I think we will call it a day.
Yeah.
And start at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case.
Oh, what a relief. Somewhat of a relief, but I almost wish they would have finished too, you know? Like, I don't want to start tomorrow with this shit again with the prosecution.
Are there any matters we need to address before the recess?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in recess till 9:30.
All right. Let me do something, bro. So tomorrow, I guess we'll be back because we're here for this shit, right? I guess we'll be back. Let me set up the live stream for tomorrow. What'd you guys think of today, man? What you thought? How you feeling? Tomorrow is what? I guess they call it day 7. Tomorrow's day 7. Set up day 7 so I can set you guys over there. Day 7. Make a placeholder thumbnail real quick. What you thought? It was good. It was all right. We survived. I hate to start tomorrow with this guy again, the prosecution and this guy witness again. I hope it doesn't take too long. Okay, so let me just make a little quick whatever. I'll do the thumbnail later. Make sure you guys check out Swagit. Download the app. I guess I'm gonna try this week. We're gonna try to push through it, man. You know, there could be something at the end of the road. Hopefully, the middle of the road or before that. Tomorrow, 9:20 a.m. No problem. Victims deserve a better defense. Huh? Oh, I don't want to do that. No. Ooh. Not what I wanted to do. There we go. Okay. All right, so I got the stream set up for tomorrow. I was stay in chat, but I think I'm gonna, because I gotta go check out, see if I can check out this place, if I want to get this place or not. And I might make a short video. I don't know. I think we need to take a little break. All right, ready? I'm gonna move you guys over there. Thank you guys so much for coming through. We'll see what happens later. Might come through later. Today was the worst day. Brenda said it was the worst day. The best part is the fake crying. Those benches look so uncomfortable. I can't believe these people have to sit on that. Those iCkE church benches. Tonight I'll watch another episode, I guess, of the Murdaugh stuff. And somebody was telling me that, like, oh, it's not on HBO Max. It is on HBO. I don't know how people can't find that shit. It's on HBO. HBO Max. You just type in Low Country. But it's that's what's there. Oh shit! No, we can't. Gotta keep Nancy in place. I don't know how you can't find it. Even if you type Google HBO Alex Murdaugh, it pops up. Low Country, them country boys. Everybody's scared of Murdaugh. We let them do whatever in our town. They run this town. All right, I'm going to move you guys over. Thank you so much. Love you. Oh, the super chats real quick. I just have to it's real quick. We already got Cruz. Natalie, thanks for becoming a supporter. Courtney, thanks for the 200 stars. Alexandria, thanks for the like. Ellie, thank you for becoming a member. Val, thanks for the membership. Annie, thanks for the membership. Cindy Oberhill, thank you so much for the super chat. Ashley POV, thank you so much for the Prime membership. Woohoo! Gypsy, thanks for the super chat. Says my cousin Gabe Cook murder trial got pushed back to April. I remember you told me that. Yeah. Sorry about that. I wonder why I got pushed back. Anyway, love you.